says that the city limits are in the stripe section. So when you come all the way down to the bottom in the left, that yellow line looks like it's in the white section. And then when you go over to where it says South Fulton, part of that yellow line is in the white section. So I'm wondering if the one on the left is in Fairburn, and if the one on the right is in Union City. So I need some clarity, because the map says the city limits is in the stripe, and those are in the white. So is there something wrong with the map, or are we partnering with other cities?
No, to no extent will it include any areas that are not within South Fulton.
Okay, so,
and it will include the properties that are adjacent to the streets that are identified.
Okay, so what you're saying, so is this what you're saying? That line really is a street, and part of the street belongs to the city, and part belongs to, let's say, up in the right corner, Union City, and the one down the bottom would be the city of South Fulton and Fairburn, the street. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Any property along that strip,
okay,
to the extent it's within South Fulton, would be part of that Area A.
Okay. So that's the first thing. Then the second thing, and I hope I'm still on target, because it's about what could go in the map, not what's in the map now. Right. So in the former discussion about all of those projects in the county, if those are federal funds and the county is not using those federal funds, could we apply for those federal funds since it was for us? Is there any mechanism with federal grants to be able to do that?
It just depends on the specific grant. They each have their own conditions and requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Gilliard. Ms. Willis?
So I'm not understanding why we are voting to adopt the map without voting to adopt the need of the URA resolution. I thought that the resolution is to establish the need for a resolution which includes the map. So this makes no sense to me. Why can't we just go ahead? I would like to make a substitute motion to go ahead and adopt the resolution establishing the need.
Well, yeah, this is the resolution establishing the need.
Right.
So we're just amending it to confirm the map.
But that's not what was just stated. What was stated is that we were adopting the map.
No, we are changing the
Mr.
map.
Clerk, can you repeat what was stated for the motion?
Yeah, the motion was by Councilman Jackson, second by Baker, to approve the URA map on the screen.
What I am asking is I want to make a substitute motion to adopt the resolution establishing the need of the URA, which includes the map.
If you do that motion, then you're going to adopt the map as is.
No, I'm not saying that we can adopt. Once we do that, then we're in discussion and we're talking about what we're amending. But
yeah, so that's what Councilwoman Jackson did. She moved to adopt the map as is, and then Councilman Baker did a substitute motion or an amendment to include a certain section. So,
and that's when everybody else started.
What I am saying is, why are we adopting the map without adopting and establishing the URA?
Well, no, you cannot. You are amending the map, but this map is not going to be adopted until you adopt this resolution.
So why are we making a motion to adopt the map without adopting the resolution?
No, you are not adopting the map. You are amending the map.
What was the motion?
Yeah, I had approved motion to approve the URA map.
And he amended.
Again, why are we adopting to approve the URA map without approving the resolution?
Need to change it to amend.
Yeah, it just needs to clarify that we are amending the map.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, we are adopting the map.
Amended.
No, we are amending. He said he's going to clarify that in the motion.
Why can't we just move to go ahead and adopt the resolution which includes the map?
Because we have to amend the map before we adopt the resolution. If we adopt the resolution now, the map is as is without all the changes.
Okay, so she's amending what she said. We're not adopting the map. We're amending the map.
We're amending the map.
Ms. Jackson?
And then we're going to adopt it.
We're amending the map.
You got it.
Okay, Ms. Riles?
need
I know
to
we have multiple maps, but again, I'm going back to my earlier comment. For the things we said we needed to do as a starting point, which was our fire facilities and our parks and rec, the first map at least had them on the map. And so it requires less amendment than this one is gonna require because most of those facilities are not on there.
So your motion would be, if that one fails, to change the map and use a different map.
Well, I just want people to remember in the one that was at our last meeting, at least we have those public facilities that we said we knew we needed to make investment in. This doesn't have any, and I certainly, we've been talking about Sandtown, but I don't even know where mine is covered up for whatever reason, but you can't see anything in District 1.
Because you didn't want it in your.
No, that's not what I said.
Excuse me. Continue.
Again, getting clarification before we move forward. My discussion previously was about how we pinpoint, and I've always talked about Sandtown. It's never been a discussion. It's not on this map. But regardless, even beyond that, we talked about needing improvements in our fire facilities and our parks. And so I'm just wondering, we don't have that. We had these corridors, which I'm not opposed to them being there, but we can't miss what we started from. And so I refer to.
Just briefly, what they've said is, what our attorney said is that if whatever street your facility is on, if we just add that street to the map now, it's done. So we're going around the table, just making sure every street is on the map.
So again, we'll put Hamilton Road be on this map.
Well, actually, we need to vote on Baker because he has a motion on the floor. So either you can either ask him to.
Excuse me, is that the process we adopted? Because I thought we were going to decide one way or the other to adopt them all at one time or adopt them
That's what we
individually.
said.
So what is everybody's preference?
All at one time.
All at one time, so we wait.
So with that being said, I want to make sure the Sandtown Rec and Park Center is included in this map. And I'd like clarification possibly for fire. Do we have any issues relative to the Cascade Road Fire Station?
You posed the question.
I guess or somebody from fire. I know he said so.
Jack, you want to come answer this question?
Yes. Yes, we have a list of repairs that are needed for Station 2 and all of the stations that are in need of repair. So we have a running list. Mr. Antonio have that list, and all of it being considered from a budgetary perspective.
All right. No. Ms. Gump, I got you pen after Mr. Khalid because you're not working. So I just want you to know I got you. Okay, you still have it.
Well, I guess I know this sounds crazy, but it's almost like we need the budget presentations to finalize this, in my opinion. Because I understand every time I ask, they say, well, I'm gonna do a presentation, and we're moving to this, and I hope we don't miss anything. That's my only.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Jackson?
I just wanted to make sure that Jolly Road was included.
So clerk, if you can add that to the list to the extent that it's not included to amend the map to include Jolly Road. And is that Jolly Road the entire length?
Yeah, she put that.
Yes.
Are you finished, Ms. Jackson? Mr. Khalid? Excuse me.
So just as a point of clarity, because we were counting the places, so if they're not contiguous, it's a new thing, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No,
These
so
six
what
are
we will
not
do
touching.
is we will, after you amend the map, we will take the area, the properties that are within the same vicinity and declare that to be Area A. So for example.
No, I hear you, but that's different from what Mr. Selby said, is that if they're not touching, we should name it a different URA Area 1, URA Area 2, 3, 4, 5,
No,
6.
I think what he meant, and we clarified, is that because this is so far from this, that we would name this a different area. But it doesn't mean that because these two streets are not touching, we wouldn't designate this as area 1 or area A.
So, let me say something clear here. It is my understanding that we're trying to add to the map, all right? That should be the motion that we're doing.
But I just,
Yeah, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying if you have something to add, make the motion so that we can get it on the floor and we can move with the map. We've had a lot of discussion. I just think we need to move on.
okay, so I'll say my next question and just say I want to add Creole Road.
All right?
And I think we said Bethsaida, but I want to be clear from the county line up to 138.
Okay. I want to also let you know that my cue went out, Mr. Clerk, so. I did have his gun.
So, this, I'm confused about, I guess, the maps because I've seen so many. But I guess if we're going off of this one, city attorney, if we take part of, because there's one side of Burger Road that is often affected and is almost look blighted. And I know we're trying to stay away from that, but that's part that I want to include, but not the other side. Can I do that?
You can do that, and I would just like to clarify, if we can try to limit to items that you're gonna actually expend money on in the near future for 2019.
Well, we don't have.
But that's not speaking to yours, I'm just saying generally. But, so if you can tell me, if I am standing, at the red light, and I'm looking down Butler Road from Camp Creek, which side are you
So
referring
the
to?
other side, going to, on the left, no, it's on the right. So if you're coming from the marketplace, you're gonna be on the right. So Burner Road, all the way up to the city of Atlanta's border. I don't know if you all have been on that side.
Okay.
But it's very, to me, it looks like, it looks different from the other parts of the city, but it is included in our city.
Okay, and
So
that's on the right.
That is on the right, so.
Do you have that, city clerk?
No, I didn't catch that.
So just go ahead and say what you'd like to have.
Can you clarify the area for the city clerk so we can write
So,
it down?
do I have to say Butler Road, the right side?
Yeah, Butler Road, the right side, coming from, the Camp Creek area.
Coming from Camp Creek, heading towards the city of Atlanta.
So
Is that the east side?
The east of the area.
But this like just for this year, right? Is that clear? This means between now and
The preference is to look at it to this year.
between now and September 30th.
That's what I.
Can Doug Selby kind of clarify too?
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Ms. Jackson, Ms. Gump still has the floor.
I'll defer to him.
Comment. This has been a good exercise, but this is sort of just to piggyback on what I think been said before. The URA is really a tool that allows you to implement an urban redevelopment project, a specific project. I think to some extent, I just would be clear, it's not sort of a tool that finances every single capital need within a city. It could be a good public purpose. Unfortunately, the URA puts another test on us, and it requires that it relate to a plan. And so I think what we've been talking about is if there can be areas within the city that are identified as appropriate for use of the URA tool, that we designate those areas. We're still going to have to work with Mr. Pike or others in coming up with a plan related to those projects. If you're looking to finance governmental projects generally, the other tools, I think you've heard Mr. Wall talk about them, are general obligation bonds or potentially certificates of participation. I think the goal was, as Mr. Malazzi said, is to get this year's capital needs to the extent that we can develop a plan that is appropriate for a URA. Get those done now. Get your general fund in a position that you will be eligible to do either a GEO bond or a certificate of participation financing. But I fear that if we just throw a lot of different projects into it that don't relate to a plan, that would be pushing the limits of what the URA is fully designed for.
And Mr. Shelby, I want to add that city manager looking for the
So if we don't have a plan, then technically what I'm speaking of would be clear.
Well, I think you're declaring that this area is appropriate for development. There's some conditions that exist for development, that are appropriate for development. And then the next step, after having declared it so, is that we'll determine whether a plan can be devised to advance those. I think that's the.
So do we have your amendment? The way you stated it? You want to,
I'm just confused though. Because if we don't have a plan, there's no need for me to put that in there. Unless I know something immediate. So I don't know anything immediate that okay. So, all right. All right.
would you clarify what she said?
Yes, I had, Councilman Jones wants to include Butler Road, the right side coming from Camp Creek, which has been identified as the east side.
And I think there was in some records, Eden Road, that doesn't even be I don't know what that was. It was on whatever.
Okay. So we don't.
And then I believe the Van Diver Lakes area is on that area. I can't.
City Clerk, could you clarify in your
Van Diver Lakes is already on.
Yeah,
that to the extent Eden Road is on there to include?
Ms. Gums, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll be.
Okay. Ms. Gilliard?
Number 6, and I think the one sure is number 6. Hall Road was left off. Hall Road is Jones Road. Would you include that in, please?
Got that, Mr. Clerk? Mike, you was doing all kinds of things here, so I think Ms. Jackson. Yeah, Ms. Jackson, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I put it to amend to include Burdette Road. Well, you know.
And when we say road, we're talking about the parcels adjacent to the
Well,
road.
Burdette Park.
Okay, unless, as Councilman Gomes has indicated, one side of the street don't include. But otherwise, it's going to be the parcels on both sides of the street.
It's just a park.
Okay, just to be clear, because we can't do bonds
Yeah.
to match the road.
Sure.
But we can do it for the parcels adjacent to the road if we have a plan.
All right. Ms. Willis?
Yes, so I just want for clarification to, the reasons some districts were not included because there was this whole dialogue that this URA was gonna cause property values to go down. So certain people did not want to put stuff in the URA, so that's why some people had stuff missing from this map. But now that you, for the third time, has come to before council to clarify how we should use this URA, that's why we're going through amending the map. Some of us were already on board because some of us had done our research and we understood, and some of us made specific calls to you to get clarification. Hence, that's why Welcome Road is already on the map because I know we got to do that fire station, and hence that's why Welcome Road, where the blighted area, is already on the map. So I want to add, hence why Renaissance Circle, Fulton Housing Authority, that piece where we are considering to make it a District 3 police precinct is already on the map. Now I want to add one more thing.
Right here. We want to hear.
Welcome All Parks.
All right.
Just that Welcome All Park, we need to do some capital improvements, and that's what I want to add.
Okay, we have it.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Rao?
Just want to clarify, from the standpoint, we're talking about projects we know have immediate need. Like we are trying, it appears to me that we're trying to do everything we've inherited from Fulton County. And I think, like I said, I think our conversation is kind of flipped out of order because we don't know, like we hear some things like we're gonna lose this money. It seems like those projects should be the first things on this list. And like I said, where we started, we knew we had facilities that had issues, but we have to fix it. It seems like we start with this. It's like we're trying to do the development authority with the, it just seems like we're mixing a lot, and I just want us to hear that. That's just my thought.
Yeah, okay, was going in the field and
Last thing,
that'll be it.
Stonewall Tail at Button Road. That's a capital project on the transportation capital budget. My question to Mr. Valenzuela and Mr. Mr. Donald. Do I need to add this to the URA, or are you all gonna look for other? Because I was also told by Mr. Selby that we need to be careful adding residential communities. And I know this road will pick up a lot of residential if we add this road. So, my question is, do I need to add this, or you all gonna look for an alternative way to fund what the county is reneging on? And right now, we're looking at approximately close to $2.6 million
For that project.
for that project.
So, again, I think that first I sent I guess we can call it a demand letter, but a request for the county to compel them to pay. I think that's the first thing. So we do need to follow up from a legal aspect on all of those projects, because the county has committed to our citizens and the federal government that they will issue these projects. Secondly, for us, there is no, I guess, alternative funding other than if we fund the project, we do receive 80% back. Remember, you're only responsible truly for the match, but because it's reimbursable, you would issue the funding and complete the project and then receive your reimbursements from the appropriate entity. The only concern is with these federal projects, literally they were issued to Fulton County. So you cannot transfer the grant without the approval of the funder and the grantee. And so that's the challenge with those. And I would defer to confirm that with Mr. Valenzuela, but that is normally how grants work.
Okay.
So I guess it would be prudent of me to ensure that we get the funding, or we have the ability to proceed with the Stonewall Tail Button Road, and since we're at risk of losing the federal funding, I think I need to go ahead and add the Stonewall Tail Road. And Mr. Venezuela suggested that I add the entire Stonewall Tail Road, because it's gonna include I think 2 roundabouts, but the federal road is only gonna take care of 1, right? Monday.
That's correct. They approved and the Button Road and Stonewall Tail. But you have a dual roundabout application. But you got to think about it. Some of them you have nodes, like bridges are nodes, intersection improvements are nodes, and corridors and sidewalks are corridors. So my recommendation is instead of losing something, right?
All of Stonewall Tail?
So within the city of South Fulton, so you don't miss anything.
All of Stonewall Tail?
Within the city of South Fulton.
And also,
So that's what I wanted to do.
well, we wouldn't be able to finance these roads.
I just got my recommendation from Mr. Valenzuela.
I just want. Okay, go ahead.
I want to add what Mr. Valenzuela just recommended.
You have the right to do that. Go ahead. Ms. Jackson?
I think where we are, my mind's on count of route. That's your name. Okay, what you said, what we're doing right now is adding, what we want, and then we're gonna go back and prioritize. But we're trying to add everything to the map that we want, then we're gonna prioritize the needs.
So we need to hold this.
Exactly. So I wanna make a motion. Are we finished adding?
Wait, go make your motion.
Oh.
Yes, please.
I move that we accept the map as amended with what?
All these public work projects.
With all the public works projects,
Uh-oh, if we,
Okay, well, leave it, I do the map as an amendment. Leave me, let me say my stuff. Okay, I move that we accept the map as amended.
Properly moved and second. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none. All those in favor? That passes. Congratulations.
Mr. Mayor, I
Clerk.
move to, we gotta do the resolution.
What about, well, let Mr. Clerk. I mean,
So we approve the map, that takes us to the actual resolution. Council approval of urban redevelopment agency establishing need and area resolution.
So I move that we approve the urban redevelopment agency establishing the need and area resolution.
Second.
properly moved and second. Any discussion?
Yes,
Mrs. Gilliard.
I have that amendment to it in the section about the plan that I talked about earlier, and that the council gives input to the city manager to develop a plan.
That's the, you want that in addition to the motion?
That's
an amendment to the
that's
motion.
an amendment to the motion.
Okay, any second?
Second.
Properly moved and second. Any discussion about the amendment? Mr. Khalid?
We have lots of resolutions here.
You're right.
We're going, in my book, there is a,
That's a discussion on the amendment now.
right. So I want to be clear about what we're amending. There's two prerequisite resolutions.
page
I
12.
think they said.
Page, she's saying page 12, but Councilwoman Willis said we're using 7 through 9.
Well, yeah, we can, they're the same, so we can do 7 through 9.
They're the same?
Well, they're the same in the sense that it's the resolution establishing the need and confirming the map. And right now, they're identical with the exception of the map.
So let me be clear, Mr. Khalid. What are you asking us to do?
I was just asking a question. I'm sorry, I'm lost in Robert's rules. But because this says to be prepared for South Fulton Urban Redevelopment Area Number 1.
Okay, they got me.
Yeah, so the areas,
So they're areas.
yeah, there's gonna be areas, once we amend the map as you instructed
Right.
today, the areas that are within the same vicinity, we will designate as A. The areas that are within the top vicinity will be B. So it'll be an arbitrary designation just for the purpose of the areas that are together, classifying them together.
So my friendly amendment is that we change this to say be prepared for South Fulton Urban Redevelopment Areas. Strike number 1 and just say areas.
Because I called about that last time.
I think he can do that. That makes sense.
Would you accept that?
Yeah,
So when you
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay, you accept that?
I actually made the
She made the
motion,
motion, but
and I will restate the motion with and the request that we add the amendment. That we, I'm requesting, that we approve the resolution, establishing the urban redevelopment areas for lawful purposes, including the amendments. And Ms. Gilliard made an amendment, and Mr. Khalid just made an amendment. Can you restate the amendments that were made, Mr. Clerk?
I didn't catch Mr.
Striking area.
Striking area 1, it's just areas.
Areas referenced in the map. Referenced in the map.
So can I say the motion? So I can make sure I have the authority to do what you've
Well,
instructed?
you can clarify the motion, but you don't make.
But you
motion.
don't, yes.
Yeah, so the recommendation would be that I move that we amend the resolution on page 7 of the agenda to incorporate the amended map areas as designated by the council, to incorporate the change to the language as designated by Councilwoman Gilliard, and to amend the language within the resolution to accommodate the changes to the map.
and it's
Mr.
page 8.
Khalid, that's up to you.
It's page 8.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Jackson, you still
Yours
have the
starts
floor.
on page 8.
Oh. Okay, let me just say this because I'll be done forgot. Look at page 8. Whereas, in other words, I guess you're gonna change everywhere?
Yeah, we're saying the resolution that starts on page 7.
Okay,
So that will
start, you
include
didn't say
changes
that.
to page
Okay.
8 as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms.
Yes,
Jackson?
I'm done.
We're going to hear from Ms. Gilliard. We're gonna vote.
Well, Councilwoman Willis would need to say that that's her motion, and then she would need a second.
I really want to move on because we got another resolution that we have.
You have the floor, then we're gonna vote.
I would like to move that we adopt the resolution, Urban Redevelopment Agency establishing an urban redevelopment to include the amended map established by the city council, to include the amendment, to include council input by Councilmember Gums, and also to change, Gilliard, I'm sorry, Gilliard, and also to change the area number 1 to areas that we established, the council established today via the map.
Okay, Ms. Gilliard,
I got a second.
you got a second? Properly moved and second. Any discussion, Ms. Gilliard, go ahead.
I don't know what to do about this, so I'm gonna just bring it up. We have 2 prerequisite resolutions for the URA. One authored by Councilwoman Willis.
We have
already
excuse me,
discussed that.
wait a minute, it's already on the floor, so.
But we should maybe
There's
hear a
2.
question. What's your question?
My comment is that in this book, in our agenda, there are 2 identical resolutions for a URA. One authored by one council person, one authored by another council person. And so the one that we are attempting to vote on stops at page 10, stops at page 10, and the other one stops at page 15. So since both of them have the same resolution, why can't they both be on this resolution?
We already
We
said
already
that.
discussed that.
But you said it stopped at page 9. Page 9 is
No,
one
you're right.
resolution.
I think maybe their names are both gonna be on.
Okay.
Yes, we established
Okay,
that.
I'm good.
All right, we got a motion on the floor. I'm gonna take you in as the last.
Can I just
discussion.
make one point, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I want to be clear that the map that you're approving, these are showing, I believe in some instances, roads or corridors. And so you're approving an area that's comprised of the parcels that are adjacent to the corridor. And I think, I just would hope that if we could just make sure the text reflects that, so that when someone asks, can we apply dollars to fund a project, it's clear that you've authorized us to use to fund a project if it's a parcel that's adjacent to the line that's shown here. So I just was hoping, so at some point, someone's going to ask us to say, did the council authorize us to do that? And we want to be clear that it's a parcel that's adjacent to
Is it up, Madam Attorney, is it up?
Yeah, and that's just the clarification I'll make when I make your map compatible with the language.
Okay.
We'll have Mr. Khalid, and then we'll vote.
I'm sorry, I have an issue like Councilwoman Gilliard that it's not addressed in one of these 2 things, but it's just a point of clarity. When we issue the bonds, let's, for example, say we issue bonds for 20 million, but it turns out that our project list is only 15 million. What happens with those extra 5 million?
Mr. CFO, so we can move on.
So if you heard from him to say what we are doing now is not everything project will get into 2019 budget. It's 2019, 2020 is a plan, capital project plan. And in there we'll see what we can, the department heads have already got some capitals that are for 5 years plan. So if we need in the first year, which will be 2020, 2019 is only those capital projects that have come from departments and some emergencies. So we'll have a plan how much we can borrow. We can borrow up to $20 million. We don't have to borrow $20 million.
So, okay, I'm gonna ask Mr. Selby just to clarify. If we do not spend all that we borrow, what happens to the surplus money?
If you issue tax-exempt bonds to finance projects and you do not spend all of the funds in a requisite time, our advice would be to take the money and to apply it to prepay your bonds to the extent that they can be prepaid. So that you would not, you know, continue to incur interest on it. You would pay down the bonds.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote, the motion. All those in favor? Mrs. Rao, you voting? That's unanimous. Mr. Clerk?
Next item is council approval of resolution for establishing urban redevelopment agency membership.
I'll accept the nomination. Some motion.
I move that we approve the urban redevelopment establishing a membership.
There's a second?
Second.
Properly moved and second, discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor?
So which one is this one?
Yeah. The membership will include the entire council.
So this would be the one that's appearing on page, so for the clerks,
Right. For the mayor and council.
so this would be the one appearing on page 17?
This is Councilwoman Willis.
Yes.
And are we dual sponsoring this one as well as far as
We're
designation?
doing responsible as the agenda reflected. Willis Baker, we discussed this.
Okay.
Let's vote.
I do have a reading discussion.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, in the resolution, will this mirror council, when it comes to everything? As far as the mayor will be the chair, or will he not vote, or how does that work? Will it be the same?
I don't have a vote regardless.
You know, but like some boards established, like the Development Authority, 7-member board, the chair still votes. I was just.
Well, this one is the chair. Well, I want to make a motion. That it's
The
like
question,
this.
Madam Attorney, is that does the mayor vote if we turn this particular item over to the council?
So the way this one is worded, the mayor would vote.
So can I make an amendment? We want to mirror the URA the way that the council is established. Is that how? I think that's how most people. Because if we do it with a mayor vote, we can have a tie, and it's 8 of us. So if we have 4-4, then we can't make no decision. So we're gonna have to have. We cannot. If the mayor votes, we can it's potentially we can go to a decision where it's 4-4, and then no one can break the tie.
Yeah,
So
I
we
can
need to
amend it.
mirror-
If you put that in your motion, I'll amend it.
Okay, so I would like to restate my motion if possible. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go
I
ahead.
would like to amend the ordinance to mirror the appointments to be the council established the way we are established per the House Bill 514, which is the charter.
Second.
Properly moved and second, further discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Gilliard.
What happens if, what happens when it's time to issue, when the committee has a meeting, and during that meeting, we have to agree on issuing the bonds? And so in order to do that, there has to be, somebody has to sign off on all of that, right? It has to be approved and then signed off. And so in the scenario where it's the council, it would be the mayor that would sign off on
With approval.
with the approval of the council.
Yeah, anything that would have the
Sign off.
approval,
Yeah,
we would default to Robert's rules because your charter rules are not going to regulate this board. So I would
Right.
default to Robert's rules, and that would be I'm assuming that you would establish the mayor as the chair, and then if that's the case, then he would sign the paperwork.
Yes, Ms. Willis.
I ask that we approve this with the way, establishing the board the way that it is set out per the charter. So as now the mayor signs things per the approval of the council.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I want to know. Am I understanding?
No,
No, you're not. Ms. Jackson, we're gonna have Ms. Jackson, then we're gonna move to the vote.
So actually, I can amend this too, because I'm reading, you have here that the mayor shall not serve as a chairperson or vice chairperson, but I'm gonna strike that just for clarification. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, what I would like, so are we going to vote on the chairperson, the vice chair?
Yes, you do need to vote on that, but that would come subsequent to this.
Well,
Because
I'm
once you
just
establish the
asking a
board,
question.
then you would wait till you have a meeting as the URA and pick
Do
a
the
vice chair.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Khalid, we're gonna take this one and we're gonna vote.
Under D,
And let me tell everybody, when I announced that we're not gonna have any further discussion, that's what that means. We move on to the vote. Go on, Mr. Khalid.
under D, the super shall establish its own meeting dates and may adopt, and I would like to change and may adopt its own rules and procedures to and will adopt Robert's rules and procedures.
Amended, accepted.
Amendment accepted. All right, let's vote. All those in favor? Mr. Khalid, you're voting no? Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Everybody's in favor, I think, except Mr. Khalid. All right, Mr. Clerk?
Next item is council approval to authorize additional funding for complete renovations at Fire Station Number 1.
I'll accept the motion.
I move that we approve and authorize additional funding for complete renovations for Fire Station Number 1.
Properly moved, second. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, you have completed all agenda items.
I want to take about a 5-minute break, or a 10-minute, 10-minute break, and we'll come back.
Can we do
The bar is open.
What you say? I said, can we do 7?
If we do it,
Council? You want to go to the bathroom after I hit the gas. Council, let's go. I want to, do we have a little more time, Mr. President?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a little more time with 10 minutes? Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
That's right. I want to say I find it very interesting that we take a 10-minute break to use the facilities and we use the facilities after I hit the gavel. I wish that we would govern ourselves accordingly when we do that. We have a quorum. Mr. Clerk?
We are at the budget retreat portion of the meeting, which will be facilitated by CFO Mr. Malazzi.
And let me untap you, we have a time schedule, we're about 20 minutes behind that time schedule now. So, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the budget retreat is until 8:30, right? 8:30 p.m.
Well, we have a time limit as prescribed in the agenda. And we're 10 minutes behind that. Yeah.
Is it 8 o'clock p.m.? We're here to 8.
If we have to, we can be here to 8. All I'm saying is right now, we are 10 minutes behind the prescribed schedule.
All right,
Go ahead.
So as you all know that our main meeting here was for 2020 budget retreat. And what we are getting into now is to ask the mayor, city council, and the city manager to give us the marching orders through priorities, goals and priorities for 2020 to direct our budget. So we wouldn't have done that, the better way to find a person that would help us with our goals and priorities other than the person who drafted or who walked through to have a draft for strategic plan. We have asked Mr. Bill Stark, who is our consultant, for the strategic plan to walk us through about the strategic plan that can be delayed into goals and priorities for mayor and council for our 2020 budget. Now is your time to lead us through.
Thank you very much. Bill, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to be with you. What I would like to do is share with you a summary of the strategic plan draft that has been developed to date. And hopefully it can act as a guide for you all as you set your spending priorities for 2020. So I'm going to walk through the draft as we have it now. It's at a very high level. If you have questions, certainly would love to entertain questions. The overarching.
It's all right if we go through the presentation, we ask questions later. Or would you like to ask your question during the presentation?
Maybe we should let him get through the whole.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton.
The overarching goal in this document is to provide agreement, everyone to be in agreement, to provide direction, specific direction, and provide focus. Being that South Fulton is a young city, these are the things that are typically valued at this stage in your life. I would add one more to this list. I would say alignment. Alignment. That is, all the departments, all of the initiatives that occur at the department level need to align to the priorities that you set. So that's what we're trying to accomplish here. Just a quick recap. Back in August, you all participated in a retreat in Athens and had a lot of discussion about where you wanted to take the city, what was important. I think there were 20 pages of total notes, ideas, thoughts, suggestions. We spent some time and culled that down to the essence of what was in the document. But the core of this draft is what you provided in Athens back in August. That is the core of this document. In November, our team interviewed each one of you individually. We asked you about the state of the city, where you thought things were, what you thought was important, what you thought were threats to success, these kinds of things. All that's been documented, and that's in the draft document we have in front of you. We then met with every department head individually and asked them what are their major strategic initiatives that align to the priorities that you all set. And then, as you all know, we took a pause starting in December, but it went into March, and we got a significant amount of public input. We also had a survey to the public, which has some very strong opinions and comments by the public. Those public comments are also in the document draft that you have in front of you. So this is sort of the collection of data that we've been through in the last several months. The document that you have, meeting with Ms. Marshall on July 1st to go over all of the comments that you all had for us on the final draft. We will be providing a final draft based on your comments shortly after July 1st for your approval. So that's where we are in the process. So, in terms of community input, we took a look at the 10 areas that the community said were the most in need. Where is the greatest need? Where should be the greatest focus in the city of South Fulton? And this is what the citizens said. Economic development, recreation, image, attracting visitors, value for tax money, education, public safety, and senior and veteran services. That's what the public told us. And the numbers are in the document. I don't have the page number listed here, but the citizens' expression on these topics was very, very strong. These are the areas that rated the lowest, or the greatest need, if you will. These are the 5 strategic focus areas that came out of your retreat in Athens. They are not in priority order. That's something that we could have a discussion about. After talking to the mayor, investing in developing strong teams, it was recommended that we do make that number 1. Because if we are not functioning as a healthy team, it's going to be hard to implement anything. So that's number 1. Infrastructure and finance was 2. Community collaboration, quality of life issues, collaborating with surrounding agencies and municipalities, focusing on economic development and efficient government. Those are the big 5. Some of the specifics in this Invest in Teamworks is staff and council teamwork, council training, engaging the South Fulton delegation, customer service, professional development, organizational effectiveness. All of these initiatives are on page 33 and 34 of your document. I don't know specifically what this translates into in terms of budget. That's probably for a later discussion. I don't know. But some investment should happen in this area. You all know this. I'm preaching to the choir. If we're not functioning as a healthy team with unity toward one common purpose, it's going to be very hard to implement this plan. It might be impossible. I say it would be impossible. I'll go out on a limb. Number 2, infrastructure. A lot of interest about creating financial reserves, diversifying revenues, finding new revenue sources, growing the economy, the financial reserves, capturing lost funds, staying within the budget once it's adopted, a significant amount of facilities and vehicle needs in terms of infrastructure, and roadway improvements. We had a lot of comments from citizens about lighting on roadways, tree trimming on roadways, stormwater runoff, hazards, these kinds of things came out in our discussions around infrastructure. Collaboration and quality of life. Again, since you all are at a young stage of life, there's still a fair amount of planning that needs to happen in the city that's in process. It's just where you are. You all need a communication plan. I know you're working on a comp plan, a parks plan, master zoning, walking trails, 21st century policing is a big one, interacting with other communities. These are all outlined on page 37 to 39. These are significant lifts. These are heavy lifts that all are going to roll up to an improved quality of life or collaboration. 37.
Go ahead.
Okay. Number 4, economic development. Good bit of discussion around the city center complex, some sort of city hall, to act as an economic engine for the community, perhaps to have mixed use functionality, green space, amphitheater, whatever you want to call it, around the city hall. Some impetus to act as an economic stimulus for the city, creating that downtown, that community feel, that sense of place for the community. That's a big one. Land purchases, TADs, getting the messaging and the branding organized. Who is South Fulton? Where do we want to go? What's our message? How do we sell what we have? Creating an economic development plan, transportation, and creating a development authority. These are just some of the initiatives that came out from our conversations with you all. Page 40 and 41. Lastly, efficient government. A lot of work here still to do in the city. A lot of work has been done, but still a lot of work to do. Streamlining services, work order systems, software, performance management, energy efficiency. A lot of things in terms of either saving dollars or just creating better processes to make for a smoother operation at the management level. So that's the fifth goal. We're going to be finalizing and sort of rewording a lot of the primary initiatives under each of these areas on July 1st with Ms. Marshall. as we finalize the plan. But we're back to these priorities. This is what has been stated. There's, I would say, agreement from our perspective, from what we've experienced with you all. There's agreement around these 5, and initiatives that you all undertake ideally should align underneath these 5 focus areas. So that's a quick flyover. That's where we are in terms of a general overview, and be willing to take your questions, thoughts, discussion.
Any conversation from anybody? Getting to the queue. Just go ahead.
I just want to make sure, because quality of life includes a lot of different things. I just want to make sure it includes the environment. I think that that's a real key thing that we're dealing with citywide in some areas more than others.
Is there a particular department that would be responsible for that? Or is it kind of a collective thing, you think?
We don't have a department for it yet, but under the Fulton County model, it was community development and environment. Community development has a lot on their plate right now, but at some point in time, we're really going to have to deal with the environment. And it really might be, when we get into the 2020 budget, one of the things that we don't have is an environmental justice program. And so it might come through that initially. Maybe it might be contracted out, but we're going to have to do something in that area. I just don't know how.
Is there a particular problem? Or is it more?
Plenty of problems. But I think what she's doing, you mentioned quality of life in general.
That's right.
And she wants to just make sure, and this is a very good point she's making, that is one of our primary focus as it pertains to the category of quality of life.
For the whole city.
For the whole city.
Good. That's good.
Okay, Mr. Khalid?
I want to have a courageous conversation. I am not clear what this plan means for us. I feel, so correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like we get into disagreements about what to prioritize or how to move forward as council. And then we hire consultants expecting you to sort of referee that disagreement. And it's like when the plan comes back, the plan is going to tell us what to do. I don't see this telling us what to do. So investing in developing strong teams, if that's goal number one, or like the top priority you have was like economic development. Does that mean that we need to structure our next 12 months of meetings focused on that? Like, how does this change what we have been doing in real life?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think we were originally relying on you all to tell us what you wanted and what you envisioned. But I will agree with you, and I think we have a little bit more work to do there to define what is the meat on the bone. Because when we say infrastructure, and with roadways, all sorts of things, we need to be pretty specific. And we need to set a goal that is aggressive, ideally. It means there has to be agreement to that goal. So I agree with you. I think that there probably is a bit more work to do around, and I mentioned this to Mr. Chris just a moment ago about economic development, getting real clear on what that means. specifically, in terms of the outcome. We want to grow the tax base by 8% within 2 years. That's pretty specific. But even under that, you've got 59 ways you could do that. So I don't know how long you want me around, but at some point, there's a direction, which is what this is, and the implementation of how, very specifically how, is probably between you and the council. But I think, to answer your question, yes, we probably need to refine or define, maybe have some healthy conversations to define what that is.
Mr. Lee, I think that this is kind of like a 30,000-foot kind of thing. You're looking down, sets the framework for our conversations in the future. So those things that we have here, we know who we're going, then it's up to us to have that discussion and to create those things that you talked about, how we're going to do it. That's how I look at it. He's not going to be able to tell us that today, but that's what our job is.
Yeah. I do have some ideas that I'd like to share with you.
Okay, hold on today.
So, yeah. not right now.
Okay, Mr. Khalid, you still hold it. Okay, Ms. Jackson. I mean, I'm sorry. Ms. Gill, y'all go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying. And so for me, this is what it means. So at the basis of all of this is the SWOT. So let's say that we're talking about where are we going to put our city hall? We probably come up with 7 different locations. But each council person will probably say, I think it needs to be here, here, and there. So how do we move through that and come up with the best location based on strategy? It might be a weakness and a threat, which is part of the SWOT, to put it in District 4. It might be a strength to put it in District 1. It might not be to put it in District 3. So my point is, what rallies us is after we come up with a clear definition of the strategy. We do not have a strategy. We got 7 of them. And we might not always agree on each one of them, but we don't have a strategy for the city that is focused on the SWOT. For the departments, we might. For the management of the city, we might. But for the big picture, we don't. That's where I'm going.
Okay, Ms. Willis?
I guess for me, when we're talking about focusing on economic development, one of the ways we're getting there, and we've already decided how we wanted to approach economic development citywide, is engaging in an economic development strategic master plan, which is supposed to come back and give us recommendations on where we should put things, such as City Hall, where our downtown should be. And so in going through that strategic master plan process, it's also supposed to identify our economic development SWOT. And so for me, when I make decisions concerning public dollars, I want that statistical information to help drive more of my decision versus emotion and what I think. And so some of the stuff, yes, I do believe we should have an overarching strategic plan, but in that strategic plan, there are going to be other plans that's going to drive how we get to our goals. Yeah. And one is, like I said, these other plans, like the park plan, the park master plan, economic development master plan, the comprehensive transportation plan. And so that's how I think that's for me. I get the overarching focus, but we're already moving in a direction on how we get there.
Yes, that makes sense.
Any other comments?
I'm gonna have to agree with Councilwoman Willis. The reality is we are in a unique situation. We have to plan on a whole lot of things concurrently. And while ideally we would want one to come before the other, we just don't have the luxury of that. And so I think we have to always be mindful that as we develop these different plans, we gotta kind of keep that and try to make them vary as much when we're thinking about, you know, how we align these strategies, because timing is you don't get to kind of complete one before you go on to the next one. They're all kind of occurring at one time, and I think we have to be cognizant and try to make sure they vary as much as we can.
Okay, Ms. Willis?
One last comment is I also would like to make a point that all of these plans, the council has been very vocal about including resident input. And so, like the zoning rewrite is a beautiful example of how is another plan that we are using to focus how we get there as far as economic development and infrastructure through our zoning. And all of these plans, at some point, we have been very adamant about including resident input. So these plans are also seeking resident input based on the specific goals outlined in the strategic plan.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Stock, thank you very much. That was good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Clerk?
Thank you all. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that what we have presented here, what we have discussed here will come back when the mayor and the council discuss about budget and planning from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. City council and the mayor will have to rearrange the goals and priorities for our 2020 budget. So much of the information will come from here. With that, I think I will hand over to the clerk for the next meeting. Back to you, sir.
I think that, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, that completed the strategic goals and priorities overview. Lunch actually will be ready at 12.
Why don't we do this?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we recess since we got a little time for executive session to discuss personnel matter.
Second.
Properly moved to second. Any discussion?
Two things. I have an issue that I'd like to discuss out here before we go to executive session. And it sounded like the mayor was going to say something. I was just wondering what you were about to say.
I was going to say, since we're above time, that we bring the next item in, and we have lunch after that. But there's a motion.
Formal action taken in executive session.
Being that not the case, I'll accept the motion to close the executive session.
I move that we close executive session.
Second.
Properly moved to second in discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. We'll close the executive session and recess for lunch. All right.
No, y'all even come right here.
That's 3 minutes I would like to hear.
All right, I won't laugh.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we want to resume. We're going into the budget overview right now.
Yes, sir. We're at the budget overview section of the agenda. Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Frank Malazzi, will present.
Okay, Mr. Malazzi.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the City Council, department heads and management. As I present, I'll have 2 staff joining me. That will be our Human Resources Director as well as this budget manager will be joining me. There will be some areas of my discussion that they will take part in. After my presentation, then we will have someone that we have invited from another city to help us still only sharing about the budget planning. This is what we have already done, some that we are supposed to do, and what we are going to do up to the day we adopt the budget ready for 2020 fiscal year. Always, it's a requirement that we have to have a balanced budget. Balanced budget is required. And in order to have balanced budget, we have to have projected revenue equal to projected expenses. All budget transfers of funds within departments, that's say for public safety, within their funds they want to move money operating. I cannot move money from operating to salaries or salaries to operating, but within operating, they can move that money. They just have to let finance know who move within the line items. Transfer of funds between departments are budget or budget amendments required. It can't be done without the approval of the council. So any transfer of money from one budget department to another department, or from salaries into operating, it has to have council approval. Increase any full-time employees or personnel service appropriations require the approval of the council. I cannot just add an employee in the department even though I have money, because all positions are council approved. Components of the budget in general, but this is components of our 2020 budget. These are steps that we have to go through. As you know, we are working on, that's the main reason we are here, to work on strategic goals and strategies. That's the council. The council will have to give us 2, 3, 4, 5 goals and priorities for 2020 budget. So with that, we'll be working our budget. Those are matching orders. That's a roadmap. This is what we want you to achieve in 2020 budget. And that one is coming from the council, which we will get it before we leave here. Identifies revenue sources and projections. That's finance. We will be having where we are with our revenues and what we anticipate to have in 2020 budget. Priorities, issues, city council and staff. So you give us matching orders. Then we'll get into our budget to see wherever we can accomplish your directives of looking into priorities and goals. So it's a combination of staff and council members. Planned expenditures, appropriations, that's finance. We get revenues, expenses from departments. We match them to see, okay, we have enough revenues to accommodate expenses. Where we have less revenues, we will have to do that exercise of tell us what's more important to you. We do the reduction after they present the budget to you. Remember, there are phases of budget preparation. The departments prepare the budget. It comes to us, we compile. We sit down with the city manager to see if it can accommodate what they have with our revenues. We do the cutting. We take it to the council, officially presented, the budget will be officially presented to the council. They will make some changes. By that time, it's a property of the council. Whatever comes out of there, it's their property. Then you have long-range financial plans. That's finance. We have enough money to fund. We have enough money to appropriate capital projects. We have enough money to appropriate for contingency. Last year, we didn't accomplish of having 5%. It's allowable up to 5% of your total expenses you can allocate for contingency. In case of emergency, instead of allocating 5%, we allocated 0.001%, which was 100,000. Hopefully in 2020, we'll do much, much better that we can appropriate enough in contingency for unforeseen expenses during the course of the fiscal year. Capital and the capital debt, that's council and staff. Council has to approve any borrowing. Then the staff will work on the orders from the council. Positions and staff levels, that council has to approve the request of various departments of their reduction or increase of every position in the department. performance measure, that's council and staff. They will see these are the goals that we set for you. At the end of the fiscal year, we need to go and say what are the measures. Why do you need more staff? Why do you need more money? Those are the measures of what you allocated to us. So those will be the measures of saying, how have you performed? Or departments have to show off, this is what we have done with the money that you gave us. So we are yet working on the performance measure, but hopefully we can accommodate in this fiscal year. Citizen input. We are using public funds. We need to have them participate. How do they participate? They can do that through survey. We send out surveys. Last year I think we did. And you measure on how many you sent out and how many have responded. Then you get into account their comments. Open house. Last year we had several open house. This year we're yet to say because of the time frame and how the managers program will be. Then we are required to advertise the budget. Let the public review. In the advertisement, you say it's there, it's on the website. You tell them where they can view it. The clerk will always have hard copy, they can say it. It's a requirement. Then you need to hold at least 3 public hearings. Public hearings is for whatever was missed during this time. That's their opportunity to come and give anything that they want. That they want to give an opinion, or they want to voice, they want to ask questions, because it's public money. So we have to have public hearings. After public hearings, of course, we have to publish it. 2020 budget time frame, or key dates that we need to take into account. Today, the 19th, we are doing budget retreat, and that's to get the goals and priorities. 12th of July, we are expecting the budget that the departments have already made. The budgets that will come from the council will be presented to the city manager on the 12th of July. Between 12th of July and 31st of July, the city manager and the finance will spend all their time to look each and every presentation of the departments. We'll look into revenues, we'll look into expenses, and we'll be cutting, we'll be meeting with the departments. On the 2nd of August, July 23, there will be first reading of my millage rate. That's it. The council will be saying, okay, here we can allow you to levy taxes up to this millage rate. As of now, it's at 11.579. We either stay with that, or if we want to levy more, there are more expenses, we have to increase that. We can't increase beyond 13.4 mils. That's what is allowable. If you have more expenses beyond that, you have either to cut or you have to find some other revenues. But you can't find revenues that will have no backup of our revenue, our taxes. Our major revenue, which we will say, is coming from taxes. 2nd of August, it's by charter, you have to submit the budget to the council 1 month, 2 months before the start of the fiscal year. So August 2nd, you have the whole September, end of September, the whole of September. October 1, it's a new fiscal year. So between August 1, August 2, and the 27th of August, there will be several public hearings. There will be several meetings that the council will be hearing from departments, presenting their case. This is my budget, $12 million, fire, $5 million from police, why do you need $5 million? They will be presented to the council. So we have millage rate adoption, we have first reading and public hearings. 10th of September, tentatively, we will be adopting the budget. We are leaving there some 2-3 weeks, just in case we don't make it on the 10th, we'll still have another week to adopt the budget. We'll need another week after adopting the budget to make sure that everything, advertisement, publication has been done before 30th of September, that the following day, October 1, will be official new fiscal year. So there's only one room here, 17, 18, wherever we don't adopt this one on the 10th of September. Priorities issues. Principal issue facing departments. What are the things that some of them will be hearing from them this afternoon? What are the things that they have more concern, or there are things that are so important to them? What are those issues for the departments? Then we have policy, economic, and legislative. Action to be taken to address these issues will be through the adoption of the budget. This component is to do with the human resources. Some of the changes, it's not all of them, but some of the things that are in our discussion, some of the things that we are considering or they are in a pipeline, it's the alignment of some functions and positions. Change of compensatory policy, which is going to, the Human Resources Director is going to speak a bit, but we are going to have the draft from our consultants that are looking into our compensation. Then we have revised original charts. There may be some changes that have been there from different departments as we hire. They may be there. I'll leave out the change on policy for fire incentives. So this one, just ignore that one. Revenues. As I said, most of our revenues are coming from taxes. Tax makes up the biggest chunk of revenues. Then we have user fees. User fees are in different ways: building permits, fingerprinting on police, fire inspections, a business license. But the biggest chunk of our revenues are coming from taxes. Review charges for services. Review A911, Fulton County. Some of those things, they are in pipeline that we may be getting into. E911, we are supposed to receive revenues. We don't receive revenues because we contract with the county. And according to the state requirements, you cannot get revenues if you are contracting with the county. If you pay out with another city, we will be getting revenues. So what we'll be discussing with you is, do we have means to have our own E911 so that we can be getting those revenues that we are losing? It's not just getting those revenues. How much will it cost us? Is it worth it to get into having our own 911 versus as of now, let's go on with the Fulton County or with another city until we are ready to do that. So those will be some of the things that the management, finance, and elected officials will be dealing down the line. Review, we contracted out business license. At the end of the fiscal year, we'll say, okay, how is it working? Do we need to continue this one? Do we have manpower to do in-house? Where are we benefiting? And the TSDT, finalize it, get into finishing it and see how to work for the betterment of the city. Expenses. How do we fund expenses? We fund expenses through the receipts that we get. Those services I've pointed out, and the biggest receipt we have is from taxes. The biggest receipt, second, is for the services that we provide out and we get receipts. We will need to review existing contracts, animal control, jackals, Charles Abbott. When I'm saying we review this, it doesn't mean that we are going to, but these are some of the major contracts that we have. Some of these ones are not even a year, so reviewing is an ongoing. It's not that I'm targeting a department to say we are going to end the contract with Jacobs or animal control, but these are the areas that we have to review, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, but remember, government is every year. So regardless of contract is 3 years, but you can make changes every year. Legal needs documentation contracts.
I'm sorry, really, I just want to say it's storming outside. I don't know if everybody's got their windows up. Okay.
Go ahead.
Capital budget. How do we fund capital budget? Now we have matching orders to say at least we have created URA. However, this is just a start of it. There will be a lot of things that have to happen. We have to come up with a plan. And now, as of this is now, that's our major source of funding our capital projects. And we'll be getting back to department heads, we'll be getting back to the elected officials to say, okay, here is how your capital can fit in the plan. It's not just 1 year, it's an ongoing. We'll have up to 5 years. Those 5 years, first year, they retire, we keep on going and replenishing them. So it's an ongoing, capital projects are ongoing, but after a minimum of 5 years. Our capital projects is said, this is capital projects if it has got a threshold of $5,000 and it can have lifespan of 1+ years. And this is for long-term capital projects, you can get them through long-term lease. You can lease some vehicles, you can lease machinery. Review 2019 capital, revise wherever it's necessary. We have capital projects that departments provided. Some are for 3 years, some are for 5 years. We'll keep on revising that. Departments will keep on revising. That have been funded in 2019. As we see 2020, they have upgraded their 2019 submission to see what's the need in 2020. In capital budget, we include cost, timeline, and operational impact. Additional cost savings from investments. Now we can't talk about investments because we do not have money. We are working in negatives. We have negative fund balance. And always differentiate the fund balance and the operating capital or cash flow. It's always different. So when we say we are in a red, it doesn't mean that we are blocked. It's not. But financially, fund balance, we need to have it positive. As of now, it's negative. And don't forget that we started the city 2 years ago in negative. We have made it, but still, where we started, we didn't have enough to fund all our expenses. We need to be working towards that. Whatever revenues we have, whatever 2020 we plan our capital budget or our operating budget, we should never forget to put aside money to wipe out our fund balance. Proposals for 2020 budget. Here are the proposals. We are proposing to have citywide salary increase for 3%. That's for every department across the board, 3%. Review and new compensatory time policy. As of now, our policy is that one can accumulate hours up to 120, and after 120, people are being paid 4,000, 7,000. We want to change that because it's draining. There are some departments that they need half time, they need overtime, but it's draining. So what we are going to suggest is to move from 120 to 240. And we are not going to give a lump sum money. You will only get above the 240 hours. You are not going to get that 240 like now you are getting 120. You will not. So you will accumulate up to 240 then thereafter, you'll be getting that. But you'll be getting that after you have used your what?
It's store time, 240 hours?
Yeah, for,
Yeah, so they have to use, good afternoon, everybody. So they have to use their comp time before they can use
before they
vacation
get
time or anything
into
like that. So the 7K exemption of FLSA allows public safety law enforcement to accrue up to 480 hours. The city has been quite generous, having capping it at 120 and then paying it out, and then start to accrue it again. So what's being discussed is increasing that to 240. Once they reach the 240 hours of accrual, then they get paid for any time and a half that they work. And they'll just have a bank of comp time.
So public safety will remain at that higher threshold then?
It'll be 240.
240.
So he's not taking it to 480, but that's discussions, nothing has been finalized. So we definitely can include Chief Broom and Chief Meadows because it's your departments that are primarily impacted by this.
there's no savings in this department. They need the money, but at the same time, they have been hit hard with the camp time. So there are times they think they have savings to increase salaries of new recruits, but when you look on the other side, the money has been spent on overtime. So that's what we are proposing. The view number fire and rescue, that one again we'll ignore that one. Then we come to submission of financial matters to council. You are receiving the handout. This handout is our suggestion. Think about it.
So it's just a blank form, and what we want to draw your attention to is what is in red. What has happened in the past is that some matters with financial implication has made its way to you for approval without getting through the finance. And we are trying to eliminate that from happening going forward. So what we wanted to do, this cover letter is what is usually submitted with items to the agenda, is that we wanted to ensure that any items with financial impact that we're including, and we can advise you, is this budgeted, are the funds still available? You know, it may have been budgeted but used, and we also want to say how much is unused, if not, is it new funds that are being asked for? So we thought this way, if we put it on the cover page, that you should see this information completed when matters come to you, and that way the problem of items of a financial nature coming to you without having first gone to finance would be eliminated. So we want to just bring your attention that we're asking that this form to be revised.
So any financial related matters, first we have to review, sit down with the department or whosoever to make sure that the information they are giving to council, they are presenting, the grant they are asking for, it has local match, we got the sources. We need to have that information other than having the information, seeing it when it's being presented at the council side. And the council again cannot just say, do this, let's talk about it, let's see if there's a way of meeting what you need, what you are proposing. Because anything you pass has got financial implications, impact. So before questions, actually here, I will ask Ms. Henderson to come back here.
Can we ask a question?
Sure, yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
Let's finish this after this one, then I'll have Ms. Henderson to talk about compensatory.
I have a few myself.
Yes, sir.
Are you suggesting that we have a 5% fund balance? I heard you say 5%, I didn't know what you were suggesting as a fund balance.
So our policy, our ordinance, dictates that we have at least 3 months, which is up to 16%. And our ordinance said at the beginning of the year after transition, we cannot start there, but we should start building it. So 5% would be a good start.
Maybe ask it another way.
Yes.
So you're saying 5% is a good way to start?
To start, yes.
Okay, good. So in preparing the budget, what I'm used to, are you taking the 5% off the top?
So 5% actually, it will be like, let's say $100,000. $100 million, 5% of the expenditure.
I understand that, that's no problem.
Yes, sir.
All I'm saying is, and I know at Fulton County it was 8.32%, we took off the top. And there might be a time during the budget process that someone would say, well, we need to go into the fund balance to do something. But that fund balance was taken off the top, put to the side, and we worked with what was left. Is that what you're proposing to do?
So what I'm proposing is to put at the top, because we are in the negative. And during the budget amendment, instead of adding expenses, whatever we have savings should be flowing to the fund balance.
So whatever you're saying, whatever is left?
No.
What's he saying?
So what he's saying is that you would start with a 5% fund balance.
I got that part.
And then as you go through the year, we've been spending much less. We're spending at 50% of our proposed expenditures. What he's saying is once you move to the budget amendment time in mid-year, which we've done traditionally, you take those savings and move it to the fund balance versus allotting it to new expenses.
So
y'all are saying the same thing. He's just giving you insight on the process. You start with 5%. So if we got $100 million, 5% goes directly to the fund balance.
Gotcha.
At mid-year, versus putting expenditures from savings, it goes to the fund balance.
I'm with you now. I'm with you now.
So we have fund balance, then we have contingency, which is different from fund balance.
Don't mess it up. I got it. All right. Now, the other thing is, what's the value of a meal now for our city?
Say it again?
What's the value of one meal?
A value of the one meal, it was 41,000, but it depends on the value now. I think the assessment will be completely different. So it depends, unless we get the digest. As soon as we get the digest, we'll...
So right now you're saying it's around 41,000 per
41,
meal?
yeah.
Okay.
So once we get the digest, we'll update you the time of the...
Well, I do agree with you that revenue from residential taxes, and that is something that we're going to have to work diligently every day to change. And we can only do that with the help of Mr. Pike and others as we look at some commercial energy to come to our city to offset that practice. The other thing is, you mentioned another one. Yeah, okay. Grant funding. What? Grant. Oh yeah, grant. Yes. All right, she's right. Well, I'm just talking about it. Okay. You did. I was glad you hit on animal control because, Mr. Manager, that's something we're gonna have to make a decision on whether we want College Park. I know they do a different model. Palmetto does a different model. It can eat us up. I mean, we're paying $1 million in animal control, and my thing is that I have a problem with the process. All right, so we really need to put that. He mentioned later on in this thing, but it's really a priority item. Now, let's talk about this business license thing.
Yes, sir.
I know Helen's had this, and I've had it. Too many people coming to me telling me they haven't gotten their business license. Not even, and that goes for liquor license too. Not even temporary. I've gone in places where people say, I haven't got my, I'm holding on, or someone's coming to verify they have it, and they paid their funds, but they don't have the license, and they don't have a temporary. I mean, I've been hearing a lot of that as I go around.
So during the budget, I will sit down with the city manager, we'll sit down with the department and review that. Will hopefully give you some insight of what you are saying and how we can maybe make some changes.
And we need to do that. I think I called one into the city attorney, city manager one day that didn't have a business license, that they had paid their deal.
Their money, yeah.
I don't like come eating in places where they ain't got their business license, but they paid their bill. So, two more things I'll give turn over to you. I do agree with you about, and human resources, about these hours. See, long time ago, we had what is called a bust-out check. I don't know if y'all remember. You remember bust-out checks. But that's when these people would accumulate all this money, and then when time for them to leave, they got this big check. All right? And so what we did on Fulton County, that we, through the process of having comp time, I'm just talking. I know some people are pointing out what Bill finna do, but in terms of comp time, that's a lot of money, man. When you look at them bust out checks, and we at Fulton County eliminated that and put in comp time. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying that it's a considerable amount of money when you look at it. Lastly, I'm gonna say this. I find it interesting that this sheet has to be given to us because I can't understand why anybody would have a financial implication and you don't know about it. I'm trying to figure it out in my mind.
It has happened that several things, they end up on the agenda, but they never went through the finance.
Well,
And,
let me tell you why I don't, isn't that a part, Mr. Manager, of our legislative process?
Yes, it is.
It fits.
Yeah, so that's why I'm confused. Obviously, there's a breakdown in the legislative process, a breakdown somewhere, but whatever it is, I think we just need to fix it and make sure that we're getting all the information as we come through the legislative process. That's all that I have.
any question, comment before I ask the?
You got some more questions?
Oh.
I have so you.
I'm finished.
Okay. The open house, so are we not doing that this year for the public? You know how we had the budget hearing, open house?
Remember, we started our budget late, and the city manager, I think he communicated to say he doesn't know how it will be. So it may be accommodated, we may not have, we may just have to use one of those ones, which is the survey, may be the easiest way.
Okay.
But we will try as best as we can, but still they have good public hearings.
Okay, on page 8, you have finalized TABT. Is that tax? What is that? TABT?
That's tax. Motor vehicle.
Huh?
Motor vehicle.
Motor vehicle tax.
What?
DMV.
Tax ad valorem vehicle tax.
So can y'all spell stuff out?
What's the acronym?
Because I don't see how I would have ever got to that. What you said is tax ad valorem tax?
Ad valorem tax, and that's with the vehicle tax that we still are working with Fulton County and the company some agreement. So what is happening right now, Fulton County sent us a month, and I'm not even sure how it's determined. But when I look at it in comparison to what other cities receive for their for the vehicle taxes, for a city our size, this year alone, last year we collected like $276,000. City of East Point, which is one-third our size, collected $350,000. So, in my opinion, we're clearly not getting all the funds for us. I think it's one area, especially if we're going to try to build on our financial sustainability, that we try.
Very capable, that's someone who is teaching and writing grants. So we have both positions. So, and we discussed in details about block grants, different types of grants. So,
so there is, okay, so I know there's a difference between an administrator who administers grants and make sure we're fine with compliance, but then the grant writer. And then there's other people in the city that has been writing grants on behalf of our region. Some of them are tucked in public safety. Are we going to leverage?
So those ones will be still, the grant writer's job is to coordinate. Those ones who have got ability to write the departments, they will continue working with the grant writer, helping them. And the grant writer is to make sure that we compile all the required reports. To get a grant is so easy. But there are a lot of things that are needed during the lifetime of the grant. You have to file reports. You have, some are reversible to make sure we don't miss anything. And let me say this, once you have received the grant, receiving grant is not important. Once you get the grant, give details to finance so we can put into the budget. Before you adopting the budget, to amend the budget, that you have revenue and stipulate how you are going to spend the budget, the expenses, the grant is nothing. So I think recently we have got some grants received, whether from public safety or community development. Let's have all those details so we can include in the budget and we can start utilizing the funds that we have.
So do we have a handle on, I know we adopted legislation that we're supposed to be getting 10% of every citation, not 10%, $10 off of every citation that's written, or paid monetary value-wise. Do we have anybody auditing those accounts?
So it's always audited, always. What is audited is I have two sources of revenues. People how they have to verify. Yesterday I was with Major Rogers, who is the one that actually started that. She has the inside of it. And she was saying we have this time our tickets are much, much lower. So we will not have more funds. So it's just a matter of seeing how many tickets have been written. That's on the public safety side. Then we go into the revenue of courts, see how much they have received on citations, and what's the 10% of that. So last time we are working with the administrator just to find out is how are we going to account that. So whenever police wants it, they will know that we will take money and give it to police. So it's how many citations and how many $10 in those citations. So easy.
Okay, the last thing I want to talk to you about is the anti-blight tax that we have not collected on since, and the legislation was enacted in 2018. And so have you called or reached out to Mr. Ferdinand to find out how he can, because we have, from according to the conversation I've had with Code Enforcement Division, we have over 200 plus, well, we inherited over 200 from Fulton County, but they've added to that blight list. And so all of those blighted properties, we're supposed to be collecting an additional 7% on, which would give us an additional revenue stream. And we have not got any of that. So between, I'm just trying to figure out how we can get that, and can we go back and retroactively claim any tax that was not collected?
So I set up an appointment to go and sit down with the tax commissioner's office to see if it's doable, because we will not be the first. Is it doable to go back? We've gone back, how many more years can we go? It's a maximum of 3 years. Last night I got the listing from Ms. Reed of the blighted areas. That list will pass it to the tax commissioners. They are billing to include that.
So how many properties is on that list?
I didn't count, but it's a good listing.
So can somebody give me that?
Do you know?
Okay, so my thing is, we got to figure out a way, as we policymakers do our job and we legislate policy, we got to figure out how to get those policies instituted, because that's revenue stream. I'm not saying it's a lot, but it's a revenue stream that we could have had. And so, is it possible that we get that resolved before this budget process is over? Because that's an easy calculation.
Yes.
If we know how many blighted properties we are, we can look at how much property tax was collected on those properties, and then it's an easy calculation of whatever the percentage over that amount is. And then we can project that into our budget.
Okay. Ms. Gilliard?
I have a couple of questions as it related to a few things that you brought up. One, when you went over the contracts, I would like to see an evaluation of the contracts that we currently have, whether or not they have met the scope of work and beyond or whatever. I think that's very important, especially since I heard that, we'll be renewing the contract. So I think that that's really, really important. And there's probably a lot in the contract that we could use for that evaluation. So that's one thing. The second thing is that, as last year, I'm hoping that we will have an opportunity to hear from the departments regarding their budgets, like they presented to.
Related to public safety and other areas, but there was never a freeze on essential staff anyway.
Just controlling, it was we can say officially soon after budget amendment, there has never been anything restriction of, because we are appropriated some money is here and there.
So can I just ask Mr. Manager, is there a staffing, do you have a plan for our business license department or our grant funding department? Like, do you have a plan to fix what we missed?
So the grant funding portion falls under the treasurer, and so I would defer to him on that. When it comes to the business licensing portion, you'll actually be hearing from our economic development administrator on it. But our plan is we had, well, I don't like to mention vendors, but we had a vendor to coordinate the service. Great for the first year, but it's not what we need. So we believe that should be brought in-house, but it also has some financial function that our lay staff is not probably equipped without the right management. So we will likely be proposing that that be placed under finance as well.
And so my last question, can we go back to the calendar that you had up in the beginning?
Did you read it? That's fine. Can you have a seat to the whole council?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
That's what I was saying, because I knew the speech.
Okay, so I just want to talk through this calendar because July and August are coming up. So all of these dates for the millage rate adoption and the hearing on the budget, these are also our council meeting dates.
Everything is here. Everything that is here, other than this, all these ones are council related. Everything from here is
So just, and I'll tell you where I'm going, so it's no mystery. I'm just trying to figure out how many times we're going to have to meet in July and August. Because are these going to be a part of the council meeting? Will they be like before the
There is
council
a
meeting?
calendar that we sent, we proposed calendar for these events to take place.
Okay.
So some of those ones, you remember last year we had to meet twice because we were late. We had to meet in the morning in order to have 2 public hearings in one day. So here we have not accommodated that, we have split it out. But you can reduce the public hearings, having 2 public hearings in one day. One 10 o'clock, one 6 o'clock. There should be a difference of 5 hours, I think, in between.
I'm assuming that, for example, on the 27th, our work session starts at 5 o'clock. So our millage rate adoption and our first reading on the public budget might be at 3 o'clock. All right.
3 o'clock, you may have that one at 6 o'clock.
So yeah, I want us to be thinking through that, because in addition to this, you're also saying that we're going to have presentations by staff. Those are not listed.
Councilman Khalid, the detailed calendar that we circulated, and I would resend it if anyone is missing, we highlighted which work session and which regular meeting we propose to have these sessions in. If we follow that and we stick to all of those dates, we won't need any special call meetings.
So
So we highlighted the important dates here, but these dates are tentative because we have not yet gotten from Fulton County tax assessment. And so there's state guidelines regarding advertising and public hearing. These dates may all change depending on when Fulton County submits that information to us. But in our conversation with them, they indicated to us that we may have that by early or mid-July.
But I want to be clear that this list of dates and the list of dates we have seen does not contemplate
special call meeting.
The additional budget presentation by departments. So that's like another 2 days of meeting.
No, they're included in the work session.
They're included
in the
this.
detailed calendar. If you would see, it says department director's presentation, and it says regular meeting, and it says work session. So we accounted for those over 2 meetings, not
Right.
special call meetings.
And then my last question, and this is partially for the attorney. The other thing that is not contemplated, because we have this URA that we've done, we'll have to have meetings for that as well to settle on the project list and settle on the redevelopment plan. So all of those are probably going to be happening sometime before October, I would assume, because or am I wrong with that? Do we need to have those meetings before October 1? Is that a part of the budget? And since our council is basically the URA, can they happen in the same meeting? Can we gavel out one and gavel in the other?
Well, the aim, I mean, we don't have a large window, but the aim is to work with administration to bring you back a plan by July 9th. Now, the plan is established by you as a council and not you as a URA. So if we can get that back to you by, if we can get that back to you by the 9th, we'll shoot for that. If not, then it may push back.
Because I want to be clear to everyone, because I'm part-time. And in previous budget years, we kind of had like last minute, oh, we got to add this meeting, we got to add this meeting. So what I'm requesting is that by July 9th, whatever meetings that we need to have between July and October, that we have all of those laid out so we can govern the rest of our lives outside of council accordingly.
That makes sense, and you won't meet frequently on the URA. It's not a routine thing. It's mainly once we're ready to do the financing, we just need the approval.
All right, let me have one more comment from Ms. Rao, and we'll get the next speaker up.
One is a question. You talked about the grant and the CDBG, which I just think is an excellent source of funding for our public facilities. And unlike some of the other cities we mentioned, they're giving the money that passes to the county. I want to find out where our status is in getting our entitlement study so that it comes directly to us. And I know this is something I've been pretty much waiting since day one. Can somebody kind of report on that, or at least give us a status? Because especially with all this conversation about all these capital improvements we make.
You should be talking to the city manager on it.
Did you hear Mr. Manager?
I want to understand where we are on the getting entitlement status for the CDBG fund.
Yeah, so I mean, we can speak to that. So initially, we were told that we had to partner with Fulton County. After further review, that's not the direction that we're able to take. And so we're actually going through the process on our own. I think you know we were invited to participate at Great Wolf Lodge with DCA earlier in the year, and so they've been providing us technical assistance. And so we're in the process of finishing that application. Where are we at right now, Director Reed?
We're waiting for the application to open for the next time.
For the next, so we received our technical assistance, and when it opens for new cities to apply, we'll be prepared to do so.
What is the anticipated timeline for that? And in the interim, where do we vote in terms of our conversation with the county? Because they're still getting money on our behalf.
So there are so that's a two-part question. The first piece is at the end of our fiscal year, the beginning of the, DCA is on the state calendar, July 1st through June 30th. We go through September 30th. And so we will apply, I think it comes out at the very end of our fiscal,
April 2020.
Oh, April 2020, got it. So the middle of our next fiscal year toward the end of theirs. But currently, we work with Fulton County on a project-by-project basis. So there's one, and I don't remember which council member it was, where we sent you guys a notice of where we have partnered with their CDBG department through transportation on a project. So we are still working with them, just like the other cities. We just don't have our own allocation based on when we were incorporated. But we qualified, we've gone through we're still receiving technical assistance, but we met our technical assistance qualification, and we'll be able to apply when it opens.
Okay, who's your next speaker? And join us as the next speaker comes up.
The next one I want to meet, Miss Henderson, just 2 minutes. Then we'll have our discuss.
We have one comment with the next speaker on.
So I'm confused because before the last grant, the young lady that left, I sat down and spoke with her, and she told me she submitted an application for us to get our entitlement, and we were supposed to have it like in September.
That's not accurate.
And then the second, why is it in code enforcement? Why is code enforcement applying for it? I'm not understanding.
What do you mean?
Because you just asked Ms. Reed.
She does more than code enforcement, community development and regulatory.
So why is it over there instead of under? Is it supposed to be under? I'm asking, is it supposed to be under finance?
No, community development. It's the community development block grant. She's community development.
So she's going to be handling, applying for all community block, even though some of it can be used for park and rec, some of it can be used for various functions.
Absolutely, that's the same as it is.
So that's a question. I'm just asking.
I'm saying yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Similar. We're following the model of other successful cities.
Okay, Come on.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Really quick, I just want to take the time to thank you, Mayor and Council, for investing in the class and comp plan. The consultant is finalizing the draft and will present to you on the next council meeting. Okay, thank you.
I like you. Who's next?
So I want to take the honor of thanking and appreciating for accepting our call, the city manager from Ackworth. And when I discussed with him, he said, I'm going to bring with me my councilman that has been with me, has seen where we were and where we are and where we want to go. So there here, the next presentation will be the sharing of what is happening in the city of Ackworth.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Let me first say thanks for inviting me. Hopefully I can help you out in some way. Council member, I had to chuckle at your comment when you were trying to figure out how many meetings and you have a personal life. This is a part-time job. Didn't they tell you that when you ran?
That's what they told me.
It's a part-time job, and that's where you know, it's not. I want to congratulate you folks because I've been a city manager now for about 30 years, and yeah, I was a lot thinner and had hair. But the one thing I've never had the opportunity to do was start a city. And I think, you know, what you folks are doing is amazing, brave, groundbreaking, and it's, you know, so congratulate yourself. I know sometimes it gets frustrating, and government, you know, you were all private citizens 2 years ago and didn't know what you were getting into, and you're finding out government is a different animal. So, and that's one reason I brought Alderman Houston with me. I've been in Ackworth now for 22 and a half years. You know, the life expectancy of us managers in the city is about 5-6 years for some reason. But I've been able to survive. When I first got to Ackworth, we were doing a road project, and Tim, I'll call him Tim, was just a citizen and a young man, and he came up to me and he's like, when is the city ever going to get over here and start working on these projects? The city never gets anything done. And I said, I promise you we're going to get projects done. And Tim started getting involved. Next thing I know, he served. We were on the DDA first. He was on our Downtown Development Authority, and he then ran for council, got on council, and so I think he will be able to help maybe answer some questions in terms of what is it like to start. You know, now Ackworth has been a city for 100 years, 150 years, I guess. But we were a small railroad town in Northcott County, and when I got there, we were about 6,000 population. Today, we're about 25,000 population, so we've seen tremendous growth. When I got there, we didn't have anything downtown. Our downtown was abandoned. You know, we used to say you could roll a bowling ball down Main Street and wouldn't hit anybody. Town Center Mall had just opened in the 80s and just sucked everything, you know, out of Ackworth. So, you know, so the last 22 years has been an adventure, and my council, I'm so lucky. Tim, you've been on council now 15 years. The average life expectancy of my council is about 12 years. The mayor's been mayor for 18 years. One council member hired me 22 years ago. Another council member's been on for another 18 years. My shortest term council member, Brett, is what, 6 years now? He's up for election, so it was 6 years. And the only reason that we had a changeover is because one council member ran for county commission. So we've had a lot of stability. And that is so important to your staff in terms of my council helped set some goals and then backed away and let staff accomplish those goals.
I mean, you got good staff.
If you've got good staff, that's where it goes. The thing to remember when you're trying to build a culture, life and what you're doing, it's not a location, it's a journey. You're never going to get to the end of it. You're always going to be moving on. There we go. The other thing that I want to talk to you about is perception. Perception is a thought, belief, or opinion often held by many and based on appearances. What do you see here? What do you see in this picture?
It's two things. It could be two people in front of each other.
I see
One of the Game of Thrones.
table or chess.
Okay, what do you see over here?
A guy playing a saxophone.
Lady's face.
How many see the lady's face?
I see a lady's face.
How many see the saxophone? You see them both?
No, I don't see no lady's face. I see
You don't see the lady's face? Lady's face is what, 2 eyes?
Oh,
I say that because my question is, how many times do you waste disagreeing about something rather than trying to understand the other person's point of view? Both of you can be right. Remember that because that's a huge issue with council. Both of you can be right. What is the perception? We talked about perception. What is the perception in the South Fulton County of this group? Are you working collectively to build a vision?
Nope.
Let's not respond.
He asked the question.
I don't think he's asking that question like that, but go right ahead.
He asked.
And we've given him an answer.
Right.
Culture is a purpose driven by belief and behavior. Does this group of people have a clear understanding of what your vision is? You're asking them to provide services. Do they have a clear understanding of what your collective vision is? That's your role. How do you communicate to your staff? Do they clearly understand your vision? Do they have an opportunity to help shape that vision? In Ackworth, we are driven by our beliefs and our behavior. Our culture determines how we work together as a team, and that's what we call it, a team.
I'm sorry, can you just tell me about this guy in the suit right here?
This was at our Christmas party. That's actually one of our higher-ranking police officers. But you can see, we like to have fun. We like to have fun. Who's responsible for culture? If I was to ask you to write down, describe the culture in your community in one word, what would you say? And I can see heads doing this here. And my question would be, why is that? What do you expect your staff to do if the culture is not good? So why is culture important? Leadership, this is our council, leadership is responsible for building the culture.
You don't have any women?
Now we do not have any women.
That's a good question.
Continue.
Well, the majority of my department heads are women.
Okay.
Okay? And I just hired a public works director who's a woman.
Oh, good for you.
Okay? So do I get points back?
Yeah, you get it.
Remember, that's my appointment, council's elected. I don't have any say in that.
Is that
Leadership influences the culture. It shapes, protects, and sustains. There are two types of culture. There's good culture, and there's bad culture. And the question is, what are you building here in South Fulton? You know, there's a study out that good culture, your turnover is only about 14%. With bad culture, your turnover can be around 50%. You know what cost that is to you as a city if you have high turnover? You're never getting anything done. You're constantly training new people. Good culture creates economic development. It builds trust and partnership. It creates follow-through on a vision. It delivers great services and team engagement. Good culture inspires economic development and builds partnership. These are all new projects that are going on in Ackworth today. Good culture generates consumer impact. Again, another new project that we've got going in downtown. Good culture follows through on a vision. The council set for me a vision, some say for me, for our team, a vision about 10 years of business around here. It limits your vision because you're not concentrating on the right things. It reduces productivity and disengages your. The reason for that is we realize they're the ones that are out there touching everything. Parks and Rec, you got all these programs, they've got all the employees, they're out there touching it. Under this transformation, I don't officially know this, but there's the Main Street City program that's out there. We've been a Main Street City for the last 15 years. But last week, DCA was in town, and we are about to be named officially a gem downtown. And there's only like 10 of them in the state because of what we've done in our downtown. And when we first moved our DDA under Parks and Rec, DCA and the downtown development folks from the state gave us a D. They said, you shouldn't be doing that, it should be separate. When they saw how efficient it was, because now all of a sudden our downtown development director was not on an island by herself trying to get resources, that she had all the resources she needed with the they realized it's great. Our people are more important than our projects. We've got a special needs field for kids. This is where we've got a program. This is Miss Deanne Bonner, who's the president of the Cobb NAACP. But we've got a program. This is where we took kids from North Cobb High School to Selma, Alabama. And we built a partnership with Selma, Alabama to work with kids to understand what's going on. Again, we celebrate our successes. We do it with almost everything we can do. We have a culture that is purpose-driven to be extraordinary. Our police, team building, or building a culture with a philosophy, not a policy. We want our police to be engaged in the community. Partnership. You will not succeed without partnerships. You are not going to be able to do it alone. You've got to find every partner you can find. And this just shows you a lot of the partners that we work with. We've been on this vision, on this journey for over 20 years, selling ourselves every day. I remember about 18, 19 years ago, we held a big event down at the park, and we were telling everyone about how great we were in the economic development, and we were, to be honest with you, weren't really telling the truth, but we were starting to sell ourselves. We wanted people to change their perception of Acworth. Every day is a new chance for you to tell your story. This is now the story that we show. Oops, hold on, my video didn't pop up. Oh, supposed to be a video in there. No, didn't come up. My question to you is this. Why would someone want to live in the city of South Fulton? What is the first thing you hear of or that you think of when you hear the city of South Fulton? What are the schools like in South Fulton? Now, you guys don't run the schools, do you?
No.
When I first became a city manager, I had the same thing. It's like, that's a school board, I had nothing to do with it. Do you know what the number one reason that people choose to live where they live?
The schools.
The schools. If you're not in the schools, if you're not partnering with the schools, then why you're not selling your school system? That's what you've got to be doing. Do employees and residents feel that they can make a change? Is the city of South Fulton, you are now a city. Are you a community? You made that first step. That's the easy one. Acworth was a city for a long time. We weren't a community. What steps are you going to take to become a community? What makes you special? Are people leaving or coming to South Fulton? Are you celebrating your successes? Do you have a clear plan? Creating and sustaining a good culture is a journey, and your journey has just begun. It's not easy. It's not easy. But it's the reason that you are here. And that's what you've got to remember. That's your purpose. Tim, I'm going to ask you to kind of come up and talk about time and I understand Tim is a preacher, but he has promised he will not do the collection plate after, because he has done that.
Just let me say thank you all for having us down and giving the opportunity to speak. I'd like to know who's on the council.
You're talking to the council.
Okay. I mean, some more people.
You see how many women?
It's not that we don't want women. I mean, they have to run.
No, wait. We did have a woman mayor at one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was mayor right before time. So we actually had a few, so we're pretty good. But talking to the council, I just want to, my hat's off to you. I'm just telling you, government is tough. When I say government is tough, I mean it's tough. It takes a long time, very long time, to get something done with government. So if you think you're going to be able to write a vision and make it happen in a couple of years, we just opened up a new community center. It's got a gym, a special event hall, and everything. Been working on that for 25 years.
Oh my God.
I've been trying to, yeah. Not that all y'all stuff's gonna take that long. I'm just trying to let you know that it don't take time to get things done. But to be an effective council, you have to learn to build consensus. And to build consensus is that don't mean you're all gonna agree on everything. You're gonna disagree. But if I could leave you with some advice, to me, disagree behind closed doors. Don't disagree in public. Because once you disagree in public, what you do then is make people choose sides. And you don't want people choosing sides. And I'm not saying you got to all agree, and you ain't going to all agree. You're going to disagree on a lot of things, but let that disagreement be behind closed doors, and then once the final decision is made, when you come out, everybody's on the same page. Whether I got what I wanted or not. The majority of the council agreed this is the way we're going to go, so I'm going to jump on board and support that. Because that's what's going to make the council work. And people see you working together. They don't never see you disagreeing. They get encouraged. And people say, man, we got a good council. And when he talked about perception, that's very important. Because perception is that person's reality. Whether that's the way it is or not, that's the way I see it. So that's the way I believe it to be. So you have to be very careful in the image that we put out into the community. But when Brian first came to Ackworth, like you said, I was the loudmouth in the community. I was one that was complaining about everything. And y'all probably gonna have some of those in y'all communities. And what happened was, instead of convincing myself instead of complaining, do something about it. So I ended up running for council, getting on the council. And once I got on the council, it was totally different than what I thought it was. And I was in for a rude awakening. It wasn't the fact that they wasn't doing the things that we asked them to do. It's just the process in which it takes to do it. Sometimes you just can't go and say, come over here and cut all this right away. You know, you just can't do that. You don't have the staff to do it. But to me, I'm paying my taxes. When I want my right away cut, you should come and cut it. Not understanding that they have a system. You know, they rotate. And they'll eventually get to it because of lack of staff. And these are things we have to understand as a council. It ain't going to happen overnight. And as a citizen, once I got inside and seeing how tough it was to get something done, it totally changed my perception of being an elected official. Then I learned to be patient. I learned to pick my battles, and that's what you have to learn to do. Pick your battles. If you got on council just so you can have your way, my advice to you is get off. It ain't going to work then. You have to have a passion to serve the community and a passion to do something, but you got to have the patience to wait on it. And you have to learn to work together. So I understand y'all have districts, right? That's very difficult. It's easy at election time, but it's very difficult when it comes to making decisions. In Ackworth, we don't have a district. All our offices at large. So it's very difficult at election time, but it's easy when you talk about coming together. Because if your district don't like what you do, or whether the county, the city is doing well at all, they can just vote you out, even though you got good ideas. But where we're at, it takes the whole city to vote us out. And that's difficult. But it can be rewarding. And to work together to me is most important. I know I had my own agenda when I came on board, and I got a lot of things done that I wanted to get done. But it took working together to get it done. And a lot of times I got selfish, but I never voiced my opinion to the public. Like I said, once you do that, you begin to cause division. And another thing I'm going to touch on before we go, we're talking about getting the right people for the right position. You got to have good staff. And in Ackworth, we got great staff. And it takes a while to get there. You got to find the right people for the right places in your city. You may not get there overnight. But department heads is very important because, and it starts at the top. Whatever it is at the top, that's what it's going to be at the And that's very important. So if you got good leadership, you're gonna have good falls, no matter who it is. So being a good leader is not having your way. You never heard the phrase lead from behind? A leader's not always out in front. Most of the time he's behind. And a lot of times you're gonna get credit. And that's okay. It's okay not to get credit. Only thing you wanna see is it come to fruition. And our city, I mean, I'm not bragging, but our city is doing very well. We hadn't had a tax increase in, what, 10 years? We hadn't had to raise millage. And we've offset our tax base, but it used to be mostly residential, so we come up and we try to find that balance where you have residential and commercial to kind of mix to make sure you don't put the burdens on the residents. And all those kind of things are important, but it takes time to do those things. And y'all got a great opportunity. I mean, y'all got a great opportunity. You just started out, well, not just started, I think it's like your third year? Second. I think I met you in Savannah the very first year, at the GMA. So y'all going to GMA?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably see y'all down there.
You going?
Yes. I will see y'all down there. But I just want to encourage y'all, encourage you to let your staff do their job. It's very important.
Amen.
It's very important. A lot of times you may not agree with them, agree with the way they're doing it, but you hire them because they're supposed to be the best in the field that they're in.
Exactly.
So they know more about it than I do. He know more about being a city manager than I do. Now we don't always agree. Most times we disagree all the time. But the point is, he bought into our community. When Brian came, he came from Michigan. But when he came from Michigan, he came in, he bought into our community. He made it his home. He ended up adopting a child. I mean, it's his community now. So that means a lot. And as a department head or as an employee, you have to buy into your community. It's got to be yours.
He lives there, right?
Yeah, he lives there.
Right.
Yeah. But it'd be hard for him to commute from Michigan.
But he lives in Ackworth.
Yeah, he lives in Ackworth. He lives in Ackworth. But he made that his choice. We didn't make him do that. That was his choice. So once he got there and bought into the community, so our vision became his vision. And as a council, what we do is we give the vision, and it's his job to implement it. You know, and it's our job to kind of help him where we can. But if he got a problem, we have to be there to help him along with his problem. But we ought to let him do his job. We let him do his job. He let his department heads do their job, and it all works out better for everybody else. It's very easy for me. I like getting credit for something I didn't do. And everybody says, y'all got a great council in Ackworth. It's not about the council. We just got great people working in Ackworth. So, and we let them know that all the time. We let them know that all the time. So,
yeah, we can ask questions.
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question for you and also the alderman and the city manager. For you, how much do you all allow your state legislators to get involved in your operations or in your process?
How much we let them? None at all, probably.
Okay. So they don't show up at your state of the cities and nothing like that and try to take.
Yeah, they come to our state. We have a very good relationship with ours. Okay. We believe in partnership.
But do they intervene a lot? Do they
No.
intervene and, okay.
Not unless we call them, not unless we ask them. In fact, sometimes we have to chase them down.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But when we need them, we can pick up the phone and call. And
But they come
very
when you
responsive.
call. They come
Yeah.
only when you call.
Absolutely.
Okay. The city manager, that's impressive, 22 years, because that's not typically the lifespan of a city manager. So what would you say made obviously your council trusts you. I know you all don't always agree, but obviously you all have a lot of trust in your city manager. And so what would you say made his expectancy last so long, 22 years? And also you mentioned staff. So obviously you trust your staff because you don't have to get involved in operations as policymakers. I think that's important too, for us to not feel like we have to get involved in operations. We have to trust not only our city manager, but also our staff.
Well, I won't get involved in operations. I'll go to him.
So that means there's a lot of trust going on at work. So my question to you is, what do you think, and both of you all, made his his expectancy so long, that's a long time.
Let me ask you this. You said you're all, how many of you knew each other before you ran?
Some of them.
Some of them. So most of you don't know each other.
Yes.
Okay? Now, you're going to GMA this week, right? Do you all go separately?
Yes.
Do you have dinner together?
No. Sometimes, if somebody invites us to the.
We have dinner, we're gonna be at the Shrimp Factory on Friday night with a group of 18. We're gonna be at the Pink House on Saturday as a group, and then Sunday we'll be at the Chart House. We spend time together outside where we're getting to know each other. I trust this man implicitly. I know where his heart is. I believe he knows where my heart is. And that's how it is with council. We know each other. They all came from different places just like you did. But they know each other as people. They know each other as people. And that's why they can disagree. And then afterwards, they don't do this, but they could go out and have a beer. And they don't do that, but
we do great too.
But I think I have been blessed. I mean, I have been blessed with a council that's just unbelievable. That the mayor has above his door a little sign that says it's not about me. And
we all believe that. It's really not about that. It's about.
So do you initiate a lot of do you coordinate a lot of the activities outside of?
Yeah, I mean, my office, I mean, it was, hey, we're going to Savannah, let's, Friday night, what do we want to do? Normally, I mean, a lot of times, say, we have a vendor that will take us out. We didn't have a vendor this year because we were switching our health insurance vendor. So Friday night we're out. Saturday night it's our city attorney taking us out. Hear that, city attorney?
She's like, no.
She's taking us out.
Okay. And then, sorry about that.
We'll be at the Chart House on Friday.
Yeah. You'll be there Friday?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's why we couldn't get in Friday.
Probably right.
But then, so I mean, we play a crazy, you'll see us, I don't know what hotel you're all at. We're going to be at the,
we're all over
the place. Most of us are together, but we play a crazy card game that we'll sit there, and it's spouses and council members. We have a group of about 10, 12 people playing a card game for 3-4 hours.
What kind of card?
That's right.
What y'all playing?
It's called 313.
I never heard of that.
This is a big whist and spades group, but.
I like peanut.
But I mean, it's
barbecue.
It's generally they know each other, and so when they disagree, but that communicate it's not official city business, but you know where they're coming from. Tim has different interests than some of the other council members, but everyone knows where everyone's heart is, and that's where I've been very lucky, is that everyone understands, but then everyone understands their role. We also have another rule. Council members, if they want to email a department head, they have to copy the city manager, and they have to copy every other council member. That way, everybody knows what's being said.
We may not do that.
It's called transparency. But he didn't tell you the real reason why we keep it. He give us a balanced budget every year in surplus. So that's
That's a good question. Where is y'all CFO? How's that structured?
Is the what now?
The CFO and the city manager, what is that relationship like? Like, how's that structured in your organization?
We are actually in transition right now. Our treasurer is getting ready to retire.
So how's that structured though? Is the treasurer under?
She's under him. He runs the city. He runs the city totally.
So the treasurer, everything is under you?
Yes. Then he got his department head. You have the treasurer, you have the chief of the police, Parks and Rec director, you have Power and Public Works director. All those is under him. He actually runs the city. I mean, he's the city manager.
That's the city treasurer.
CFO.
We don't have a CFO.
We don't have a CFO. We have a treasurer.
We have a treasurer.
Yeah. Same job.
I just,
I mean, one person.
excuse me a minute, because you have a question.
Yeah,
I wanna
I
get
do. So, you just said that you have a lot of transparency with the council, if they want to talk to department heads, that they have to go to the city manager's office, right?
A lot of it depends on the subject.
But just let me ask, just let me finish my thought. So what happens if there are city council people who routinely go to department heads and don't deal with that structure? Do you have anything that happens like that?
If you mean they go to them trying to influence the operations?
Exactly.
No, we don't have that.
We have, I'm not going to say we haven't. I mean, we've had that. I mean, I'm not going to say it's never happened.
That's not true. I didn't know that.
Go ahead, sit down.
And again, you know, a lot of times it's, hey, Mrs. Jones called me and the trash didn't get picked up, blah, blah, blah. You don't need to run that to me. You know, things like that, they can email the department head. I still want to see the email, just so I know that communication's happening. So I still want to see that, and I want them to still email the rest of council. So council knows that Mrs. Jones didn't get her trash picked up, but they see that communication. Or if they have a question, you know, I want them to ask, you know, Brian, on the agenda next week is blah, blah, blah. I want them to ask the question, but share it with council. So everybody knows the question, and then when I give the answer, everybody has the same answer.
That's being transparent.
You know, that's transparency to me. Now again, once in a while, you know, it'll happen where someone will go to a department head, but that's where the department heads are always, I hate to use the word trained, it's not trained, but you know, we talk about if that happens, to say, okay, I understand your concern, let me get with Brian and let's see what we can do. So the department heads aren't going to give that council member an immediate answer. They're going to say, well, let me look at it, let me get with Brian, and that's kind of the signal that you kind of stepped over the line a little bit, but let me see, and then I'll be the one that calls the council member back and says, hey, I understand you went and talked to the chief and had a concern about so-and-so, here's what's going on.
But what the word he had up there was culture. See, it takes a while to build that.
Right.
It just don't happen. You have to start setting those boundaries now. So it'll start to happen. It's not going to happen.
Thank you.
Mr. Khalid and Ms. Jackson.
The city of Ackworth is like 8 square miles, is that correct?
Yeah, 7.
Is there like the north side, south side, east side, west side,
We
the
got
train tracks?
Lake side and the park side. Where we used to have the other side of the tracks. But we just, the picture you see, he showed you where the pedestrian crosswalks on the railroad track. That was the divide. But now on one side of the track we have the lake, the beaches, and on the other side we just created the park. So we used to have the lake side and the park side.
I got you. Was there? I'm just going to ask a pointed question.
Go ahead.
Was there a traditional African American community?
Yes.
Was it underinvested in, and like what have you done to bring equality of economic development?
That's how we first met.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's when he showed you what the high rise where the park is at. That's in the community. That was considered the other side of the track. But now the park, the new community center, it's on the side where it's considered the other side of the track. The new high rise is on the other side where it used to be.
Those little restaurants that are going in?
Is what they consider the other side. And that was the black community. We used to call it the block.
Is it still black? Is it gentrified? Like,
it's mixed. It's not totally black like it. You got black, white, Hispanic,
and I guess how, because our city is 100 square miles.
Yeah.
So how
They trying to show it.
how did you
Yeah, here we go. This is downtown.
Right.
And this was considered the other side of the tracks. Now these used to be the buildings of the black businesses, and these was traditionally the other side of the track. And this used to be, this is what the housing authority was on the other side. We redeveloped that. In fact, right there is where I was born and raised. So then you got the church, the historic church, Belleville, the church, built in 1898. It's been a while. Then on this corner over here, you have another one, which is down here. So this side over here was the black community.
And my question is, using your I guess your development authorities or downtown development authorities or whatever, how did you, because there was those areas I'm assuming were historically like underdeveloped, and how did you as a council, like how did you all move to get there from where you were?
We set the vision. He had the creativity. We used floss money. He came up with the idea. We told him what we wanted to happen. He came up with the way to make it.
Well, what we did is we started where the substandard housing was. And again, when I say substandard, no one should have to live there, because no one was, you know, people had lived there 20, 30 years, and they weren't moving up. They were just there. And our goal was to, how do we improve their life? How do we improve them? So that's what we started with. And I mean, it started out with a street project. You know, the road was literally, you know, a road's supposed to be about 21 feet, 22 feet wide. These roads were like 16 feet. And no curb gutter, just, it was horrible. So we did the street project. We worked with the housing authority to transform. And as I said, the majority of that is now subsidized apartment, you know, and people love it there. People absolutely love it. Everyone that moved out, you know, they were given vouchers, and they found better places to live. So we worked with them to teach them how to do that. So it kind of started in one side. We built, you know, as I showed you, the park was built. We wanted to put, to us, parks are huge because it gives a place, you know, for kids to go, people to play, people to hang out. So we did the park. So we did this big park back here. You know, we now do not say, we've kind of made it a rule. This is, the Lake Ackworth was down here, so you know, City Hall and everything is down on this side. And this was, as Tim said, it used to be called the other side of the tracks. That term's been outlawed in Ackworth. You can't use it. Okay? It's now Parkside and Lakeside. Is, you know, because again, it's perception. What do people hear? What do they want to hear? And what we're starting to see now is just and then the new community center, as Tim said, is right up here. And it's all within walking distance, all within walking distance. One of the issues we have is we have double tracks here. And CSX goes through our community an average of 50 times a day. And I stop and think there's 24 hours in the day. And trains are going through about 50 times a day. Because it's double track, this is where they park trains as well. So when they park a train, it blocks half our city. So we are in the process of completing, construction takes time, completing this pedestrian overpass because we want connectivity. So we want people to be able to walk from either side, from Parkside. And then this property right here, we just worked a deal out this week with a developer. No city money. We bought the property, but a developer is going to put in brand new townhomes and a restaurant. And then we've got the restaurant going in here. I've got a developer that's just bought this building here. So, and then these buildings here are just dilapidated. I can't believe he's spending like $300,000 buying a building with no back. I mean, literally, the back has fallen off. But he's buying this and going to renovate. you know, because we've created a community. You know, it's gonna be more difficult with a bigger city, you know, in terms of, do you have a downtown? Do you have a one place, you know, or are you gonna do several areas within your community, you know, that are kind of your hubs, you know, but we were, you know, being a smaller town, but again, when we started this process, we just had a little downtown right here that was empty.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Jackson and then Mr. Baker, and we're gonna have.
You were saying that, you don't go to, your council does not go to the, department heads. And, I'm trying to read, because I had to write this down to keep it in mind. Okay, right now, we have, say, 100,000. You're dealing with 25. How many emails do you get a day?
How many emails?
Yeah.
Right now, I've got 149 that I have not read yet.
For today?
Yeah, or I've read and just, okay, I'll get back to it.
And I guess what I'm saying is, I know if you passed an ordinance or something, and then, you know, you've asked questions about, you know, the progress, you know, of things being implemented, and it has not happened. So you're still saying you don't want a person to go and just ask the department head, you know, where are we if it has not?
No, that's fine. I mean, as I said, I don't have a problem if you want to email a council member and say, you know, Tim's done this before, you know, hey, what's, you know, to our economic development director, or Tim was real big when we were trying to get a Captain D's. And Tim did interfere when we were trying to get the Captain D.
I didn't really interfere.
He just wanted updates every hour.
Yeah.
And, you know, so he would send
I understand.
he would send an email, but he would copy council. Hey, Christine, you know, what's the progress?
And I guess, you know what, that makes sense, because some things, like some ordinances maybe that we have passed, you don't see where, you know, if they're not being implemented. You know, and that should have happened some time ago.
The big thing that I would warn about emails is make sure how you write them.
That's public record.
Well, it's public record number one, but the tone, the tone of an email, be very careful, because it can be read wrong.
That's
you could
right,
be as
'cause I got all
innocent.
mine.
You could be as innocent as possible. But again,
I don't write that off, and I accept it.
you know, but the biggest thing is keep your city manager informed. You know, send him an email, send him a text. You know, now the opposite, let's go this way. One of the things I want our department heads to do is send you guys texts and emails. And I tell them, you know, the other day, council ordered a couple dump trucks for our public works. They came in, council didn't know, but the public works director took a picture of the guys happy because they've been driving this old truck, and it said, thanks council, want to let you know the trucks came in. Appreciate it.
That's nice.
Okay? Now, that took her about 1 or 2 minutes to do. But it also showed the council, wow, what we told them we were going to do, they did. So I would recommend to your department heads, communicate back with your council when it doesn't have to be an email this long. Just a bulleted point email, hey, we got this done. Council member so-and-so, I know you were interested in this. It's been accomplished. You know, little things like that where communication goes both ways. And hopefully I'm not stepping on any toes when I say that.
You are.
But to me, you know, one of the things I try and remind council members and staff especially, we're in the weeds. We know what's going on.
Right.
You guys get a piece of paper with a packet this big or whatever it is, and you're expected to make a decision off of that. And I remind staff all the time, could you make a decision off of that? What information have you given to the council? Okay? But let me tell you where this can go in terms of trust. How long are your council meetings?
5.5 hours is the average.
6, 7,
What?
8, 9.
That's I did a spreadsheet. It's, the average is
Sometimes
5.5.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, come on.
Not since we've not.
Not anymore.
Ours average 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Oh.
But again, your
You have
city
a
is
council
180 years old. Our city is too. We got a few more decisions. We got a few more decisions.
Are you teasing?
That's true. No. We do a lot of stuff on consensus.
Right.
We have our work session, we discuss stuff, and
That's what we're supposed to start, though.
we've already been informed on everything pretty much. They keep us pretty informed on things going on.
But that communication that he's saying that he's doing, that probably helps out a lot.
Yeah, what I'm saying, they keep us informed so we know what's going on, know what's coming up. Sometimes we have some issues, they may have emails that this just happened and we need to put this on the agenda for Thursday. You know.
Let me do this because, Mr. Baker, you had some questions that we have about 2 or 3 minutes.
No, just one.
Go
One
ahead.
question.
3 minutes left.
First of all, kudos for the bridge over the tracks, the CSX. And I'm just curious, have you as a city manager had to reach to them and to try to see what you can do? Because I know it's a hazard in our city and it's a federal issue. Have you had any success in trying to change anything?
Well, CSX?
Yeah.
First of all, get to know Craig Camuso. If you don't know Craig, Craig is and I'm sure your city managers probably run into, I think he's actually talking at GMA this week. Craig is the governmental regulations. We are actually the first city in Georgia even though we're a small city, we have 5 crossings going through our town, and it's like boom, 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 boom. So you can imagine what that train horn sounds like. It's every half a mile. So we've worked with CSX. We are now silent crossings. The train does not blow its horn anywhere in Akron.
Oh, how did you?
Okay, there's a program, but now we had to pay for it. We had to pay for it. It cost about $2 million for the 5 crossings. But it was it was council said, Brian, people are tired of hearing the train blow because it was impeding economic development. Because no one wanted to live right next to where the train was going by blowing its horn at 2 in the morning. And so there's a way if right now if you come up to a crossing, the arm comes down on the one side. But if you do all 4, 1, 2, and then 3, 4, if you do 4 crossings, arms on all 4, then you can apply for silent crossings. It's a federal program, and do that. But we had to work with CSX.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that's great. I think my question is more about them stopping and impeding the flow of traffic and dealing with emergency issues.
Ain't gonna happen.
So what have you done to
build a pedestrian bridge?
Well, what the city did is about 15 years ago built an underpass. So we have an underpass over here, vehicular, an overpass over here. So we have an underpass and an overpass.
You just have to turn around
and people. So when it's in the center of the city, I've jumped up and down. We've talked. Can we write an ordinance? Can we do? You can't.
Okay.
Right. We had the same issue, and we built a overpass. When I grew up, we built the overpass. It's called the Edie Frazier Overpass.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. I think it's been very rewarding. We appreciate it. It reinforces a lot of things that we've been talking about. So we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And I'm available to come to Akron for lunch at any time.
Hey, come on up. Hey, where you go? Bring the whole thing.
So we would invite you, if you ever want to come up, let my office know, let the mayor's office know. We love doing presentations and showing off.
Thank you.
We'll put you on our fam tour.
Good luck, folks. We hope to see you at,
Thanks for coming.
Down at GMA.
We will.
Thank you so much.
I don't even see no comments.
It's exactly 3 o'clock. We are starting the next 2 hours.
Huh?
Yep. It's up to you. It's your program. It's
Look,
you.
I'm here to do the work of the people. Do what we gotta do.
Yeah, exactly. So I will hand over this one to Mr. City Manager to walk you through how we are going to. We still go on the planning. That's City Council priorities and goals and priorities.
So council members, with respect to goals and priorities, I got an email that I received today. So my request is to go into executive session for discussion on.
Very important.
Okay, so I entertain it.
So
what we do is
To discuss a portion of budget priorities funding.
I entertain a motion for executive session.
Move to go into executive session for real estate. No, we gotta do the personnel. Real estate personnel. Real estate, we don't, it's no litigation, just real estate and personnel.
And litigation too.
Real estate personnel litigation.
Mine is the same topic, but it's better to be overbroad, but it deals with your funding for this year.
Okay.
For the budget year.
He seconded.
Who seconded? Me. Okay. Probably move. Discussion. Okay. We got 5.
All right. Can we take a, can I go to that?
No formal action was taken.
Okay, no formal action was taken. I will entertain a motion to close the executive session. Second twice, but anyway. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, Mr. Clerk. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, Council, we're at the portion of the agenda for City Council priorities. Mr. Malazzi, how are we going to handle that?
So we'll continue. We had the 2 hours of discussions with to give it to the mayor and council to come up with the alignment of our goals and priorities for 2020 budget. So we got the presentation in the morning. We have some sharing of our sister city this afternoon. Now I will leave it to the manager to work with the mayor and the council on our priorities and goals. Do you want to say something about this?
So I think.
Excuse me, everybody, will you please pay attention, please? Okay, go ahead.
So Mayor, based on what Mr. Malazzi asked me to do, is really just to, help everyone come to a consensus. And so I figured we would just do a very quick and simple exercise where each council member would highlight 2 citywide priorities that they would like us to focus on and 2 district-specific priorities. And so I'm assuming Mr. Malazzi is going to capture those on the board, and from there, we would take your guidance through a conversation on prioritizing those.
Okay, Mr.
What I really think we need to do so that we don't start, like sort of on heads, because we have so much in each district that I think we need to really talk through it. And instead of like putting it out there as just be 2, I think we need to talk through it first to deal with what are some of the most important things, and start with public safety and try and put
So
those
you want to go through, your recommendation is not to do it based on priority, but
to base it on
subject
priority, but over the whole city. And then after doing it over the whole city, then, you see what I'm saying?
Well, no,
Then
that's
talk
what I
about-
was suggesting.
Yeah.
So I was saying, now, I said 2 priorities per council member just to get us talking.
Okay.
And then after that, we would go to districts to city.
Yes.
So we do the first round, and I don't know if everybody got a chance to hear it, and it's just your ideas and conversations,
Right.
but Mr. Malazzi has asked me to help facilitate the conversation to help us get priorities as we build the budget.
Okay.
So what we'll do this first time around is by council district, you would tell us your 2 big priorities for the city of South Fulton as a whole. We discuss those, have some good chatter and collect notes and insights. And then the second portion, we would go back around and we would do that by district, also looking at your 2 top priorities. Now, this does not mean that you don't want to see other priorities in the budget, but it gives us kind of a laser-like focus on where we should be headed. Just for your knowledge, the staff is going through the same process tomorrow where they are taking we've changed it to make it big ideas. So what big ideas do they have that contribute to the welfare of the city and their departments? And so it's kind of the same thing here.
And so you're gonna lead this, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Yeah, what we need is discussing about this one. If you see at the end of the program, by the time we finish here, we have to have tied our goals and priorities. We need to know what are the specific goals that will lead us through.
Well, let's move forward.
We'll have a few minutes to give to each and every department head to say what they have, but those ones should come after you have stipulated what are your goals and priorities for the 2020.
Okay. All right, let's go.
And so, I was gonna kind of start the first round, starting with 7 and coming back around to 1, or we could, and I was gonna do it as
Let's
reverse
do
for
7
the
and come back down to
so it's
1.
up to you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
First time.
Remember, the first 2 are citywide.
Right, and I'm not gonna, I don't have time to just digest it enough to really come over to, because I didn't know we were doing this, but I can say that District 7 is the only district in the city without park or rec. We have something, a very, very small amount of money, I think, in the, allocated towards acquiring the park. And I think that's paramount because
would it be fair to say then citywide, you want us to look at in this budget expanding our parks array?
Right. Well, I think that may be too general, and I want to be more specific.
Understood.
We had a conversation last year about our priorities, and I think Parks and Rec ended up being number 1, and I think that it became number 1 because we put a lot of other stuff in vacuum and just isolated it under Parks and Rec. But more so over the past year, whether it be the idle minds, murders, and all of that stuff that I've had to deal with, the rest of my district, this is something that's a priority, I think, given that I have the Point of Ridge and I have the 1400 community right next to it, I think that's a priority.
So would it be, because I want to make it citywide, but also, and I want to capture what you're saying, so it would be expanding the parks array, but giving citywide, but giving special focus to areas that do not have specific
To District 7,
programming.
we're the only one.
So there's no problem. You're the only one.
So it's still
We're the only one that don't have it.
Yeah.
So.
But while we try to focus on making it citywide, there's also, while you don't have a park specifically, there are probably others who don't have certain programs.
I don't have a fire station.
I don't have a fire station or.
See, we're talking about
But I think we're gonna get to that when we talk history.
Hold
I
on.
gotta kind of keep you focused. We're talking about citywide, and you'll get a chance to pare down
Right.
district. I just want to make sure I'm capturing specifically for citywide. And even though District 7 is the only one that applies to parks, for the programming that you need for, to engage youth and others, that actually touches some other districts as well. If that's not a fair assessment,
Well, no, I think that right now my colleagues are going to do better because they have time to assess and for the resident. But I'm saying I want to say this now, and by the time we get to, I may have one for citywide, but I can easily say that.
So we'll put a pin in it. We'll put it.
So
is that
expand,
fine?
I think it's expand parks. Is that
Well,
what you're saying?
he wants an opportunity to focus down on it, so we're gonna write it but we're gonna make sure to come back and give you an opportunity. But it's to expand the parks array.
All right.
I can go for this.
And so, Councilmember Khalid.
So two citywide goals. One is piggybacking off that. We have our Parks Master Plan. I would like for us to figure out the price, not just for District 7, but for all of our parks upgrades.
Okay.
Our T-Splosh is going to expire in 2021. So I would like for us to be really focused on using the next T-Splosh to include whatever park upgrades or whatever is going to happen with that Parks Master Plan, that we will fund it out of that T-Splosh. Because the tax already exists.
So, and it would be evaluating a parks splosh citywide, is what you're asking us to do specifically for parks, right?
Well, specifically for parks, but what I'm thinking is the T-Splosh expires
which is
in 2021. Right, it's a transportation splosh, but let's re-up that splosh, but this time use it for parks. Yes.
Got it. So it is to evaluate, and will we be trying to also implement in 2020 the launch of the splosh?
Right. So for 2022, and we have this current T-Splosh, so we kind of know how much money we would have to work with. And so we can use our Parks Master Plan, say, using this amount of money, how much can we get done with our parks?
So evaluate and implement a FY20 Parks Splosh program. Is that right?
FY 2022, because this one runs through 2021.
No. So that's T-Splosh though. But you're looking at a park splosh that we would evaluate this year and then start the ball rolling on launching. So remember, you have to put it before the people and get them to vote. So in the process, am I correct that you want to evaluate it this year and start the ball rolling to actually implement it, although it would be down the line? We would start the process to evaluating it, naming the projects, and then putting it on the ballot in a future year. We would start all of that this year.
I mean, write it how you want, but what I'm saying is I don't want people to pay a new tax until the old tax expires.
Understood. I think we're saying the same thing, but we'll make sure to note that and we've got it.
And then my second one is I would really, going back to our strategic plan, economic development, the majority of our money comes from property taxes. I want us to prioritize developing our commercial areas to broaden our tax base.
Okay. So develop the commercial
parcels
citywide. Are you kind of asking us to expand our commercial areas or give focus to existing commercial areas citywide for new revenue sort to increase?
I'm asking the people that are doing this economic development plan, I want them to come back and say, what areas should we be focused on for commercial development? And how do we prioritize that so we can start getting revenue off those parcels? Okay.
Commercial parking citywide. Ms. Jackson.
Okay, you know what I want. But citywide, I would like to see, that's economic development, retail shopping.
Okay. So, are you, do you want your staff to prioritize increasing retail shopping citywide,
decent retail shopping? I don't want no dollar stores. We don't want, we want some retail shopping.
So the priority, is it fair to say that the priority is increasing retail, quality retail options citywide?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, did you want me to tell you what I want in my district?
Well, you got two big priorities. You could do one and that's fine, so at least one, but up to two priorities citywide, and then we're gonna come back around and do district.
Oh, well then I don't want to say that.
Okay. So, Councilmember Gilliard.
I really believe this is citywide.
Okay.
Infrastructure is a big issue, whether it be lights, sidewalks,
Okay.
streets, gathering spaces, green space, or whatever. So that is a real big issue citywide.
So we've already done a lighting study, or it's in process.
Right.
And so this kind of sounds like now you want implementation on quality and life and infrastructure projects in FY20.
In FY20, yes.
Okay. So implementation of, and I think you can put parentheses around that, and just because those are the examples, but implementation of quality of life activities citywide.
No, this is infrastructure.
I'm sorry, infrastructure and quality of life.
Quality of life is my second one.
Got it. Okay, so just focus on I'm sorry.
Infrastructure.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And can I just ask you a question to make sure we understand for budgeting purposes? So when staff comes back with their budgets, am I correct that, let's say just for this one, council is going to expect to see $200,000 for sidewalks?
Right.
200,
Yes.
that's what,
Yes.
so these big ideas,
Yes.
when you say implement,
Yes.
we planned enough,
Right.
put them in. Gotcha.
Put 'em in.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next one. I'm sorry.
And the second one is quality of life.
Okay.
But it is specifically focused on addressing environmental issues.
Okay.
And we have them citywide in some areas worse than others, but we still have them.
Could you give me a little insight on, is this, I'm not sure how to implement it, but are you asking us to, in this FY20 budget, to evaluate quality of life issues specific to the environment in the FY20 budget? Like,
yes.
Do studies. This isn't more so implementing.
Right.
This is find out what's going on
To
citywide.
find out what's going on citywide and how it impacts the health and quality of life of our citizens.
For our citizens, okay. And I would just say in parentheses, you gotta put, because she's specific about environmental specific for that one.
Right.
Okay. Mayor Edwards.
I'm going to say number one for me is going to be public safety. Fire and police, and I'm just concerned of giving them what they need to get their jobs done, and also allowing them to merge with other governments such as the school board to help implement programs that's going to help our youth.
Okay.
So I think it's a big issue. So we're looking at things like taking on cars for police, new fire equipment in terms, we got engines coming in on leases and stuff like that. So I just think
so it sounds like you had really two items on public safety. One of them is you want to see the investment in equipment and facilities and resources for our public safety.
And morale.
And morale, okay. And so I was going to put that one kind of in a second one.
Okay.
But the piece that you want to see in the budget on number one is equipment and resources to get their jobs done specifically for public safety. And number two, you want to see increased programming focused on morale, but also intergovernmental collaboration and community outreach.
Yeah.
Is that
Give you a
correct?
classic example. Our chief and I, I've been talking to the school board about a trip program I had several years ago, and the school board is now considering partnering with. All right, so we're actually partnering with chief, and to get that program done. So when I say just interacting with other forms
what
of
did you say
government.
the name of that program was?
Sure.
So what you're saying is in FY20, what you want to see is, in addition to the shiny trucks and the cars and all that, a line item for programming, and it might be specific to the trip program or PAL or whatever, but the programming for community outreach, but also for morale as well in the department.
those things bring morale too.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Willis.
I want us to see, I want, public safety relative to pay and compensation. I want us to see more investment in that.
So does that mean, when you say that, because it sounds like you're just not talking about a salary increase, you're kind of also aligning with take-home cars, education.
Take-home cars, education, and certification.
Okay.
Because we have another municipality that is paying officers based on their education or certification.
Okay.
So education, certification, take-home cars, also looking at ways that we can offer housing incentives, meaning that we met with a developer the other day, and we talked to him about offering modified rates to our public safety officers, police and fire. So look for ways until we can get to the point where we can get a program together to offer discounted housing or financing for public safety. I want to look at ways we can incentivize or work with some of the maybe apartment complexes throughout our city to incentivize our officers to stay there by offering them modified rent. And
So for this one, and of course the details, I know that's your one, but they got to capture it. So we're going to get a lot of the details from the tape. I just want to make sure big picture, what you're trying to see is public safety investments around compensation that include but are not limited to those areas on the board. But you want to see the line items in the budget this year for investments in all public safety compensation in those areas.
Right, and one more thing, component to that, working with businesses throughout the city to offer discount rates to public safety officers, because that's twofold. They can go in, the more visibility that a lot of businesses have, that also is a deterrent to crime. Plus, officers will be more prone to patronize businesses where they're going to get discounted rates for lunch or whatever.
So for that one, I want to do, because at the end we're going to address kind of like some big ideas.
Okay.
And so I would want to put that in the parking lot.
Okay.
And that's kind of a business engagement activity. And so if we could and you can just
put
circle it and just put business engagement programs as a big idea.
Okay, and
we'll just circle that.
My second citywide is bringing our parks and recreation buildings and facilities, investing to bring them into, to get them out of disrepair.
Got it.
Okay, because we have, like, for example, I just got an email, and I've known it, but the largest park and recreation facility in the city, Welcome All Park, everybody goes there because there's a pool there, but the water slide has been broken for, going on the second summer. And then not only that, we have to put buckets throughout the gym when it rains because the roof is leaking. And so for that to be the only pool that our entire city uses, I think that's ridiculous for people to go there and the kids can't slide on the water slide. So I think that all through citywide, we need to be looking at bringing our current inventory of parks and recreation into compliance and making investment where we can to expand.
So through this process now, I also want y'all to hear each other's ideas and how they relate. And so what I just heard are two very similar things to the District 6 council member and the District 4. So our District 6 council member, his solution to your suggestion is a park splot. For the District 4 council member, she's recommending seeing in the budget investments in infrastructure.
And my recommendation would probably to another consideration is the floater bond.
So, and I guess what I'm trying to do is not so much focus on the tool, but the priority and focus area. And so we'll repeat instead of giving you a new item, if you don't mind, I would just put, let's say, an additional check mark next to the park splosh. because what you're simply saying is you want investments in the infrastructure of parks. And the council member highlighted a tool. I don't think you have to make that decision today, but you do, both of you are focused on the investment in parks infrastructure. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So when we come back around again, we'll be able to talk about some specific thing that somebody said.
You
Give
can.
some
So
advice.
what I'm trying to do now, we're just gonna get the quick two
I got that.
two ideas,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna come back to Mr. Baker so he can add if he'd like to, and then we'll talk about it.
I
And
just
we'll
wanna
close
make-
that out,
Yeah.
and we'll go to the district portion.
So
Does
I
that
just
work
wanna-
for everybody?
Yeah, I just wanna make sure when I say public safety, that I'm not just talking about police, I'm talking
And
about
fire,
police
and
and
fire,
fire.
yeah.
Yeah.
All the whole system. Yes,
Yeah.
right. Yes, ma'am. Okay, apologies, Councilmember Gunn.
So my biggest thing, and I would love to see this, is for the city to really invest in smart city innovation.
Okay.
For lighting, for traffic, for public safety, especially, the police and fire.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can create a department or somebody that is in-house that can focus on that innovation to bring those solutions to chief or, the fire chief, whatever. Just something to help us move us along.
Can I make a suggestion on how we might be able to narrow it down and include it as a priority? And so the priority is to implement smart city solutions in 2020. And what might be the deliverable is 3 smart city projects. Would that be acceptable? And so I know one, I would just ask if these are okay, because I know I'm getting some of the stuff from staff that you might not know about, but I know one is solar power, incorporating that as a resource for us. Are there any other specific smart, is it IT, is it in technology, is it in,
lead stuff.
is it, so that would be in the,
Lead stuff.
so better buildings, challenge might be
Better
one.
buildings, again, public safety, I know, Chief is doing some technology, and then some things with transportation. Because we're going through that phase. I just think that we have an opportunity to really be innovative in our city, and I think we need to take advantage of that.
So for those priorities, so one, it is implement smart city initiatives, and we're just gonna say for now, 3 examples. That might change based on budget, but the examples would be technology, public safety, and maybe alternative energy. Anything else? Maybe medicine.
Well, my next thing was to expand, some alternatives for.
So that's it. She's done with that. Those are good examples. She's doing another one.
So my other one is pretty much to expand, like the legislation, we just really looking at opportunities of expanding our medical, opportunities, hospitals, just really opening up some opportunities for that. And that's probably part of economic development as well, diversifying what we have and getting some new stuff.
So is that do you want us to deliver, because we're currently in the process, as the legislation directed us in delivering some type of analysis of the market, basically. The next deliverable, is there a city deliverable that you want? Is it for us to pursue the EMS license, or is there something in particular?
So hospital, EMS license, and any other type of, medical.
So, would it be fair, would I be capturing what you're saying correctly to say to deliver a specific medical enhancement to the city of South Fulton?
Yes.
Yes. Enhancement
At least
plan.
one.
Enhancement plan.
Oh, you want the plan?
But the plan is coming,
Well, yeah,
right?
'cause you got
Based
an
on the
analysis first, so we'll say including the plan. So to deliver an expanded medical related service inclusive of a plan.
Right.
Okay. And just for the knowledge of council, since most medical activities are outside of the city's purview, we would likely tangibly deliver the plan and then influence the delivery of, let's say, the license for EMS or a new urgent care opening in our facility. But we would influence those things, and we would tangibly fund and deliver the plan. Does that, so you, when you see it in the budget, okay. Councilmember Rowley.
Okay, mine is infrastructure as well.
Okay.
Specifically, we talked about this citywide lighting. It's my understanding it's gonna cost us about $1.2 million a year to turn the lights on.
A year.
A year. So, and just additional transportation funding. And I say that, and it doesn't have to be that, but we've seen where things have come up and we weren't prepared because they weren't on our T-spots. And we haven't allocated any additional money. So you know, if it's additional quick fix, I mean, we don't know what could come up, but it's not a lot in that T-spot line item. And we just had experience where I think we need to have at least a bucket of money for it.
So quickly, that ties into if we, with Councilman Gilliard, but I don't remember, can we just go back to it really quickly? Because didn't you say something about transportation as a part of your infrastructure focus?
You just said everything.
Well,
so you didn't specifically say that, but you included.
Only to this degree. I was talking about sidewalks, paving, lighting.
But transportation have to be a.
Well, that's what I mean. So all of those fall under transportation, and lighting under public works. But both of you specifically said lighting and transportation activity. So is it okay to just put a check by Councilmember? So that I think I'm only pointing that out because it's showing your priorities are aligned. And so before we discuss, Councilmember Baker. Would you like us to cut, did you want to add to your initial recommendation on the parks or leave that where it is?
That was my one.
Oh, I apologize. I moved too fast. I'm sorry. I
And the
apologize.
other one really has to do with kind of investment in public safety in general. And what I want to speak to in particular is, you know, we come up with these programs, take home cars, all that. To me, what residents are really, they want them living in our neighborhood. So whether it's some kind of incentive or down payment assistance or something, so they're visible and they're vested in our city. And we might be able to do that with partnerships, not necessarily money, but I would love to see something where we come up with an incentive to get our employees to live in our city.
So,
It was the same thing.
I was going to say with that one, it seems that you, Ms. Willis, Councilmember Willis, and Mayor all have talked about the programming for police and investing in it, and so y'all want to see that expanded. Public safety. I'm sorry.
Because one of the.
And so I guess I just want to highlight that the one addition though is we need to just put the housing incentive there as well. So it's up at number 3 up there, and if you just put in parentheses housing, that would be an additional program, and we need to put 3 checks next to that.
And I don't know how this fits in the public safety. You tell me if I need to back up, but my understanding is we didn't have money allocated for fire training. And so if we're going to move that ISO.
No, we had
some training.
Yeah, I mean, they actually are doing fire training right now.
Well, I know that's free, but
so yeah, we do, and it may need to increase the allocation. And so when you talk about those resources.
Well, let me say investment in wherever we wind up, in the training facility, based on kind of what we've talked about, making sure it's up to par.
Would it tie into that education piece though? Because we talked about education and training. It's not big enough. Okay.
No, it might be back in the public facilities.
Okay. So I think a part of when we look at this, what we also want you guys to do is that when you give us the big picture piece, if we have not appropriately allocated the funding when you receive the budget, this process, along with our transmittal, will allow you to adjust line items based on your priorities at that time. So if they're not, we're gonna take, so this has got 3 checks versus 2 for some others and 1 for, so it's gonna rise to the top. And so that likely the funding would go that way if we do our best draft. And so it gives you something to start with, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so Mr. Baker?
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff was hit.
Okay.
But at the same time, I have concerns about being able to properly fund some of the projects with our 80-20 splits when it comes to lights and stuff like that. I know I have.
Grant fund.
Yeah, grant fund. But I do want to add that I am concerned about our universal trash situation, right?
Okay.
Given that people are now just starting to get it right and get a grasp on it, I know that we did, because of the hiccup or the seemingly hiccup at the beginning, it became one of those things where we tried to figure out what we were going to do to fix it this time around.
Yep.
And now that we're at this time around, it seems like people are coming around and it's doing better or well. So I am concerned about us getting collective on how we're going to decide to move forward with this upcoming year.
Okay.
Because I know we're going to get pushback from residents if we come together with, a new agreement to say, okay, we're going to fix what we thought was wrong at the beginning of last year, while it's actually coming together towards the end of this year.
Okay.
So that's a concern that I think that we definitely need to.
So would your priority be evaluating the current model fully to make a decision on what it looks like moving forward before making a?
I just think that we really need to look at it from a microscopic level to understand how it's going to affect all of the residents, and given that now we've asked our community members to kind of head up some things, and then now they have made concessions to meet the needs of these people. If we're going to go back and rehash it, how it's going to affect them and what that backlash may look like.
So kind of like a third-party evaluation of the sanitation ecosystem.
I know I can't do it, and I don't know where we would stand as a collective, but I think that it needs to be assessed.
No, so a third-party assessment of the sanitation model, impact, and market.
What about focus groups?
I think you could do all. I guess the reason why I'm saying a third-party assessment of the whole system is because that would include the focus group. I mean, I guess we can write it up there as well. It's just I'm also kind of trying to keep it high level versus the sausage making. So we know we've got to do it, and we know what you want us to include, but without assigning any budget just yet, we don't, we would figure that out before we present it to you, if that works for y'all.
Right. And my second thing, and it's touchy, and I know that we've been trying to stay away from it, but eventually we're going to have to address it. We put it off for about 1.5 years, but our residents want to have a name for their city.
Okay.
And I don't even want to tackle it on no level.
Okay.
But given that it is, it's something that is festering and nobody wants to actually carry it on their back anymore, we have to figure out how we're going to move forward. Whether we're allowing them to go to a ballot and vote on their city name or whatever it may be, I think that it's going to have to be revisited.
So that priority is establishing the name and I guess brand of the city.
Yeah, like that whole process. But we want to do it to the point whereas if we got the subject matter experts together, we could sit back and let the city do it to the point whereas it's not any of us taking it like.
Right. So establishing the brand and the name of the city using SMEs. The subject matter expert, okay.
Well, but I said the important part is allowing the community to be the ultimate decision makers. So that way,
instead of SMEs, leveraging the public, right?
Yeah, put on the ballot.
Put on the ballot. establish a city brand, and then just put slash ballot. We'll remember to flesh it out. Thank you very much.
Mr. Donna,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can, on one of his subjects, the sanitation, we have legislation that we're gonna bring back in order to put a RFP, because the way that, it's being done now, we have basically allowed one company to come in our city and monopolize, the market, and that's not really the way that
Well,
government.
and as an administrator, I have no opinion on that. I think what I'm trying to highlight here is that's his citywide priority, and so we just want to capture it. And now we're gonna have a little discussion. Can we go back to the first piece? And so.
So we're not doing our individuals?
We are. We're gonna have a brief discussion on these, and then we come back around for individuals.
I'm sorry.
And we're
So
gonna.
you got, so the brief discussion means I can discuss something.
Absolutely. So.
Because I really want to do, you know, Mr. Baker, everybody talks about parks and we need them. But you know, 10, 15, maybe 20 years ago, when they built Welcome All Park, when it was built, okay? It was 20 years ago, okay? That was a, what did they call it? A multi-purpose facility. Where you had swimming and tennis, swimming and all that other stuff in it. Mr. Donald, I visited several states, and even Atlanta. They just don't do it like that a whole lot no more. You got, what they do is, you got the auditorium over here, you got your basketball complex over here, you got your baseball complex over there. And what it does is that the reason that Welcome All is the way it is, because of the everyday wear and tear on that building. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just putting that out there. We talked about parks, just start thinking a little bit out of the box a little bit.
Oh, definitely.
And see how we can do things a little different.
Okay. And so it's still supportive of the potential SPLOS and focus on park. It's just, it seems from you, and I would just ask the council, because we're trying to get this collective from y'all, that's what all of you, it seems like there's a consensus for that. Definitely look at the SPLOS and other infrastructure investments for parks, but be very creative and innovative and diverse in the recommendations that we put in the draft budget. That's
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay.
As to how we do it.
Okay.
I want to make a comment about parks.
Okay.
The master plan, I'm thinking, is going to capture a lot of the diversity and what's going on today. But one of the things that I do know in terms of research that I'm doing now, and it's all about the built environment and how it affects your health and how it even affects how you relate to each other in the environment. You need green space, you need a way to exercise, and you need for the neighborhood to come together and meet so they can create a sense of community. And so when there is nothing there, and when you have all of these subdivisions, and I counted them in my district, and over half have no amenities. So that means that there's no place for the kids to go. There's nothing for them to do. And even if you have a park where you can walk and sit down on a bench and just rest for a minute, or do a little bit of something, that's better than nothing. So they really
So like
are
passive parks. And
right,
passive
right.
parks. Okay.
You know, that's really important, and there might be one or two that have everything.
Okay.
Right.
But you gotta have something, especially if there's nothing in the community, and that has been the design of too many subdivisions with no amenities.
And so is it fair, would it be acceptable for us to take that feedback versus kind of tweaking this? The Parks Master Plan is kind of taking place now. We got some of our park leaders here that taking it back, that as these folks develop the Park Master Plan, it is the will of the council to ensure that passive parks and other green space activities be evaluated as a part of the master
Yes,
plan?
and with trails.
Okay.
So,
Because this is how we're gonna do it. So, Mayor, you've spoken once, so you gotta defer to, the council member from District 1. And if others have comments, and then I'll come back to those who have spoken and commented before.
I agree.
Okay.
It's more of a question. I think it's probably just how Southwood developed, but, as some of this we can address in our zoning rewrite in terms of the amenities. We've been talking about as these kind of cases have come on a case-by-case basis, talking about, look at all these houses and there's no green space. We've been talking about it when they come before us, but like in my area, most of them do have it. So I think hopefully we can address it with the zoning rewrite so that new development as it comes in, just like some areas, all of them had, a lot of, at a certain point they came in, they had sidewalks. It's not all this, we develop over time. So I think there's a huge opportunity to kind of put that.
So Ms. Reed, with that, because I know we're getting a lot of comments from different, but that's an active activity. How can we give that charge to our contractor now?
Right, so I think it'd be a great idea for anything that's going to be relative to that project. The council wants to write out just a list of thoughts and then provide that over, we can share it over to them. Yep.
Is that something y'all would be willing to do?
Let me piggyback.
Yes, sir. Well,
Okay.
wait, we gotta see if anybody else have comments. Councilmember Willis, is that you raising your hand?
Yes.
Councilmember Khalid, I got you, man. I'm just trying to, right now, I get to be the chair for a second. So I'm just trying to make sure I keep everybody in order. I gotta keep everybody in order. So we got Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, got Councilmember Willis next, and then, it doesn't look like there's anybody else with I'm sorry, Councilmember Khalid is next. And then, but since y'all have already commented, it's the mayor first and then you, so that's the order.
This is what we talking about, the second things that we want?
Well, no, they're just closing out, because we're gonna close out comments on this first portion and move on, after that. So Councilmember Gilliard will be last, it'll be Councilmember Willis, followed by, Councilmember Khalid, the mayor, and Councilmember, Gilliard. Yes, ma'am.
They're already doing that in the zoning town halls. They're already capturing this information when they're working with residents. Residents are already saying how they want things to look, where they want things to go. Some of them have already talked about sidewalks. Some of them have already talked about lighting. So I just think that it's something that we don't have to worry about because they're already capturing that information as we do the town halls.
Well, but in fairness, y'all are residents too, and so additional comments from elected residents won't hurt.
That's true.
So I think we can still include it. Councilmember Khalid.
We're commenting on this list, right?
Yes, sir.
This is kind of a suggestion, but you've mentioned that there's like 30 to 40 people running the city.
Yes, sir.
Half of them are in this room. They probably have a whole bunch of work to do. I think as we are developing our budget, we need to create a timeline for when in the next 2 years we can be fully optimally staffed in our departments. Because I think a lot of times what happens is as council people, we ask for stuff. It takes too long for us to get it back because they're all overworked. And then that creates some of that relationship stuff that we were talking about. And it also it's hard to execute all that with the people in the room because they still got to do all the other stuff. So I want to see us by 2021. I would just like to see 3 or 4 budget people. I mean, 3 or 4 grant writers, 10 business license people, 2 or 3 GIS people, because like we have like one, every time somebody needs a map, we got one person. We all go into them for a map. So I just feel like we need to work on our capacity.
Understood. See, Mayor.
Okay, so one of the words that keep coming up on that chart is environment. And I think Ms. Rao was talking about, and Ms. Gilliard, about the number of subdivisions that we have coming up and the lack of amenities and stuff. We're going to have to start thinking differently. Right. And one is that in South Fulton, people are gonna have to learn that they're gonna have to live closer together in town center type development. It is work, and if you want to save your land in District 4, you better learn to live closer together. So I'm saying is, I think if we can get one, if we're serious about it, if we can get just one town center development where people can actually see where the true version of live, work, play, and worship, I think that it would catch on really fast. So I think we need to be intentional, Ms. Reed, about getting someone. I've already talked to Deion Horton, and he ain't know it. but we need to, and by the same token, we need to get some more custom builders.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
To help us do
That's on
stuff,
my list,
to help do stuff like that. But I'm serious. We really need to have just, if we can accomplish just one town center deal in our city, I guarantee it would be a hit. Now, the second thing I want to say is, I think I put on that earlier about Moran. You know, one of the greatest things that happened of this year was at the tennis center, where we all got together and had a nice day, chance to interact with each other. And I'm going back to what they said at Ackworth a few minutes ago too. I think that we need to do more of that, if there's no more than a quarterly type activity for us. And I'm saying it because it's a budget item, all right? But I think it may be a quarterly activity to have it come out. All right.
So these are citywide quarterly activities.
Right. So,
that are inclusive of staff and elected.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
That's correct.
Okay.
I saw that.
So I'm going back to the parks, because I think that this is important. And it might not be citywide, but there are definitely subdivisions that have been built without amenities and no place for people to go.
Okay.
Now, I don't know about, I know of a couple of districts, but a lot of people won't travel from 1 to 6 to do something, or from 4 to 2 to do something. They, you know, and some of my constituents have told me, I moved here to cool out and have peace of mind and not do this, that, and the other. And so we have to kind of take that into consideration. So you got these subdivisions of 200 to 300 people with nowhere to meet. In some districts, you can't even go outside the subdivision and find anywhere in that district to meet. You know what I mean? Nothing for the kids to do unless they go all the way over here, and they don't want to go all the way over there, you know, because people, you know, people are working all the way over here. You know what I mean? So it becomes a real issue when there are no amenities, but it does give us the opportunity, and I think Cliftondale has done a real good job with this. Okay, developer, you're coming in. We got all this wonderful land. We got so much for you. What are you willing to give? Are you going to provide any amenities? And in the past, they've done a real good job of negotiating for them to stay on task and provide certain things. And that's how most of it has occurred in the past.
I got one question for the council before we move on that kind of piggybacks that. So is the council amenable to the implementation of community benefit agreements in our development and things of that nature?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but we need to be careful about who negotiates.
Very careful.
And it don't need to be us.
Understood.
Very careful.
And that has to be a lot of detail. I just wanted to figure out, is the consensus that we would be okay with community benefit agreements being a part of our
Enforceable
overall?
ones.
Understood.
That's the biggest problem.
They said that.
Understood. So now let's reverse it and talk about the 2 items for your district. And so, Mr. Baker, since you deferred, do you want to start off, or would you defer to the, you ready for that?
Yeah.
So we'll start with Mr. Baker and we'll go around the same way. Got it. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'm gonna bring them back all together at the very end. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Sidewalks and lights,
Okay.
I think, we did have an agenda item earlier, where we
Talked about those.
yeah, discussed some of that.
But sidewalks, lights,
And
just general
there was
infrastructure as well.
Yeah, yeah.
In District 7.
Now, there was a conversation sometime ago with me and other council members from Old National, possibly amplifying the seasonal lights during the holiday season on Old National.
Okay.
I was hoping to get more information to be able to share about it.
Okay.
I don't have it, but we'll table it. But we were thinking about doing something during the holiday season, just on that corridor to amplify or actually just bring some light to it.
Got it. So the second
like almost all of the cities you might drive through and you go through and you see, you know, some type of season.
But you want to see this specific to District 7? Or
Well,
this for the
I
Old
said-
National Corridor?
Oh, I said Old National
Got it,
Corridor
okay.
because, you know, we share it as a collective, but, yeah.
So for the Old National Corridor, a specific lighting enhancement, seasonal lighting enhancement, okay, those are your two. So I would ask the council for this as we're developing the draft budget. Is that something that people throughout all districts would be amenable to? Is something, not lights, I'm saying for specific times of year, seasonal activities, to maybe add it may be in a department, but it may be let's say a bucket of funding or something for some type of seasonal, whether it be celebration or lighting infrastructure project, or say, is that something that, yes sir?
I'm sorry, I don't want to be prejudicial against like any particular district, but like our city is super huge, and I don't want this to collapse because we don't have enough money to do it everywhere. I think it's important to understand that those things are done not just because they feel good, but they entice people to shop along commercial corridors. We have about 3 or 4 commercial corridors in our city where there's a significant amount of business. And that's what we should focus on, not just lights everywhere that everyone wants lights.
Right.
Now, I'm not necessarily talking about lights though. When I was asking,
talking about the
even
seasonal.
tree lighting, whatever it is, people do it around commercial.
And what I have in mind is more intentional for that corridor in particular.
I get
It's
no,
very
I follow.
intentional.
I follow you. I guess the only reason why I was asking that is because we've had, Councilmember Willis likes to do stuff in certain times of the year at Welcome All Park, and you've got others who have various, environmental summits and things of that nature. But currently, there's no funding that has been allocated that really allows you to do those things in your district, but in partnership with everyone.
Well, I
So
think
that's why-
also given that that's the only major corridor in our city that
that can handle something like that.
Right. There's 3 of us, and as a collective, this is a vision. I think that it's a little different.
Okay. And so District 6, Councilmember, your 2 district, and it looks like Councilmember Baker started kind of a regional conversation, so I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, everything you said, but I'm gonna give you one, and then I'm gonna come back. One specific one is, there was a deal on the table when I was proposing the CDA, and there's a development that is coming, and they need bonds to do it. And if we don't do it through our development authority, they're going to go through the Fulton Housing Authority. They will control the development. They will get all the service fees off that deal. They'll make all the money off that deal. So I really want to see us I want to see that deal happen. I want to see us control it, and I want to see us get the money from that bond.
And so that sounds like the DDA or DA.
We don't have to talk about the tool. I just want us to control the bonding and the servicing.
So controlling projects in District 6, development projects in District 6. And I know Councilmember Jackson stepped away, so Councilmember Gilliard.
Going back to infrastructure, I have a couple of apples and oranges. One of the things that I do know, there's about District 4. There are at least 3 or 4 subdivisions where you have sidewalks, and then on some streets, you don't have any sidewalks on both sides of the street, and the developer just left, and we were left with that. That's a real terrible situation. They should never have been able to do that. I don't know if there's some law that says as a city, we cannot finish those sidewalks. I did contact Fulton County even before we became a city, afterwards, and they brushed me off. But those people need help, okay? So that's for subdivisions that were turned over with sidewalks. With sidewalks not being properly finished, and developers are still doing that. You know, one was turned over a couple of weeks ago with sidewalk issues, erosion issues. So that's still happening. So we need to really, really take, I think what we really need to do is take an assessment first of all of the subdivisions in the entire city.
Okay.
And the condition of them. Some are very, very old and need some kind of uplift and you know, whatever kind of help, whether it be through other agencies or whatever that we can provide. But I think that that really needs to happen. And I know that's a big job because there might be over 300 of them. That's a real big job.
Your District 4 piece is an assessment of all of the sidewalks, but specific to District 4 and specific within those subdivisions.
Specific within those subdivisions. And then after you come out of a subdivision in District 4, there are no sidewalks anywhere. So on major corridors, we need to come up with a sidewalk program. So that's something that we're going to have to plan and develop. And probably won't be able to implement in 2020, but at least we can plan and have, know what we need to do. That relates to sidewalks. As it relates to streets, we have maybe about 3 or 4 streets that really need to be paved. One of them is Jones Road, where Hall Road crosses it. And that's the one, it's a dirt road and buses go down, school buses go down that road every day, and it is awful. It is terrible.
So the paving of Jones Road.
Jones Road and Hall Road where it intersects. Not all of Hall Road, just where it intersects. Now this is in my section of the URA. Now whether it'll get funded or not, I don't know. But it is a priority. The lighting project has already been done. I have pitch black streets. That's a safety issue. So when with no lights. So when I went on a tour with Jacobs, and some citizens don't want any lights. But Jacobs said, look how we're going around this curve. That's a safety hazard. We'll just put the lights where the safety hazards exist. And then there really won't be an issue with that because we gotta make sure that people are protected. Okay.
So the paving of Jones Road and Hall Road and the implementation of the lighting outcome in District 4.
District 4. So the sidewalks, all of
You
that.
get two, you
all-
snuck 3 in there.
No, sidewalks, streets, and lighting.
Oh, it's one.
That's, all this is infrastructure.
Got it, okay, I see what you're saying now, okay, okay,
But this is a comment more than anything.
okay.
So, 92 is the state road, as we know. 92 and South Fulton Parkway, there is no light. That's ridiculous trying to make a left turn. There's nothing, the only thing that the city can do about it is talk to GDOT. Maybe that's not a part of what we're talking about right now, because I didn't mention it. So I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
And move on to environmental.
Okay.
Okay, environmental, I just hate to inform you, the fire is not out. We know it's not out. We live down there, we know it's not. They got pictures, they take pictures every day. We know the fire's not out. So that is an environmental issue. We don't know what that outcome is going to be eventually. There's something that we need to do other than, and maybe when we get the results of the air tests and the soil tests that we are going to perform, the little bit of money that I have now, we will know how to move forward, but that's something that needs to be addressed.
So for District 4 to kind of keep it broad, especially since that's a sensitive issue that we can't touch fully in this environment, is to allocate resources to rectifying
testing.
Okay, additional testing for District 4 environmental issues.
Right. And as a part of that, and they're a little bit expensive, I'm collecting information on it now. We're gonna have to do some air monitoring. So we're gonna need some stationary air monitoring machines.
Well, I think just for the purpose of today's conversation, we can have a broader, and so it's additional testing for environmental issues in District 4.
Yes, that's it.
Councilmember Willis.
So, for District 3, I would like to see a focus on redevelopment on the Roosevelt corridor, Washington Road corridor.
Okay.
And then also,
so I just want to make sure she catches it. It's the redevelopment of the Roosevelt and Washington Road corridor is our first one. Okay.
and then the other thing for me would probably be, and I know I mentioned this citywide, but I want all of the park and recreation facilities out of disrepair. And that's.
So can we just say for District 3, because this is a different one, this your specific one, is you want to see funds allocated to the repair of Welcome All Park?
Welcome All and the tennis center.
And the tennis
Don't
center.
forget that's in the
Yeah. Welcome All and the tennis center. Yeah. Funds allocated to the repair.
Repairs of the courts, tennis courts, and then repairs to the roof.
Well, for
So you
today, we're gonna do, it's gonna be, because there's so many different ones, and we have kind of some limited time, I'm just.
Let me just say, I got to go, my granddaughter's had an accident. She okay? Stonewall Tail.
And in our prayers, sir.
See what I'm saying? We're gonna, and then what'll happen is, as we develop the budget, once we get through your priorities, we would come back and say, okay, tell me a little bit more about Welcome All, and you would then tell the subject matter expert, look, I wanna look at the roof, I wanna look at the doors, et cetera, et cetera. So Councilmember Gumbs?
So, what I would like, and you said I only have two?
Yeah.
So,
the top two priorities, yes ma'am.
a state-of-the-art fire training facility
Okay.
in the district.
Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear? So a state-of-the-art fire training facility in District 2. Yeah. Okay. And this is for the FY20 budget.
that public safety?
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
fire?
Okay.
Did you mean public safety or just fire?
No, she said fire training.
Fire training, because I don't have a fire station. Then also too, I think one of my main issues is making sure that we are able, I think controlled development was on there, but also, I don't want to stop development, but it's just a lot of residential and we need to really focus on trying to get some commercial. So I don't know how to really word that.
So is it, you also want to see increased an increased focus on commercial development in District 2?
Yeah, and then I guess maybe, like the mayor said, some custom, because all of the houses look the same. So diversifying the housing stock.
So it would be, for hers, for District 2, it would be diversifying development in District 2 and increasing commercial development within the district. All right. And so, Councilmember Khalid had one more that he didn't get to add, right?
Yeah. And then
When she come back.
Councilwoman Jackson is welcoming in now too. It's very nice around here, all the streets. I think it's because they have a BID. I do not want to wait for Aerotropolis to work its way down Old National. I would like for us to start a BID around Flat Shoals and Old National where the Walmart is, and then grow out, grow south, and grow north so that we don't have to wait.
Okay.
I'm particularly interested in, we had this meeting with DOT, Route 13, they did a lot of work, which is Buford Highway. They did a lot of work putting in crosswalks and lighting signals and all of that, as well as beautifying that whole strip. I would like to see if we can get our businesses to do that. We've been trying to do it with Old National Merchants Association.
And throughout the Old National Corridor. So to develop a business improvement district along the Old National Corridor, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Starting south and working up to meet Aerotropolis.
Councilmember Jackson.
You know what I want?
You gotta tell us, we gotta put it in the.
Okay, I want the Meadows building.
Okay, so for District 5, her priority is the acquisition of the Meadows building. So that's one. What's the second one? What's the second one, Cal? Did you have a second one, or is that priority number one? And get it done?
Oh, I said the retail plus the dining.
Oh, that's right, for your district as well. So increased retail and dining options in District 5. And so your district specific one, we will be working to kind of weave those into the budget, right? I didn't do that?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead, Councilman.
We've been talking about the things to kind of bring Sandtown rec up, but I want to go a step further. It needs air conditioning in that building.
Okay.
And windows, because I think if you don't address those, we'll be dealing with the issue
Got it.
again.
So adding AC and ventilation.
Windows.
Adding, so hers was adding AC, ventilation, and windows at Sandtown Park.
Oh, yeah. And this is, the other thing that I say is, I think we need to, kind of bigger picture, but it's something, we need to really beautify make our commercial corridors our main ones attractive. So Cascade Road, saying to, constant refresh, something that makes it inviting.
So invest in the beautification
Of the commercial
of the Cascade Road commercial corridor.
Specifically, like our exit ramps when you come off, kind of like how Fulton Industrial did. Ours is just a mess.
Aerotropolis won't be?
It's not
It's
part of
not on that
Aerotropolis.
footprint, yeah.
I didn't give you my number two. Now I'm back.
You did, but we're gonna,
No,
okay,
I
we'll
didn't.
take. Okay.
What I gave you?
Retail
Retail shopping
I forgot about Burdette.
So, do you want to remove one?
I had said the retail shopping, that was for citywide.
So we'll remove that one from your
That was
personal.
citywide. That was city.
So for the individual district, we're gonna strike the retail shopping because you're gonna get that handled citywide. You got a second one, so we're
Yeah, because the
move
retail
that.
and dining would have
Okay.
been the first one.
Okay.
Okay, and then the second one is Burdette Park.
Okay.
And we need like the splash park,
Splash pad.
as well as we need new furnishings throughout the building.
Okay.
That we've been waiting on.
Okay, so basically it would be invest in Burdette Park, but then in parentheses, a splash pad and furniture.
Oh, we need air in the gym.
Okay.
They
so-
burn up in the gym.
Okay, I kinda like, we kinda like that now. We kinda want that in there. But
I don't think they do, because those guys be sitting in there having the thing blowing.
I'm there every Sunday, I love it. We gonna, it's your list, we gonna write it down. So let's make sure we capture this. So for Burdette Park is HVAC, a splash pad, and furniture.
Now, that's something I was promised in 2017.
Understood, we just capturing it. So now that's everybody's list, because we short on time. So now, what we got?
You said a third.
It was a splash, I'm sorry, hold on one second. Splash pad, HVAC, and furniture. What was your question, Councilman?
Can I negotiate? No, this is critical. This
Okay,
it's really, really critical.
We're
and I
gonna
don't
put
know,
this in the big ideas bucket.
well, I don't know what to do about it. I don't have no commercial development. So I don't. That little teeny bit of junk.
But I think we can address that when we go back to this next part when we talk about citywide the priority.
Okay.
So just hold it though, because I may forget, so you gotta insert it in the conversation. Okay.
So, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
So would that be, because the Parks Department just said that none of our facilities have air?
That's not what he said, I'm sorry.
Okay, help me.
No, he said that wrong. He said that wrong.
Okay, so welcome home.
Burdette Gymnasium do not have air, the other purpose.
They do, yeah.
But all the other
Sandtown Gymnasium do not have air, but other parts do. It not work all the time.
So the gym in Welcome Home has air?
Yes.
But mine don't.
We got you, Councilman. We got you.
Never mind.
All right, so for this, so the process, the way this process will work, so we're trying to close out, y'all.
Hey,
Chair,
you just said you was the
I
chair when you
relinquished.
came, so
I relinquished.
I kinda was letting you,
I
you already done
relinquished.
them.
You can clap them back in, but, so for this part of the conversation, we captured your district-specific priorities. And so you have the ability to change them and all that good stuff, but the purpose of capturing your district-specific one is because staff is going to start researching how they can incorporate these into their budgeted activities. That's these. Yeah, we talking about 2020. These are just the focus areas that y'all have provided for 2020. You're not wed to them. This gets us started. But remember, you got a whole month. It's almost a month before it comes to me, right? So you got time to talk to your department heads and figure out what you like, what you don't like. You may want to tweak this stuff. You may have more priorities. It's just they know to have a laser-like focus on these when it comes to you. Now we need to go back to the very beginning of this, and you guys have to actually take your citywide priorities and kind of agree to or figure out which ones align with your strategic plan priorities and the 5 big picture areas that you identified, not only when we were in Athens, but actually before I even started with you. And so, Mr. Malazi, can you kind of assist us with that piece? I can help kind of go through the project, but where we kind of need the consensus from you guys is, you know, so Parks, Mr. Baker made a great point when he highlighted parks was supposed to be and was the financial priority. Doesn't mean it's the most important, but that's where you wanted your financial priority to be. All of you mentioned parks again this time, but you kind of lean towards, I don't want to call it an external funding source, but an additional funding source outside of revenue, which was the SPLOST. So what you would be helping us identify is, yes, it's still one of the 5 priorities, we know that, but is it a budget priority for 2020? Meaning a revenue. You see that you're going to use your current revenue to fund. Yes, sir.
What I see on that list, and again, I'm going back to our strategic plan, whatever we had. The number one thing was economic development.
It was.
I see a lot of things around economic development on that that increase our commercial parcels revenue generating capacity.
Okay.
So I think that falls in line with our strategic plan, and it's an investment that has a serious ROI.
Okay.
So, if it was like what you are saying, that it was the economic development wouldn't have been coming back here, that was for last year. We want you to confirm is the economic development still #1 this year. Next year we come back, that #1 next year may be #2, maybe #3. So want you, as you talk here, at the end of it, you know the goals that you went through, you have your priorities. Can you tie them together?
So
this year, what is your first priority? What is it?
So my economic development priority is specifically, if it's one of those 5, is
#1.
It would be #1, but it's not for me to rank. But it's building our commercial tax base.
So it's not just, so what he's saying is, from his perspective, and you'd have to get buy-in from the rest of the council, he's saying economic development, yes, is still a priority, but he's changing it or enhancing it to say, while we focus on economic development, we have to focus on enhancing the commercial corridors. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, it's building our commercial.
Building commercial
property tax base.
Building our commercial tax base, commercial corridors, commercial tax base, whatever it is.
You said building it.
So,
what if it doesn't exist? Can you build it?
I'm saying I don't know how specific we're getting. On the parcels, we already have hundreds of parcels that are zoned commercial. That we are not maximizing the revenue that we get off of it.
And so that would capture everything, what he just said, maximizing the commercial tax base. So this is the thing that you guys have to decide. You've got 5 existing priorities, you have to re-rank them. And what Councilmember Khalid is saying is that his first priority is not only economic development, but specifically maximizing the commercial tax base. Is that the consensus of the council?
No.
Actually,
I was asked.
Wait a second. Councilwoman Willis was
Yes, I do think that improving our economic development is important, but the thing is, what impacts economic development is safety. And I think our #1 thing needs to be making sure that people feel safe and making sure that people who want to come to our city and invest, bottom line is not going to be impacted. I walked last week. Hold on, let me make this point. Okay.
I'm not stopping you.
Okay.
I'm letting him know while you talk that I would like to add context.
I walked the business corridor. I walked my business corridor last week, and it was last year when we went to the Publix Plaza. They were ranting and raving how the average business owner was there 5 years. But I would say over 50% of the business owners that I went to, they had a complaint about the crime, and they are threatening to leave. And so while we keep saying we want to enhance and maximize the commercial tax base, people are not going to want to come to the city if they don't feel safe, and if they feel like the crime is going to impact their bottom line. So I think I mean, for me, the consensus is not number one, economic development. I think, yes, it's important, but I think number one should be, investing in public safety.
So, now ask the clarify.
So that's just my opinion. Everybody has their own
So
opinion.
I think one thing I would just remind you, just as a whole council, is that as you develop these priorities, remember these aren't solely your strategic plan priorities. This is specific to budget. So what it means is you're giving guidance that on this 2020 budget, where you're going to put when you start prioritizing where you cut, where you enhance, etc., is going to be based on these priorities. And so it seems like you have dissenting opinions, but you're kind of saying the same thing. Mr. Khalid is saying maximize commercial corridors. Well, that would include investments in public safety and outreach, et cetera, while you're saying people in those commercial corridors have to feel safe. You're still both focused on the commercial tax base, which is the key thing that you want to focus on. Where are you going to spend your money? Or where are you going to spend our citizens' money? And so in the 2020 budget, it sounds like you actually agree. Sounds like you're both saying, I agree that economic development is a priority, and within that, the commercial, maximizing the commercial tax base is important. And you're simply clarifying that to do so, you better make sure they're safe.
And the other thing, he said maximizing, but I would also like to say diversifying, because we did a photo op for a new development that's coming in our city, and if you were to go on social media, it's over 100 comments, and over 50 of those comments, people are not happy about that development because they said that we already have that business in our city. And so if we are not attracting new type of business, and I can show it to you, then, if people are not willing to bring their development here, they're not willing to bring their business here because of a public safety concern.
But isn't that isn't
I would say
diversifying
maximize
a part
and
of
diversify different businesses.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying when you're coming up with your big picture priorities, diversifying, investing in, all of those things are part of maximizing. So you can't maximize it if you're not diverse. You're not
understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying, we don't need another Publix in the city. But that's what I'm saying. Different businesses.
Diversify.
I think that's what I'm.
I think,
okay. No,
I think we're clear. Real quick though, I just want to add the whole concept of maximizing that comes from what we've heard over and over from our CFO. When he says that we're getting 80% of our funds from our residents, we have to maximize at some point. So let's go ahead.
I think economic development has to be a priority, but I also think we have to think about the decisions we make and the impact. So I know we made some shifts in how our departments are structured, and now we have business. It sounds good in concept, but you got one person trying to do economic development for a city that's only a square mile. That doesn't make sense. And so I think if this is a priority, we got to put some resources, because you're doing business license, you're doing there's too much stuff right there, and now it's taking it off the core thing that we said we wanted. And so I think we have to think about that. And then I think, again, kind of what we heard earlier, we have to change our narrative, because at the end of the day, it's just like somebody can't come in your house and tell you what you can do with your house. They can't come in your house and tell you what to do. When people own land, we can't just tell people what they can and cannot do. And so I think we have to, it's very limited though, if you don't want to wind up in a lawsuit. No, if it's allowed and it's commercial, it is true. If it's zoned for commercial, you can't just say, oh, you can't just put that up. So that's why that zoning conversation is so important. And sometimes our narrative may be very well killing our development. So I want us to think about that.
The chair got you.
I want to say, we are sitting in a city that is very specific and particular about their economic development and have been for well over 20 years, because it was the first city master plan city in the area. You just don't bring anything in here. And their zoning controls it, okay? And they do it in a certain way. And so this is not the only city that functions that way. And we have models that we can pattern after, you know, going after quality instead of quantity. And that's what's happened in the past, and it didn't serve us well, and that's why we don't have the diversity in housing that we should have, or that we could have had, in terms of price point, design, and a whole bunch of other stuff. The thing that I think that really needs to go up there is infrastructure, because that's part of economic development. And for instance, in some areas, and I don't know if I'm the only one or not, there's no sewer capacity. Then there's some topography that's an issue where you can't build, where you have to build in a certain way. And it goes like a step above just to fix the streets and the sidewalks and what I was talking about. It's really a piece of economic development.
So I think, real quick, I know you want to wrap in a second, but
No,
I had Councilman Khalid that wanted to.
Not so much the rap, to bring, so,
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess
You got it, go ahead.
it was to highlight, so we didn't put the 5 priorities up on the board in order. And
They would
I was gonna
have
say, and it might be helpful if you're looking at all 5 of them at the same time, because just to remind you, the purpose, and Mr. Malazi, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your purpose is pretty clear. Your 5 are the same, and you still have that focus, but you may have changed where they are in the priority because of some of the success you've had over the previous 2 years. So I think it's just important for them to show you the 5 in the order they're in. So if you want to change them, you can. That's all I.
Councilman Khalid.
So I have a comment and a question. The first is, are we stuck with these 5 priorities and we're just reordering the 5 priorities, or can we come up with 2 new priorities and 3 old priorities?
You can. You can. It is your list of the 5, but you have a strategic plan where in your strategic plan you had those 5. And based on, unless you have new ones, the conversations and the feedback that you and the public have given is, remember, these are very big buckets, but they're the same, all of those things fall under them. And so, yes, you can either change these 5, or you can identify if they fall under there and reprioritize them.
Okay, so
for budget purposes.
So with that being said, I'm thinking about our strategic plan, and I'm also thinking about our budget. I would change focus on economic development to maximize commercial tax base, because that brings us new money to buy whatever we need. Like, we need more money in our budget. And I think one of the things we realized with the URA and the capital project, that's one way to get money. The SPLOST is another way to get money. So I think maybe even diversifying income streams could be a thing. We need to have strategic goals that grow our budget.
Agreed.
And then
the first part.
The second thing is, I don't want us to fight. I think that it's really important. We talk about like Peachtree City, or we even talk about Ackworth. Those are like really, really small cities, and it's not what Old National looks like in 10 years from now is not what any other part of the city looks like, and we just have to remember that we have to allow our city to grow and become all of these different things. The last thing I will say is that we talked a lot in our strategic plan about a sense of community and a sense of place and a sense of unity, and we don't have a goal that speaks to that. So I would like to see us focus on, we are possibly acquiring some cultural facilities. I would like for our Parks Department to be expanded to a Bureau of Cultural Affairs. I think that we already have a couple of signature events. Rosie has the, Councilwoman Jackson has the senior gala. I have the political education, the electoral college. I think that we sort of need to build a calendar and promote it citywide of events that create a culture or an identity for South Fulton.
I would add once, it's interesting, Mr. Phillips isn't here with us today, but based on that, that's his recommendation as well, is to expand it and make those housed there and change the name, etc. So I would also say, I don't know if it takes a formal vote, Mr. Malazzi, but you all have mentioned a sense of place, branding, city name, all of that stuff as a focus. And it's not necessarily on here. And so
as a budget priority, we have these, like, so for example, we have these events, and the only one that is annually funded is the senior gala. But if we're doing the electoral college every year, if we're doing South Fulton summer every year, somebody else is doing something every year, let's create a budget and a calendar and like have these annual events that our citizens can look forward to.
Okay. Is that the consensus of the council?
Yep, because I bust my butt trying to raise money for the Welcome Off Fall Festival every year.
So one of the budget priorities, maybe we should just start like that. Let's get a clean sheet, because this is the strategic piece. But remember last year we had a budget piece. I'm sorry, Chair,
You got it?
okay. So one thing that y'all have a consensus on is budget priority is investing in a sense of place or the brand of the city. We can flesh out the word, but the brand of the city, and maybe we just put in parentheses the name, the citywide events, you know, those type of things. The arts. Yes. So that's one piece that's going to come under there.
Will that, Mr. Donald, do you mind if I say something?
Yeah.
Will that cover goal number 3, increase community collaboration and quality of life?
Well, so what I wanted to help y'all do is come up with your 5 to 6 budget priorities, and they would just align with the strategic plan.
Okay.
So it's kind of like your budget priorities saying this is where you're going to put the money, but you just make sure that they should all touch your overall strategic vision for the city.
Okay, so.
Does that make sense?
So, what was consistent, and I kept hearing, was, so that's investing in brand of the city. I kept hearing, so will park and recreation fall underneath that?
So that's what, so I was gonna take you through all of them.
Okay.
So, and these are not in order yet. We're just going through what y'all responded. So investing in parks and recreation infrastructure was another one. And you talked about the SPLOST or whatnot. I don't know if you want to put that in your official document and recap that they put together for you. So I would recommend making it broad that you want to invest in parks and recreation infrastructure and expanding the parks array.
Right.
That's what, y'all don't have to agree to the word and anything. I'm just saying from what you seem to tell us, that seemed like a second budget priority. Is that fair?
Oh, it's yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rao,
It seems like we pretty much are saying the same things we had previously as a goal. We just kind of fleshed it out on that goal number 3. If that's where we're putting parks, I don't know. And we had already kind of spoke the economic development side.
Although we haven't talked, we talked about economic development, but as your budget priority, your economic development, and I was going to ask you, Councilmember Khalid, it's still a focus on economic development, but you want a specific call out, and it seemed like everyone else agreed, to maximizing commercial your commercial tax base.
Whatever we put here is not helpful if they will be here if they are not measurable. we have to put things here that we know they will be measurable, and next year we say we put this one, and this is a measurable success of it.
But how they're gonna do that is, once they give us these big priorities, they're gonna look at the budget and look for these investments. So they're gonna look and say, all right, I can easily see that you got 150,000 in professional services to bring on somebody to take us to start to finish to get our name and brand in place. I'm looking and I see $4 million in parks and so they're gonna be, we have to make them measurable through the budget so that they are all satisfied with what we present based on their vision. Is that not right?
But I'm just saying if they have to be what they itemize them, and when they are incorporated in the budget, they have to be measurable.
They're coming at six.
Councilwoman Rao has the floor.
So one of the things that I think we talked about environmental. I think when we think about our commercial, or we talk industrial, whatever, finding a way to incentivize clean industry, or making sure that those spaces don't have anything that can deal with, or aggravate the environment, if you know what I mean. So whether we identify some economic development to encourage to reuse those spaces, figuring out what that should look like.
So that, I guess my question for y'all would be, you put you put infrastructure and kind of quality of life, y'all kind of put those plans and all that good stuff together. And so is that one budget priority that is, investing in infrastructure, I don't know if it would be
I
clean
see some as,
environmental.
I don't, so if we're trying to relocate a business here, that is a clean, it might be industrial, but it's clean. Thinking about ways to entice, we got a lot of industrial spaces, frankly.
Where?
So you got them on Oakley, there's on Fulton Industrial, you have some on Roosevelt. How can we get them to reuse those spaces for the clean industry?
But when you're
And it might be
developing your
economic
budget
development.
priority, that's what I was gonna ask you, you're developing your budget priority. I don't know if that role is like under, it sounded like
Yeah,
it was
I think it's
another
under,
priority.
it could be under economic development. I don't know exactly where you want to put it,
So I think what we're trying to do, just to kind of keep everybody centered, we're trying to get your budget priority based on those big picture ideas
And
that
it might
you
be,
brought.
it might be
So-
some, I don't know, you might come up with an incentive and it might require money, I don't know. I'm just saying, figuring out something to think about readaptive use of those spaces. I'm not trying to be prescriptive, is there something that we could think about, because we got a lot of them, it's the truth of the matter. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, so I just don't want us to get away from, we also talked a lot about public safety investment. Where are we gonna put that on our priorities? Because it seems like that's going down and down the list, and I just can't believe it is when we talk about economic development, infrastructure, I just don't think, I don't see.
You can't have it.
Yeah, we can't have that. We
No.
can't.
So I think so let's stay back, let's get back on track. So we coming up with new things. Let's focus on the two. Everybody came up with two big priorities for the city. You're not ranking them yet. We're just capturing them. So we keep deferring. Let's just go through them. So
I guess because that big old word up there is budget priorities, so I'm thinking she got 1, 2, so I'm.
Because you've already went over investing in the brand, you've already went over investing in infrastructure. We didn't capture economic development on the board for consensus.
Yes.
But for economic development, you guys committed to maximizing.
Let me rephrase it
Okay.
in a way that is measurable. Grow the percentage of our revenues that come from commercial taxes.
Let's get it. Now, is that the consensus? Is everybody?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, repeat it again.
Grow the percentage of our revenues that come from commercial taxes.
Okay.
So that's another
It's not
budget
even-
priority.
It's not mess, no, actually, I think that's That's
No,
instead
I'm
of
saying it's the same, it's his
it's not-
economic development one, he just made it specific.
Yeah.
So it was already one, he just rephrased it. So there was another one, real quick, Councilman Gilliard, the public safety piece, you guys also agreed about, when we went through the priorities. Everyone talked about public safety. How do you want to verbalize your public safety goals for the FY20 budget? Yes, ma'am.
So when we talk about public safety, we're talking about police and fire.
Yes, ma'am.
So police has been brought
And
up.
court.
Okay, in court. Police has been brought up, but we haven't said anything about fire.
You did.
And I think,
Yeah, they all did. They all did.
But what I think we need to do is to try our very best, because last year we had nowhere near enough money to deal with all the issues. So let's try our very best to try and fix as many fire stations as we possibly can. And then in 2020, if we can do that and get them sort of out of the way, and maybe in 2021 we can build it.
So let's see. I mean, I don't know who wants to take a stab at it, but the areas that you guys highlighted about public safety was you wanted to enhance the equipment and resources for your public safety system. You wanted to provide incentives and personnel-related incentives for your public safety staff. And then your third piece was you wanted to increase, technology and all that good stuff around public safety. So how would you word that as your budget priority?
I think we need to add repairs to that.
Well, and I think that's enhancing the resources.
So we say invest in public safety infrastructure?
I think that covers it all, but everyone else has to, again, we're just trying to get consensus from the council. So is that appropriate, invest in the public safety infrastructure of the city? Okay, they got consensus on that.
Okay. Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Yes.
You're gonna present how we come up with the resolution?
I was gonna try to just do a strong poll on that part.
Yeah, just so you can have a consensus.
Yeah.
We don't want to raise our hands and be voting on it.
I get it. Yes, sir. Understood. So now we talked about public safety. We talked about economic development. We talked about parks and rec. We talked about the sense of place. We're forgetting something. Those are the strategic plans. That's already in there. This is just your budget. So again, when you cut, when you add resources, as we prioritize, as you prioritize, this list should be our guide.
If it's amenable to the rest of the staff capacity.
So Mr. Khalid has also entered in investing in staff capacity as another area of focus. Is that also something that there is consensus from the body on? Increasing staff capacity?
Meaning getting more resources.
Meaning more staff, more training, more resources.
I agree. And I don't think any department should not have a one and a two.
Got it. And so 4 out of the remaining 7 sounds like consensus to me, so we're gonna put it up there. So investing in staff capacity.
Increasing.
Increasing staff capacity.
Yeah, because we need to add somebody in EIS too.
And so,
And
can we look at those others, just because I don't want to leave anything else.
You just said we're not even using our maximum amount of potential.
So they got parks, they got the commercial piece, that's covered under economic development, that's public safety. We can turn, because they already got the brand, that's public safety again. So you have not hit this area that you guys were focused on. There are two areas that you haven't hit, and that's smart cities and community engagement, which are two things that are, you turn one more time just to make sure.
Mr. Darman, we talked about community engagement when we talked about branding the city and
Got it. So that would fall under that. Got it.
having different events throughout the city.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We break it into the time that we have to get the.
Got it. So the only thing is smart cities, if they want to add that.
Yeah.
So after-
How would you word smart cities?
We already have 5 goals. Are we taking something off?
No, you got 4.
We got 5.
You got 5?
So I think create an official government, smart cities could hit on all of that.
It does. It's your, remember, these 5 to the right, they're in your strategic plan, not going anywhere. Your budget priorities is how you want us to spend money and how you want us to prioritize and how you plan to prioritize your cuts and enhancements when you receive the budget.
So let's
you're not
figure
limited.
out how we can implement institute it on one of those things. Invest in infrastructure, recreation, parks, array.
The last 2, can we just add through smart solutions?
Yes, that would be good. In public safety, in public safety.
On the last one, that's when you say increasing staff capacity, maybe somehow.
What about?
That might be the way to do it. I mean, if you're a smarter city, you're gonna be able to increase the overall capacity of the staff. So
By using smart initiatives.
add through smart city solutions. Is that fair?
Increasing staff capacity and smart city
Through
solutions.
smart city.
No,
What
not
about-
through, not through, including.
Including.
Including smart cities.
Including.
So not invest in public safety infrastructure
Because
through
it
smart
would be,
cities.
it would be involved, because if you.
I think it goes,
increase-
I think
It could be both. So I think that's why they're
Infrastructure
saying,
and parks.
I think that's why they're saying the last one doing staff capacity, because if you're increasing staff capacity, including smart city solutions, then by default, so in lieu of, exactly, every department, you touch every, I mean, if that's not
Okay.
consensus, you can change
I
it
mean,
now.
if that's what you said.
Or maybe you
No,
can just
not
add
me.
that.
I don't
No,
want- I'm
no,
not saying that.
just about add that word in there, increasing staff capacity.
For both of the final 2 deals.
Or, no, in the final one, increasing staff capacity, smart city initiatives throughout the city.
Oh,
Something like
I
that.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Increasing staff capacity, increase staff, we'll reword it,
Yeah.
but increase staff capacity and
Smart city.
And employees.
employ smart city solutions.
Right.
One thing, got
Right.
it, that works. Yeah, okay.
Okay, we wrap towards that?
That is, I think.
We have department
You don't have to rank them, but that's. it's
Yeah,
just-
we don't have to.
These are just the
She changed
priorities.
it to the that's really good right there.
So that's correct. So when we list it publicly, or however they do it, we won't have numbers by it, it's just listed.
All right. Mr. Elijah?
So we get into the second phase, that's where I want to hear from the department heads. After the department heads, by that time we should have our dinner. We will have the final of putting together the goals and priorities of the council. So when we leave, we will have known these our goals and priorities. Now this is the time for at least up to 10 minutes. You don't have to spend 10 minutes. From 2 minutes to 10 minutes, department heads, tell us what is in your budget. What's the most important thing that you have in the budget? There's no listing of who is going to start. If anyone is ready to.
And as you
Can we start with economic development?
There you go. And as you come up, dinner will be served at approximately 6:30, 6:40, so it may be served while you're sitting here and talking. I just
Is
want to
there
let
any
you
way,
know.
can we take like a 5-minute, 3-minute break? I gotta go to the bathroom and I don't.
We're just going to the bathroom.
But I don't wanna make that's what they say. I move that we take a 5-minute break, restroom break, please, a 5-minute recess. Somebody got a
There's a
second?
motion on the floor.
I'll second. I would like to make a friendly amendment
Sure.
that when we come back from break, that we say grace and that we pray for.
You can't make everybody, you
I
can't
just,
make
can we say
everybody.
grace? I mean, do we do an invocation every meeting?
Yeah, but I'm saying that to
I'm
put
sorry.
that in a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right.
All right.
All right. 5-minute recess.
Can you pause the stream, Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Can you pause the stream?
You don't have, are you voting? Anybody voting for this 5-minute recess?
For the what?
Okay.
Before y'all get up, have you cut the stream?
Give me just 1 second.
It's been mentioned earlier this evening. It's been mentioned earlier this evening. One of the things that's the big item for economic development is the realignment of some of the departments. We've had a year with the combined department this year. After evaluating how that worked, the recommendation would be to actually move functions of the business license over to finance. That provides for a more streamlined approach as far as the financial side and the responsibility that finance has with business license. The other recommendation would be the reconsideration of using the current vendor that we have. We've had a lot of complaints from citizens and from business owners about that process. And so just looking at that and how that affects us moving forward, I think would be prudent for us as a city.
Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, we can't ask questions?
Sure.
So, okay. Mr. Baker,
Yeah, be nice to you.
so what would the reconsideration to look for another vendor look like? We would have to put out another RFP, or how would that work?
Well, in my personal opinion, just working with it this year, I think those things could be handled in-house. Most of the functionality, anyway, is already done. Basically, what we do is we send all the information to Avenue, and they just mail out a piece of paper. So all the actual physical work is still already being done in-house.
Okay. And do you need additional staff?
Well, that would be evaluation. If the goal is to relocate finance, we could talk through finance with that. I think we probably do need one more person to help manage that. But the folks that are already in-house now have been managing it since the city was created.
Yeah, I'm talking about for economic development.
For economic development. So we're bringing a recommendation on that. There's been conversation about bringing Main Street program. I know that we talked about Roosevelt Highway. And so that will require more staff to do that. So we'll be bringing that to the council.
So,
Councilman Khalid.
This isn't the only time we're going to hear from you. You're going to come back in some other form with.
Well, during the budget process, and all the departments are making formal presentations to the council.
Councilwoman Williams.
so the Main Street programs that is proposed, are we still proposing to put one on Onashville this year? And then in the state of the city, the mayor said put one on Onashville this year, 2020, put one on Roosevelt. So those Main Street programs I know each one has to have a manager, right?
Correct.
And so that would have to come from, we would need to allocate the budget for that, or is that something that comes from DCA?
No, so those are funded through the city. There's no funding comes from DCA. It's just the programmatic part that comes.
So that when I looked at the average salary for Market Street manager is that included in our compensation study?
We've sent that information to Aquila this week to send to the consultants to put those in the pay and comp study.
Okay, so what's that, do you know off the top of your head, the minimum and mid?
It would just depend. Smaller cities, obviously it's a lot different, but probably 45, 50 is probably.
Okay, that's what I saw.
Part-time?
No, that's
No,
full-time. That's a full-time job. You know what I gotta do?
But currently, in the community, in the Westminster Southwest budget, there are funded positions that have not been filled, right?
Yes, we just have one this time.
All right, thank you.
All right.
We'll have community development services and they misread. After that, procurement should be warming up.
Good evening, good afternoon. I'm here to speak in regards to two things that the budget for community development regulatory affairs will be working directly on. When you purchased the parks, there were a number of things that came along with the park. For example, there's trees that are out there. We partnered with Public Works to do an assessment on the condition of the trees and found there were 53 trees that are needing to be either removed or pruned. So with that being said, we're going to ask for funding to contract with a company that's going to allow us to remove these trees and keep us from having any issues with the trees moving forward throughout the park. So that's one particular funding that I would be asking for. And then another, of course, would be to attack the blighting issue that we're having. We've discussed it mostly today in regards to where we are with blight, but we were looking to see if the escrow account that was created after your last council meeting, if we can have money added to that to allow us to move forward with some immediate initiatives that we have identified.
So,
Councilwoman Willis.
the funding, so everybody didn't get that information that we requested as to how much we were collecting from the fines. Wasn't it like 24K? Remember that? We didn't send it
Yeah,
to
we
the
may
entire
have
council.
gotten, I think we're supposed to be getting an update today, or we may have gotten it while we were in here. But somewhere around there, I think it was like 23,400 or something like that she's talking about.
So
No,
what
not
are-
like that, she's talking about the code enforcement fine.
So one of the things I'm gonna ask of you, and I think we talked about it with Mr. Malazzi the other day, is can you do an analysis on about how many properties that we would need to bring up to code, the average expense? I know you can't narrow down, but the average expense of what it's gonna cost, and then, kind of tell us based on that what you would want the council to contribute. Because when I talk to other cities, what they're telling me, I ask them how they're dealing with their blight issues, and basically they're saying that they are contributing money to deal with their blight issues via their general funds. And so for us, we need to know what that looks like. So I understand, thank God it didn't come out to be a huge number. It was just 24,000. But what if that revenue amount was 100,000 and we just arbitrarily said 50%, goes to this account to deal with code issues? So I would ask that you work with whoever you need to work with to figure out how much it's going to cost to bring the average house that we need to bring up to code, blighted property up to code. Okay, Mr. Malazzi has something to say. He was
I just wanted to say that I would love to sit down with Ms. Reed to review what would the needs be, what are the needs be, because the complications that are, we are setting up a separate fund from general fund. That's the thing, you are separating fund to be a special fund from general fund. If we can find out what will be the expenses that she needs to meet those requirements in code enforcement, we'll just allocate expenses during the budget allocation to meet those needs.
Well, that's what I just asked her to do.
So we'll review those ones before we implement it to go forward.
Also call around to other cities, because when I go to these conferences, I'm asking them how they're dealing with blight. I know East Point said they made a investment in dealing with blight. I know Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, made an investment in dealing with their blight. They committed to demolishing so many of their blighted properties every year. And I know community block grants are being used to deal with blight, demolition funds. And so I would ask that research is done too.
And I want a clarification when we talk about cleaning up, because with code enforcement, I'm assuming we're looking for the property owner, citing them and giving them time to correct.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this money, are we talking solely about it for demolition of properties there where we can't locate?
So if you go back to your nuisance ordinance that you adopted in 2018, identifies the process, right?
Right.
So after we have attempted to identify the owners, we've made several attempts and we have not been able to identify them. That gives us the opportunity to then use our own funding to begin. For example, say if the home has issues with grass, the home needs to be boarded, the home needs to be demolished, at worst case scenario, that funding could be used for that.
Okay, so you're saying right now we only have $24,000 allocated. That's why I'm trying to get clear.
Right, so right now, what we've done, so code enforcement has two separate funds. You have municipal court and then you have the code board.
Right.
So, so far I received some funding for code board and it came up to be $50-something odd thousand. If you divide that in half, it came to be $26,000.
Okay.
So that would be the amount, just give an example to date, what we would have received if that code was in place by currently, before the fiscal year started. So it's not a lot of money. It's not much that I could do with that right now, other than maybe cutting the grass, maybe boarding some homes. So I'm asking for money to be put into that account in additional.
Okay, that's
yes,
fine.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Guns.
So I have just a couple questions, and I don't know if what I'm supposed to really be asking in this budget process, but I'm asking. So the first thing, are we investing any resources in technology for like Airbnb and I guess the research and software to find these people and monitor their citations?
So we're working with the city attorney now. She's leading in a lot of those conversations that we've had with the host compliance company. So I know that they're communicating with her, and then she brought staff in to have that discussion. So yes, that is a conversation we have had.
So for the 53 trees to be removed and pruned, are we setting up a separate fund, like a tree fund or anything like that?
Right, so we're looking to put money aside for it. Like if you were to approve that piece, that is allowing for us to contract with the company to identify them, basically pruning or cutting, removing the trees. Because again, there's a number of trees at the park that are dying.
Okay. Now, what about staffing? Are you going to be requesting staff?
I would do.
How many?
Not in that particular area. So it's just, I'm waiting to speak with HR. We have a different component portion of it.
So it's kind of early for that level of detail, because they haven't completed their budget yet. Remember, this is kind of on the front end where they get some insight from you. So today she could say 6 and she might request 12. It'd be kind of unfair on that portion, because we haven't gotten that low into the budget yet.
So, real quick, just for clarity, so when we getting these questions out, asked to the department heads, we should keep in mind that we're gonna see them again.
Yeah, because, so the budget, just remember that the budget hasn't fully been developed. The department heads have developed their preliminary ask, and so they have all been instructed to ask for the kitchen sink, everything. And so what they're asking for today is purposely bloated, so that your executive staff can evaluate it, compare it to your priorities, and we're going to cut or add based on that.
Well, I don't think they've been asking for anything. They're just stating. So right now.
No, what I mean is like, so you just asked, are you asking for people? Yes. When you say how many, today she could say 6. But based on your priorities and other things that are current citywide, we might say, no, your ask is 12. Or we might say, no, your ask is 4, and we're going to get a $20,000 contract to supplement the rest. We haven't gone through that process yet as a staff. So I just kind of want to caution you on that. So I'm walking out the door the other day and Reed said, look, I asked for the whole kitchen, not just the kitchen sink. Because literally that's what they're supposed to do. But we haven't gone through any part of budget deliberations yet.
Now, one last thing I have to repeat, the ordinance that we just recently passed in regards to code enforcement, that is supposed to not necessarily negate the process of you all looking for the homeowners, but kind of speeding up the process for the violators?
So what we're seeing in the community is that there's a number of attempts that we've made to reach out to the property owners. We reached out, we sent citations, we've gotten no responses. They haven't been able to make a report because they haven't been communicated with, because they're not able to be found. So in properties of such, if we were looking to reach out to them, we can't find them, that money is allowed for us as a community to fix the problem. We'll basically put a lien on the home to allow us to get our money back. So that's the second.
So I thought with the code enforcement ordinance, and this is something we could probably talk about offline, but I thought if it's the renter and you actually see the violations that the renter is doing, not necessarily the homeowner. So like, for instance, you have them move the basketball court, or the basketball goal or something like that, and then you give them like a warning, and then you go back and it's not moved. You still not citing the renter?
No, we typically cite the owner.
Well, that wasn't what, okay, we'll talk, because that wasn't what the ordinance was intended to do, and that's how it was written.
Councilman, Jackson. Hey, you in the queue, you asked me in the queue.
What was it?
You clipped, okay?
Our next one will be procurement.
Oh, yes, I do know. Yes, I do know. She was talking about the light. So she got it. No.
She's coming.
You need her to come back?
No, she you could talk about it.
Purchasing. Good evening, council. What I'm going to be asking for on the procurement budget is an allotment to establish our participation goals. We're in need of, currently we do not have any minority participation goals, and that is something that we're going to need to move towards. So to get that in place, what's going to be required is a disparity study, and the cost for that is going to be approximately $200,000 to $300,000.
How much?
$200,000 to $300,000.
For what?
For a disparity study. The disparity study will give us the legal justification or the legal authority to put in place participation goals in terms of small business participation in contract setting, participation goals for subcontractors. It will also be instrumental in us getting federal funding. If we get federal funding, for example, for the DOT type projects, for the CDBG projects, those coming with federal funding have DBE goals that have to be adhered to. And for us to satisfy those, we're going to have to be able to justify them and or if we ever get challenged. So to do that, we are going to have to put a small business program in place and put some participation things in place. To do that, it is mandatory that we have a disparity study.
Councilman Khalid and Councilman Morris.
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, sir.
The dollar amount that we currently contract out, what percentage of those dollars are going to minorities?
I cannot say for sure, but if I had to guess, it would be right now. So it would be a guess. I will have the ability to answer that in the affirmative. Where I'm looking at software that will monitor what we pay the vendors and what they pay the contractors. But right now, I'd say maybe 15 to 20% at best.
And so I just want to be clear, we need a $200,000 study to say that 20% is not high enough?
Well, we need a study to be able to even mention participation goals, to even have the authority to say we want any percentage of this contract to go to any contractor on the basis of race or anything that considers a racial component. Then to do that, a disparity study has to be in place. Then also, if we're trying to set up a small business program where we focus on businesses within the city and trying to build them up, that would also need a study to support it and to justify it if challenged.
My first question, how many vendors do we have registered with the city right now?
Oh, that's a hard question. I can answer that eventually. I don't know right offhand, but I can get to that.
Okay, one I'd like to know that too, can we look at some kind of IT solution to track it? I mean, we're 2 years old. To spend that kind of money on a study is blowing my mind, I'm gonna be honest. And so, and I know it's a very manual process. How can we use, again, smart solutions to look at technology to get to this number? Because if we're tracking them and they're putting the information in, saying they're a minority or female-owned business, that we can get to this data to find out? Because we don't know, but it seems like our technology can drive some of this data or gather it for us.
Yes, I do have technology in the works that will gather that. I have two programs. One in particular will track specifically what you're asking about. That program will track DBE businesses, it will track what we spend on a prime, and it will track what the prime spends on subcontractors, and it will give the ability to produce reporting to that effect. So yes.
I would like us to look at what kind of smart solutions to get to this data before we go look at spending a lot of money, and we don't even know how many vendors, I mean, we don't have a sense of how big, but we 2 years old.
That is true. However, when we get to the CDBG grants, we're bringing on board a grant writer. We're going through the economic development strategic plan. Once we do all of those things, and once federal funds start coming in, it is mandatory under their guidelines.
I understand, and I'm just saying I really want us to look at smart solutions so we're constantly gathering the data, not doing it after the fact, and we aren't, like I said, we're 2 years old. I think please bring something where you're looking at getting the data on the front end.
I do have, that is part of the plan as well. However, having the data is only half of the problem. Once we have the data, for us to do anything with the data, the minute we take an affirmative action, that brings up what is your justification? Then if that question comes up, the only answer that's legally justifiable is we have a study that supports whatever it is that we're putting in place. However, we can put something in place, but we could put it in place and have it unsupported. So if challenged, it will never stand up because we don't have the justification to back it up. But yes, we can do the preliminary work, and we can put in the ability to track and report on those numbers.
Yeah, I just want to, like I said, the paper process right now is painful from what I've heard, and I just think, please.
Councilman Lee.
Last question. Are we, and I don't even know who this is for, but is there any money in the budget to get rid of Edmonds and get something else?
Not in the 2019 budget, I don't think.
2020. We're going into 2020.
I am not sure.
Yes, they haven't developed that. I know they've got software, but it is an appetite of many people to transition off of that.
Please make that a budget priority.
Thank you.
Councilman Willis.
So just to put it in a little bit of a context, I did meet Mr. Kerr did meet with me, Attorney Walker, on this disparity study, and we did this because that's legislation that I want to bring forth to the city, which is a minority program. That is, yes, that is a requirement, the disparity study for that type of program, and the reason I want to do that because we have several residents who have been asking for us to offer this type of program. And so in order for us to legally and to avoid the legal challenges of offering that type of program, there has been several cities who've been challenged, Atlanta being one of them, for trying to offer incentives for minority, for women, and also African American, well, I won't say African Americans, but other minority groups. And so one of the ways to avoid doing that is to do a disparity study. And so thank you for bringing that forth. We did meet with an attorney who specializes in disparity studies. And so that is something, that is legislation that I am working on with Attorney Walker, and that it is a must before we can create that type of program.
I'd like to work with you on that.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, actually, everybody. I love that. Thanks so much, Mr. Malaki.
You serious?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is the Parks and Recreation, Ms. Ford.
Hello, everybody. So I'm speaking today on behalf of our director, Mr. Tony Phillips. So what we want to present in our budget to align with the council's priorities of beefing up parks and recreation, we're going to present a budget that's going to reflect an initiative to internalize performance, health, and wellness. Now, that initiative is going to start with operating our own youth athletic programs, and then it's going to grow into a full, robust program or plan to build a culture of healthy lifestyle and healthy living that will target not only youth, but all the way up through our senior citizens. Now, currently, our department only operates 30% of our program portfolio internally. Now, what we want to do is balance that scale to bring that to at least a minimum of 50-50. Now, in order to do that, we will need additional staff to support that. We want the request of additional park rangers. We want to definitely put some resources into facility improvements, vehicle maintenance, and some of the things that we have laid out that you're going to see reflected in that budget. So for additional staff, we really want to go across all of our facilities and extend our hours of operations. So most of our facilities are closing at 6 p.m. And that keeps us pretty limited to who we can program for. So additional staff will allow us to at least get to that 9 p.m. And so that allows us to increase our program capacity. That allows us to get a little more creative with the programs that we're implementing, and that we can start targeting some of those populations that we aren't really servicing. Like, for example, 13 to 17-year-olds, working adults that probably can't even get to the facility before 6 p.m. And it's going to take additional staff to do that. Another part of that staff request is to increase our revenue. So right now, 2 of our programs that we do run internally, summer camp as well as our aquatics, has a waiting list. And if we can get some additional staff members, we can immediately take some of those citizens off that waiting list and convert them into paying clients and see that immediate impact on increased revenue. Now, another big portion of internalizing our programs is to start running our own athletic programs. Football, baseball, not the Marquise Grissom baseball program. We're not taking that, because we know that there are some partnerships that are significant and very valuable. So we're not trying to commandeer every single athletic program in the community, but football, baseball, tennis, wrestling, we do feel like there's some areas that we can kind of take ownership. And in doing that, we can better predict our outcomes. You know, there are several health and safety issues around concussions, heat, hydration, and just the administrative portion of running youth programs. We have very limited control over that when that's outsourced through association, vendors, and outside instructors. So one of the key things that we want to put in place is, as we bridge that gap and start that transition, there are some key members in the community that have been at those associations for years. We want to look into bringing some of them on as part-time staff members that will help us transition through that process of running our own sports. Have to kind of catch up, speed up a little bit. Park rangers is just as simple as we're going to extend hours. We want to make sure that people are safe and we have a presence during our peak hours as well as after hours when our parks are the most vulnerable. Facility improvements, I know you guys have spoke a lot about some of our capital projects by putting some money into the facilities, the natatorium. We can get those things up to code where we can start hosting events nationally and regionally, but that definitely requires us to have our facilities kind of up to code to put us in that. And finally, vehicle maintenance. Parks and Rec use our vehicles on a daily basis, and those programs such as summer camp and after school, they're heavy revenue generators for us. So we want to make sure that we have equipment that supports the programs that we are currently offering. Questions?
Thank you.
No, very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next speaker will be Human Resources. After that, our police chief should be warming up.
good evening, everybody. Really quick, some of the priorities that HR has this budget year regarding your last two bullet items, invested in public safety infrastructure and increasing staff capacity with employing smart city solutions. So I think that, as the mayor mentioned, the overall employee engagement activity that we had during Public Service Recognition Week was a great success. We got a lot of positive feedback behind that, so we would like to do that again. Thank you, Tracy. Do that again on different scales and be able to do it more frequently. Also, implement a citywide learning management system where we can track all the training that all the different departments are having, so that it's a good record keeping for that. And finally, implement the class and comp study plan once you all have reviewed it and if you intend to adopt it. That's it. Any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Wait, I got Councilman Khalid and Councilman.
Are we still like years away from being able to offer tuition reimbursement?
Years away, I wouldn't, that's something that we have to consult with finance to figure out the revenues and the capability to be able to do that.
Councilman Lewis.
I'm trying to figure out how to word it, but I'll just talk about, I would love to see a 360-degree evaluation instituted into the performance management review process. And I would love for it to be, because I would love employees from every level to be able to give feedback on an interaction of supervisors, managers, even contract employees, in an anonymous way, and be able to be truthful and not feel intimidated or not feel like they're going to be retaliated against, and be able to use it as a part of the performance management review. Not just, when people are leaving, we do exit surveys, but by that time, that's too late. People are leaving for whatever reason. It could be for advancement. It could be because they didn't like the culture. It could be because they don't like the environment. But I'm interested in getting that feedback along the way and then using it as a tool to help make us better on every level. Excluding elected officials, because our judgment comes from our residents and they determine whether or not we're here or not. But the operations, I think that would be helpful feedback. It's been done almost in every job that I've had, and I'm just, I would love to see that in the city of South Fulton. If you Google 360-degree feedback or reviews, you will see that there are basic questions. There may be 20 and maybe 10 questions, and I've seen it where it was done electronically, and you can't trace back. You can't trace back to who it came from, but there are questions concerning the stuff like the culture, stuff like do you like your job? How do we improve? Do you feel like you have the proper tools and the proper equipment to do your job? They have sample questions out there. And because we are a new city, relatively new, I would like to see, I would love that to be measured, included in our process to help, test or see what our environment is like. Because I get a lot of feedback from employees in an anonymous way, and I can tell them all day to go to Mr. Odie, I can tell them all day to come to you, like we're supposed to when somebody come to us and complain about HR issues. But when they sit down and talk to you, or when they sit down and talk to Mr. Donald, they don't feel protected all the time, and they don't feel like their concerns are being addressed all the time. And then sometimes, in some instances, they're not truthful and they're not candid because they feel like they're going to be retaliated against. And that's just the truth. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Malazzo. Oh no, I'm sorry. Councilman Khalid was in the queue.
I don't know if we're giving direction. I just want to differ a little bit. We learned today that we're part of the culture. I don't want us to be excluded from those evaluations. I personally don't. I would like to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Chief, right, after Chief, have another Chief.
All right. Well, we were asked to put together our biggest concerns, and there's no greater goal in law enforcement than crime reduction. And obviously, that's the budget that we'll be submitting will be reflective of that. We're certainly concerned about our personnel. As you all know, we did a comp study, we did a beat realignment study, and preliminary indications from Georgia Tech right now is that our beats will increase anywhere from 5 to 6 beats, where we'll have to add those beats to our overall map. And the way we staff that is 2.5 police officers per beat, which means we have to be able to staff those beats when they come in a line. So certainly personnel is going to be a huge thing for us. When we look at the amount of 911 calls that we're handling right now, last year we handled a little over 99,000. That breaks down to roughly around 281 per day. Per shift, it comes up to around 145. And so each police officer is handling roughly around 20 calls per shift, and that's entirely too much for each police officer. When we sit down and we look at the breakdown of those calls, car accidents will take up about a good hour and 30 minutes. So if a beat officer is handling 20 calls and he gets 3 or 4 car accidents over the day, that's a good bit of his chunk of his day that's missing. And so certainly we want to make sure that we're leaving time for proactive patrols. So personnel is going to be a huge issue for us, as we move forward. The fleet, we inherited an aging fleet. We have 40% of our fleet that has over 120,000 miles on it. We have another 28% that has over 100,000 miles on it, but less than 119,000. And so 68% of our fleet right now is aging. You all did grant us 24 new vehicles in last year's budget. We certainly appreciate that. We're pushing most of those vehicles down to patrol. We're pushing all of those vehicles down to patrol because we certainly want to make sure that the officers have good and reliable vehicles. But we're going to find a need to build on that fleet as we move forward. And third, and this it's a huge one for us. Building our IT capacity is going to be really big for us. We have a lot of relationships with Fulton County. I'll be perfectly honest with you, none of them are working for me. And so when we sit down and we look at E911 operations, when we look at the IT support that we get from them, certainly I believe we can do better. As we move forward, we want to make sure that we are doing better. As we talk about smart city initiatives and things of that nature, where we have to start building the infrastructure internally within the city. And so we're looking at potentially starting our own network. If we look at E911 operations, maybe a year and a half from now, that's going to be essential to our growth as we think about growing the E911 center. I mean, I have story after story, and you all have heard them as well, about calls that have come into the E911 center. They were either held, people were rude to them, and things of that nature. And that's something we really have to think about building on, as we move forward. And I'll tell this one story. We just had a situation where dispatcher failed to dispatch a police officer on the call. The lady said she didn't want to talk to the police officer, so the dispatcher didn't send anybody, but this man tried to pick up her daughter. She thought that the man might have been a pedophile. Well, we found out about it from Channel 46, who actually, the reporter called me and said, we don't want this to get out. Can you look into it? And when we looked into it, we ran the man's tag, and he was a registered sex offender out of Colorado. And so we want to make sure that we minimize stuff like that, because if it makes it to the news, they don't see Fulton County. They just see the city of South Fulton. So we want to make sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities as we move forward as a police department. And our police headquarters, we've talked about that. You all just passed that in your URA. We're certainly grateful for that. But building that out timely is going to be essential for us. The courts are getting backed up, and I saw you all mention partnerships up here. We want to certainly create those partnerships, but not having the ability and the available space right now has hampered that a little bit. We had the GBI that's come in. They've sent 5 investigators up to try to help us out with our narcotics enforcement, and we've created a partnership with ATF, who's coming down and helping us with a lot of our gang investigations as well. But not having that space limits our capacity and our ability to do certain things. And I know it's put kind of a strain on the courts as well. So thank you all so much for doing that. And that's it for me as far as
Tell
I'm
that
concerned.
email where y'all have to go for straight.
What's that? Oh, Union City.
We're not gonna do that. Councilman Khalid.
Okay.
We're not doing that.
Atwood mentioned that schools are important. What are your thoughts around truancy officers, or do you have some other way to liaise with Fulton County schools?
So one of the things that we did, I went by and met with the police chief from the Fulton County schools last week to try to figure out ways for us to get our foot in the door over there so we can start building. And I heard another reoccurring theme here where you all talked about, I think it was Councilman Baker, talked about some of the issues that you were having with the youth. Right now, I don't know if you all are familiar with, I believe it's Veronica, she ran the PAL program over in Fulton County.
Yes.
She's coming over as one of our civilian staffers. We expect to start building our capacity to start doing some things with our youth because that's important. I had a conversation with Councilwoman Gums the other day when we talked about subdivisions and juveniles don't always mix well. I told her to expect a spike in crime during the summer months because that's typically what happens. And so we just have to figure out ways to engage our youth in a more meaningful way, and I think that's going to try to help. I think that's going to push us in the right direction. And so we're looking at a lot of different ways. We're even looking at ways that we can try to cut down on our existing response times. We've had some success. We went from almost 40 minutes in our priority one calls. Now it's anywhere between 10 and 13 minutes. I just got a call from the mayor just a minute ago. I think it took us an hour to get to his granddaughter's car accident. That's not acceptable. But right now, police officers going from call to call right now. So we just have to try to figure that piece out.
Councilwoman Guns.
So I hope the officers are going, because Old Fairburn Road has an accident off Camp Creek, so hopefully they'll be there. So I want to tell you and commend you. You're doing an excellent job with social media and the PSAs. I love them because they're bringing attention to the residents, and you look like you have a very good following, so good on that. My question to you is, I remember when we first started and when we would do, I guess, seizures, when we get stuff from, drug busts or something like
drug
that.
seizures.
So are we still housing that at Fulton County, or do we have a space within our city?
Purchase safes and
Okay.
we move those funds over to our safes. We actually have 2 safes that we're utilizing right now. And so we sharing a safe with another jurisdiction, I'll tell you right now, is bad business. Immediately after I found out about it, we ordered the other safes. One of the things that we're looking at doing to eliminate that even further is getting reverse ATMs so that when police officers bring cash in from drug deals and things, they can put the money into the reverse ATM that's considered evidence, and it'll give them a receipt. They'll take that receipt and give it to the property clerk. Property clerk will log it into the computer. Then Dunbar or whoever we decide will come by and pick up the funds once a week, take them down to the bank and deposit them. Property, and then the finance will be responsible for giving property back. We would certainly take our seizure funds before the court and go through that program.
So what about laptops and vehicles and things of that nature? Where is that stuff being stored?
So that's being stored in our property room. Now, we are sharing that space with Fulton County right now.
Okay.
As soon as we can get our property room built over in the new facility, I certainly want to get us out of there, but right now, we don't have any viable alternatives to a property room.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering, if you had any budget constraints, but you put that, I guess, a room assigned for your new building.
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
So you will be asking for more head count, of course. And do you know when we will get the study back from Georgia? Is it Tech or State?
Georgia Tech. They said it would take about 3 months before it's complete, but they're also building us a digital dashboard. And that's one of the things when I talk, they're going to put out demographics and things of that nature in, because we want to be able to embed data in a digital mapping system so that we can distribute that to our police officers also. So that also pushes us in another direction of trying to get our own IT infrastructure in terms of networking and things of that nature.
And how many people do we have on our joint task force now?
Right now, we have 5 people on the gang task force, and I believe we're down to 3 on the narcotics task force.
So we're gonna be increasing?
Yes, we will be increasing that. My goal is to get us back to 5 investigators. And we've talked to Inquilla about changing, reclassifying some. We'll draw a distinction between investigators and detectives. And we'll have 5 on narcotics, 5 on gangs, and then we'll have a sergeant of each one of those units.
Okay, and good job for catching that narrative. Someone tried to put out on us the other day about us having the highest crime rate in the region, but they were comparing us to counties. And so Chief went out and cleared up that narrative. And so I think at what point are you going to be able to, because I'm sure several of us share the crime stats, but I know you had a desire to try to build or put it online so that people can go out and monitor it on whenever they wanted to. And so when do you anticipate, or is that going to be in the budget this year?
We would like to be able to work with Jolene and Ashley on building out our police page. But even above that, we wanted to try to develop an app. I'm a little hesitant to go out and take on any IT projects right now because, quite frankly, what we have, and it's coming from Fulton County. We're consistently having problems with it, and we just want to make sure that we're in a good space when we start investing heavily in technology.
Okay, and so one more thing, and I know we got to move on. When I was working on a slider crime issue before I got elected, and because that's starting to increase again, one of the things the Fulton County Police Department had capability of doing, but they didn't do it that often either. But they had the capability to do it, was to go be proactive and go to different businesses and do a security assessment and give them feedback on what they needed to do in order to prevent crime and to deter crime. Whenever we had gas stations that had a rash in crime, that was a mandate through the alcohol ordinance, which we have adopted in the city, that they get a security assessment done and they beef up their security efforts, whether it's to hire an off-duty police officer, whether it's to institute cameras, and whether it's to install LED lighting. And so when we get, I guess, more head count, I just would ask, can we start getting to the point where we can start in our city being a little bit more proactive with these gas stations and doing the security assessments and giving them feedback. And then that way, if we start seeing gas stations that are having a rash of slaughter crimes, you know, we have documented where we have given them an assessment and we start giving them, I guess, you know, giving them an opportunity or telling them, look, this is your assessment, this is what you need to do, this will help. Because I know you all can't be at all the gas stations 24/7.
My goal is to ultimately have one community police officer for each one of the 7 districts, and each one of them will be educated in set analysis principles. We're going to get there eventually. We had to take a lot of our community police officers and repurpose them right now for the park ranger program. And so I think right now we only have 12 police vacancies left before we reach a lot of strength. So what we want to do is make sure that we're constantly replacing those folks as we begin to fill those slots.
And also to cite the businesses, and cite people who are not, who don't have the loitering sign hung like they're supposed to. And then also the human trafficking sign, because those are laws. I'm okay with giving them a warning initially, but that's up to you on how aggressive you want to be, but we do need to start enforcing that.
Well, I'd like to see us do that in cooperation with the Business Permits Office and Code Enforcement and police, so that it's kind of a collective effort, so that if we're going out and we're looking for those things, everybody's looking for the things that they enforce individually. We used to do that with our alcohol license when it was time to renew those, and we knew those people hadn't renewed their alcohol license, and we would just go out and do a complete business inspection on all of those. And I think, I'm certain we'll get to that place, as we move forward and we get the enough manpower to make that.
Councilwoman Jackson.
And just to chime on what Helen just said, that too, and the store on
Godby Place?
No, we kind of good right there.
Yeah.
BP.
Okay.
On Fairwood.
Right.
What they've started now, they have this car wash. You got people hanging out. You got people barbecuing, selling barbecue on the corner. I mean, it's hanging. And you've had several. I'm serious.
You better not talk about my food.
Just shut they have started to, and not your Texaco, it's on my street. They have started to, taking the people's cars. You all had, you know what I'm saying?
Right. The slider crime.
The slider crime. That's
Okay.
Okay. Girl, I'm 64. I'm good. I'll be 65. But they have started to, started that slider climb thing. Now, you all have had quite a few, but that's because of this traffic now.
Right.
That's there because we didn't. I mean, the traffic came from Godby to that area, but we didn't have that.
Right.
Now, my understanding is they've had several. And that's what I'm saying. If we can just kind of enforce what we have.
Right. It's picked up there and on Roosevelt Highway. It's picked up in both of those two places. And I get a sense that because the gang unit's been operating in kind of both of those spaces on the northern parts of both of those locations where we're having problems, that's one of the reasons we're probably seeing it down there. But we can certainly make those adjustments to make sure we get some people down.
Okay. And the other thing, you said that as far as the crime, you were saying, where's the most crime?
Right now it's in 5.
I believe you said just saying.
What's that?
I believe you just saying that. But anyway, I kind of figured. But my question is, so how many, as far as the beats, what do you think we're going to have?
I think we'll probably get anywhere from 16 to 19 beats. Right now we only have 8.
But I'm saying in our area, is it like?
I think the only really problematic area right now is District 7. And the reason that I say that is you're going to have more than enough beats in 5 and 6. What we have to make sure of in 7 is that because the area is not, we have gaps in the land over there, it's not contiguous with the rest of the city, we have to try to figure that piece out. And so what the professors at Georgia Tech have said is that we're going to pick them up, we're going to ride them through a majority of 7, 5, and 6 so that they can see the layout, and then we'll go through the crime statistics. And they're going to create some kind of algorithm. Listen, I don't know how to do it, but they do it. So and we'll try to figure that piece out. But I think so far the only real challenge we see right now is District 7 and how we're going to go about dividing it out in terms of
and the crimes, in fact.
It's all over the city.
5 and 6.
Council.
It's all over the city.
Councilman Khalid, last time.
The slider crimes and a lot of these are juvenile related crimes. Are they cyclical? Do they just go up in the summertime anyway?
It does. I mean, when you see a lot of the juvenile crimes, and our juvenile crimes they've really gone through the roof, and our engagement hasn't been what I really wanted it to be this year. But then I don't think we necessarily planned for that in the FY18 budget. But certainly we have an opportunity to correct that moving into this new budget cycle. We want to make sure that we're taking advantage of it appropriately. But it's one thing to put the programming in place, but it's something else to have the personnel to make sure we can carry those programs out.
Okay, and then going back to our budget priorities, growing the percentage of revenue from commercial businesses. I would like to see, if possible, I would like to see us, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I would like to see us expand from the security analysis of not just gas stations. I know that we've had some break-ins in some of the stores in Old National, and they are still waiting for someone to come and give them a security analysis. So I think it would be a great idea if we had maybe like 1 or 2 officers where that was their whole job, and just anytime a store said we would like a security analysis, someone within a week or 2 could go and get that to them. Because that some of the not that I'm blaming anybody, but some of the crime that we're having in our stores could probably be reduced if they were just designed differently.
And I completely agree. Our problem right now is that we only have 2 people educated on set principles, But as I said, as we build out our community policing section, we'll be able to increase our capacity.
And then to even go beyond that in terms of coordinating with community development and zoning and things, we're going to have like some projects come in. Like I have this development coming in, and I would like for them, as they're designing the development, to meet with you to make sure that they're doing things that like sort of reduce the
We did that. I did it when I was in College Park. Before they approved the project, I made sure it was designed with secretary principles in mind, and that's something that we need to kind of get on the same page with respect to, because if we approve apartments that have underground parking facilities, then we want to roll down doors. And you know, those sort of things that we make it mandatory. If they're going to build the structures, they have to build them with these thoughts in mind.
Is that something? Is that something that we can? I don't know. Do we like sort of institute that in part of our planning and zoning process? Like maybe before we approve something, that they have had this analysis done.
Yeah, I mean, I love that idea. Love that idea.
Councilwoman Gunn.
I know this is my last time. Have you ever thought about a public information officer just for police?
We have, one of the things, we have 2 people that are volunteers right now. That's Lieutenant Rogers and, okay, well, we had 2. We lost 1, that's right. We had just Lieutenant Rogers right now, who's our public information officer. We have from CID, which is where our investigators are. Lieutenant Denard does most of our on-camera stuff over there. But outside of that,
So it's a shared duty.
It's a shared duty. Okay. It's not just one dedicated person.
And you never thought about having one person?
I would like, yeah. I mean, that's in most places you go, you'll find that in law and police departments where you have just one person dedicated. Right now, we don't have the manpower.
Because, and the reason why I brought that up is the slider crime that happened off of Roosevelt made national news. So with the lady jumping in the Mercedes through the window, and they just said South Fulton County, they never said the city of South Fulton. So I mean, we kind of missed that blow, but I was just wondering if you had any. I was just saying.
Yeah.
It just brought to my attention if he had someone that was just dedicated to battling those communication issues.
Yeah, it's been a shared responsibility. So.
Okay. Look, real quick, I do want to ask, what's the number of officers you think from recruitment to completion of the academy you think you'll be able to bring in?
To bring in? This past year, well, from August up until now, we've hired 56. I had no idea we'd be able to hire that many police officers in such a short period of time. When we first went through the budget process, I said that I wanted 41 positions, and you all asked me, is that enough? And I said, well, I'm actually budgeting to what I realistically think we can hire over the 10-year period, and we're only 12 shy of our allotted strength. And so once we make that, we would like to have the ability to continue to hire. And if we continue to hire at the rate that we're going, I would hope to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 police officers in the next year and a half.
So does the beat study, is that a part of that 2.5 number?
It is part of 2.5. And so right now, as Mr. Donald said, it's hard for me to give you an actual number without having that beat study. But once that beat study comes in, I'll be able to give you some hard numbers. But even beyond that, if we want to have a community police officer for each one of the districts, we're talking about resources even in excess of that. You understand? And so I just want to be clear about that. Yeah, my ask for this year will be strictly for patrol.
So when you're doing your numbers, are you considering bringing in those new officers that include the 2.5 and that new max out number, including the possibility of promotions from
within?
Yeah.
Anytime you add that number of police officers, you have to have a span of control. It has to be so much, and so we're going to have to promote so many sergeants and lieutenants as well.
Thank you.
Chief, did you want to mention the K-9 unit in training?
Oh, yes. The K-9, we have 2 K-9 units. We have one that just came out. In fact, I want to bring one of the K-9 units down so that you all can get an opportunity.
Are they outside?
No.
What's the name again?
Rolo.
And you got a Rolanda now, right?
Huh? We're going to get a Rolanda.
You gonna get a Rolanda?
We're going to
let them go together?
Huh?
You let them go together?
I don't know, right?
Thank you, Chief. All right, Frank, what you got?
No fraternizing. We have a fraternizing. Check with HR about that.
That's HR.
Our next speaker will be our fire chief, Broom. Then after that, we'll have IT, Public Works.
I guess we need to step down about questions.
I know, it's gonna be until 8 o'clock for real.
Good evening. I'll go through it. I'm only on day 3.
Oh, day 3, come on, day 3, come on, day 3.
But we've identified some things, I've actually identified a couple things on my creation as well that we're going to be looking at in the upcoming budget. First thing is station repairs, facilities. I've had opportunity to visit 5 stations and I plan on Fridays to visit the other 5. So we will be working collaboratively with Public Works Department to come up with a facility plan so we can start improving our facilities. We're going to get together and work on that, come up with that. Another thing is our apparatuses that we are going to see delivery of 2 engines and 1 ladder truck by the end of the year. So that will help us with our fleet, but it also will help us improve our reserve status because right now we do not have any apparatuses that's in reserve status. So getting that in, we'll have 2 reserves and we'll have 1 ladder truck in reserve, so that's going to help us. But we're also going to be requesting for 1 more fire engine in the upcoming budget, and that will replace the engine that's currently at engine 17. And once we do that, that is all of our frontline fire trucks that be updated. And we also will need to replace our air and light truck, and that's the truck that we send all fires in. That truck has the cascade system that fills all the air bottles. Right now, that truck is currently out of service. We can't use it. We have to go to adjoining cities right now to fill our air bottles, so that's going to be a top priority to get that truck filled as well. Another thing that we have on our list, and I was glad to hear that some of the goals were training and training facility, because that is something that I did put down when I got here to identify that we do not have a true training facility. We have a classroom, but not a facility. So I was hoping that in this year we would try to find a location, acquire some land, or identify a place that we could use, and then next year, then we can start trying to plan on what's going to take to put everything there. I mean, it's a process; it can't happen overnight. But usually the hardest part is just acquiring the land or identifying a location that you can actually put a training facility. Because until we get a training facility where we can get a tower and a burn building, we'll never receive full credit when it comes to training on an ISO report. So those are things that will help us with an ISO. And PPE. We talk a lot about firefighter stations and improving the conditions for our firefighters when they are at the stations, but we also need to make sure that we improve the work conditions when they are actually doing the work. Right now, most of our firefighters only have 1 set of turnout gear. And we need to put something in place where they're going to have at least 2 sets of turnout gear. That's usually the standard of what most departments have. And so right now, the firefighter has 1 set of turnout gear, and they damage it, that means they have no gear at all. So we got to make sure that we're doing that, having 2 sets of gear that can keep it clean. It helps with the cancer reduction policies and everything that we have in place. Another priority when it comes to firefighter safety is our air packs. Our air packs will be expiring probably, I think, within a year that we're looking at, and we're going to have to replace all of our air packs. We've had them, they came over from the county, so they've had them for over 10 years. Usually, about 10 years is when they start to expire. Sometimes, depends on when you purchase them, you can get updates and it can last a little longer. But right now, there is no updates available for the current air packs, so we're going to have to replace all of our air packs. And that's something else that we'll have to do and will be requested in the upcoming year. I know that we will be requesting some positions. I've identified 3 positions already in administrative that I know we need that critical, but I know that once I'm able to get some more evaluation, we'll probably identify some positions out in firefighters ranks as well. One, we talk a lot about how we need to improve our medical responses. but we don't have anyone that's been trained internally to get us trained up as EMTs and make sure we maintain our certifications. So I know that's one position that we're going to really put as a top priority, is bringing in a paramedic that is an EMS instructor, and we can start offering EMT training and EMT advanced training internally with a goal of one day having everyone in the department trained at that level. Health and safety officer is another position that we do not have, and that health and safety officer is a position that is critical to make sure that we're not only operating safely, but we're also having things in place. So when we're talking about purchasing on these air packs, right now we're having to outsource everything for someone to come in and test all of our air packs. Well, if we have someone internally, they can test the air packs, they can give us the fit test for the mask, and they can do a lot of other things internally and save us money instead of outsourcing everything. So that's another position that we're looking at. And then we're going to eventually have to find a way to beef up, talking about staffing, our inspectors. Our inspector division, right now we do company inspections as well to help offset the shortage in staffing. I have experience as a company inspector, and I know that when I was doing inspections on the fire truck, inspections were based more on the quality, on the quantity and not the quality. And we need to beef up our inspection division so we're focusing more on the quality of inspection and not the quantity. And I know that'll take time, so if we get one now and each year we add one or two more until we can eventually take all the inspections away from the engine companies, and we'll have one division that will be focusing strictly on inspections to ensure that we're keeping our business community safe by doing quality inspections. That's all we got.
Okay, all right, thank you, Councilman Wood.
Yes, so I know at one point, well, not at one point, every year, I don't know where we are this year with it, the SAFER grant. Are we still gonna pursue that, or can we pursue that, or are we done?
I'll let you.
Yes, we have a SAFER grant out there now. We requested 42 firefighters, and that was based on the premises of trying to comply with NFPA 1710. Hopefully we'll hear something around September about it. They're actively doing the reviews of the grants now.
Okay. And then, I know you're new, but one of the consistent complaints that I heard from personnel was if it's 90 degrees outside, it's over 100 degrees in these trucks with no air. And so I know you have only been here for a short period of time, but can you please, because to me that was, I just couldn't believe we had our firemen riding around in trucks with no air. And so I don't know how many are left, or if we worked on repairing those trucks, but could you please make sure that if we do have fire trucks without air, and we inherited that problem, but now it's our problem because we are a city, and I would like for you to make sure that if we have to get our trucks fixed or we need to get them replaced, that we account for that in this budget if we can.
Okay.
And then
I think Chief Butler was saying we only have one truck that's like that.
Right. I mean, and let's say once the trucks get here in November, we will only have one truck in the city that we would have to replace. All of the other trucks do have working air conditioners. Those are the new ones.
okay.
Station 11 and 19, that's still county equipment, so that's another entity we have to deal with. But and the problem we've had is you look at the ladder truck, it's 21 years old, can't even find a part.
I get that, and I understand, every year, Chief Room, we're told what the problem is. I just want right now for us to try to figure out how to resolve the problem so we can get our fire personnel out of trucks with no air. Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is the living quarters. Some of the living quarters are deplorable. I mean, I wouldn't want my dog to sleep in where some of these fire personnel staff are sleeping. And so some of them are sleeping, I know in the station on Stonewall Tail, I walked through there one day and I smelled gas coming from the kitchen area. The stove was real old. And then when I saw the sleeping quarters, I was just like, yeah, I wouldn't sleep here. But they don't have any choice, that's where they work and that's what they have to do. And so if you could kind of look at going to every fire station and look at the sleeping quarters, because our fire personnel, I don't have to tell you, they're on 48, what is it? 24, so they have to spend the night there. And so, you know, if we have a major catastrophe or any, they have to get into, I want them well rested. And so if you could check into that and account for that in the budget. The other thing is transport license. Is there any way, and I know this probably is going to be more of a state legislative issue, but if you have any type of feedback or any type of pool, I know you're new to the region, and I know this is very political, but from my understanding, we really do need our transport license. And then lastly, inspections. I'm glad to hear you say that we need to do more quality inspections, because one of the things that I consistently heard was, and maybe because we need more people, that the follow-ups weren't happening with the inspections. All right.
And that's something we're gonna work on.
Okay.
And once I learn the political environment, I'll see what I can do about as far as seeing which direction we need to go with the EMS.
And I help you with that.
Okay.
All right. Real quick, I just want to know, and maybe Chief, you could tell me, when I was doing the assessment for the paying class, trying to get everybody up to $15 an hour, we had firemen who were making a couple who were under $15. Is that still the case?
I would have to
I can check. I can check.
Yeah, if you could check, because I know this budget year we're supposed to at least make sure, and I know that there were a number of firemen under.
I can check on that.
Thanks.
We still have got 5 people to go, 5 departments, and we have 30 minutes that we have.
Well, actually, not even 30 minutes, because we should have been wrapping around 7:30.
No, we're not.
For department heads.
Yeah.
So
we have
need
something to wrap up again. You have to get back to us to tell us what are the priorities.
This
5
really
minutes.
I cannot believe I'm
So we need to kind of move it in our questions. You know,
Just
know that when it comes to our questions.
any questions.
Yeah. Public safety, then IT, then we have risk management.
Good evening, Council. I'm just going to go very, very fast. Just to let you know that, within 6 months in Public Works, I didn't know that the workload that I have was going to be this big. I thought I was going to be this big, but we're doing it. So in Public Works, I wanted you to know that we're handling engineering, Teach Plus, capital projects, construction operations, traffic operations, got sanitation, facilities, parks, fire stations, police precinct, and parks. So just to go back to what we were discussing initially, under your federal funded projects, you have about, for 2020, about $7.4 million from there and on investments. For the locally funded projects, you have about $4.5 million. And for the needs of what we heard from the community, you got about $4 million. So my recommendation to you, what we're going to recommend is, instead of having project by project for federal funded projects, if we want to proceed with those, we can perhaps create a $5 million bucket that we can use as a revolving account for the upcoming projects that have federal funds. So we can use it as first come, first serve, and then we're going to recover 80% out of those funds, and then that will serve to let the subsequent projects, since the project goes phase by phase. Then the subsequent year, instead of requesting $5 million, perhaps it will be $2 million or $1 million as we need. And then for the locally funded projects, those are projects that are really in need. The county designed those projects, we invest a lot of money. What is needed is only the construction levy of those projects. And for the projects that we heard, perhaps you have you talk about Hall Road, paving Hall Road, the subdivision, there are still a full handle subdivisions that need topping on those. And there are a bunch of potholes that are beyond 25 square feet that needs deep base repairs and so on. With regards to street lights, we didn't know if you bill us about $1 million throughout the year just to pay for consumption. So we're gonna put about, we know how much we have to pay for consumption, how much we pay for a single pole, then when the pole exists and when the pole doesn't exist. So we're gonna give you how much we can request for street lights and how much might be per district or so on, if that's how you want to do it. Our facilities, Fulton County has done an assessment for all your facilities. So right now you have about $12 million in need of facilities. So my recommendation, as you mentioned before, if you want to do a splash for parks and perhaps facilities for fire stations, that we engage for next year a consultant that can address all the needs of our facilities. Instead of repairing those facilities that either need to be replaced, perhaps we start looking at about how we can do it if we want to do a proper splash campaign in subsequent years. That takes a little time, so we can perhaps set aside some funding to come out with a full assessment on each facility that we have. With regards to waste collection, you agree with Make Miles, you're going to need some fund for Make Miles. We agree with doing Amnesty Day, you want to do twice a year, so we got to put some funds right there as well. And that should be, in a nutshell, the need for public works.
Thank you.
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry. My bad. Are we out of the design phase for Old National sidewalks?
We are at about 90% on the completion of that.
Thank you.
IT, then we have risk management, then we have courts, and we end up with communications.
Good evening. My budget request is going to primarily be around 3 core areas: personnel for support of public safety, day-to-day operations, and cybersecurity type areas. The second is primarily related to department requests and utility type bills for networking, cable, phones, and things like that. And thirdly, centralized IT. As it relates to supporting things like the police chief talked about, we put in for a 911 master plan study and development, which would kind of give us a kind of footprint of what it takes to run 911 and other services as well. So that's primarily what my plans are related to.
I just got one question.
Yes.
You know? So, are we taking any type of provisions so we don't get attacked by this cyber thing that's going on? Because I'm seeing a lot of municipalities are getting hit by that. Are you including any type of extra funding for that type of thing, or do we already have it?
Yeah, so we have a lot of things that we put in place is based, we have cyber in everything we do. So our emails have scanning, our networks have scanning, things like that. One of the biggest things that we've been challenged with this year is trying to make sure we have resources to dedicate to those type things. So that's where a lot of my personnel requests are going to come from, to dedicate people to primarily watch that. Right now, we have a small set, and we have to function on anything and every request that come in, and we don't have any focal points around those things. But what we've done is partnered with our vendors to put a lot of these things in place. AT&T monitors our network 24/7 and things like that. So we'll continue to grow those things, but also have someone internally that kind of focuses on those areas to work with the departments and the vendors alike.
Okay, because I'm really concerned about the cyber piece. And then two, do we need to be on a different email system? Because I get emails from 2019, 2017, sometimes just randomly, and I don't know why.
Well, what we can do is we can do a message trace. We can do a message trace and identify what happened to the message and see where it comes from. Because what happens sometimes is when the message comes in, it may bounce back because of a security issue, because all of our emails are scanned as well. So,
no, we're good. All right. We're good. Thank you. Are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Thank you.
Now somebody's.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Risk Management. Yes.
Why y'all making Jolene go ask communication?
Huh? No, she requested to be towards the end. She requested.
Not initially.
I just said okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council, how y'all doing? So just a few things. I'll be asking for next year's continuation of our claims reporting system. We have been managed to get our claim reporting system on our city website to report all pothole claims, general liability claims, workers' comp, auto claims. It's all centralized to the city website. If you go through How Do I, your quick links, or on the risk management division section, you'll be able to report claims. Secondly, I'm engaged with Power DMS, who is a policy management training tool solution vendor, where basically for the fleet safety policy, let's say you upload the policy, create 5 to 10 questions, and then basically that will go out to all staff, and they sign it with a username and password, go through the training. It says you've got 100%, you get a certificate, we put that in the HR file. I keep a file, and we have proof of training for the city. And that's something that's not risk management only. That can be HR, it can be police, it could be anyone who use that solution. So that's something I really want to do next budget year. And then thirdly, how's my driving bumper stickers? That's something that, you know, that would deter risk and deter and encourage better driving. And basically, we'll have to renumber all of our vehicles, but people will be able to call in and say, hey, person X was driving 100 miles per hour on this day. And the beauty of that is if we move forward with our rocket system in all citywide vehicles, we will be able to backtrack and say, hey, and look and say, okay, well, he was 100 miles per hour, or he was not 100 miles per hour.
So you said the bumper stickers really will help with, I guess, better driving for our employees?
So if you had a bumper sticker on your car and people could call the number and say, hey, car X was driving crazy, and then basically it gets into the turn. So I'll get a weekly report that will say, hey, this list of people were driving with the complaints, and I can call and reach out and say, you know, hey, you know, I got your complaint. You know, we're working on it, and then with the IoT, with the rockets and the vehicles, I'll be able to backtrack on that day and time.
Okay.
Well, he'll be able to get a report if somebody goes over. You can do speed tracks.
Oh,
yeah.
So if he goes over 70, you'll get a report automatically.
So that's something that the rocket system would do. It'll give, you can set it around city limits. You can say you're going over 70 miles per hour, reach out to you and say, and kind of like ping you and say, hey, this person's doing X. So, and then we're gonna ask about the.
So I was gonna ask you about the potholes. Are we reimbursing residents for pothole? I mean, if they hit their vehicle and damage their car? Because when I was in the county, we didn't do that. It was something that they had written somewhere where it just we couldn't reimburse them for that. So I'm just wondering, are we getting those type of claims?
We do get those claims, but Georgia law relieves us from all liability.
Okay.
When it comes to potholes, we have to give them due time to go out and fix it. And if they report it, if it reported on a Monday and something happens on a Tuesday, then that's not giving the city due time to go out and fix it. So that would not be covered.
Okay.
But if it's been there for months, if somebody gets an accident, we do pay that claim.
It depends.
So
every claim is different.
So we would have to fix it, because how would we know the pothole was there for a month unless somebody
it has to be reported. So if it's not reported, we weren't given due time.
Okay, so once it's reported, and then we have to fix it within a certain amount of time, 3 days?
I think Public Works gets it done within like a day or two, but even with that, that's still not always considered due time. I mean, we're fixing a lot of roads, so it's really kind of, it's no set time. But within reason is what we usually go on.
Because I just want to make sure the messaging is right, because I tell residents, I was like, well, Georgia state law, we don't repair
it relieves municipalities from liability.
Gotcha. All right.
Thank you.
Courts.
Come on through, courts.
Come on through.
Yes.
See, courts and communication, the C's with
Y'all police.
CC. Lots of reduction in our budget for this year. We do have 2 personnel positions that are open. Our focus is technology, partnering with Chief Meadows to get our facility. I really want a tech savvy courtroom where we don't have to bring inmates over possibly for first appearance. We can do it, you know, via like a FaceTime type of a video teleconference. Also looking at our e-ticketing system, trying to be more customer service friendly. I'm big on customer service. Believe it or not, 9 times out of 10, the first interaction with government is through courts, because you either got a citation or code enforcement. So want to hype up or pump up our customer service. So getting the team some training for customer service. We have just 2 positions open. Going to work with HR because we might repurpose them or realign them or something. We don't have anywhere for them to sit, so can't really hire anybody because they sit on my head. But I'm short and sweet. But that's our focus for FY20 is going to be customer service and technology.
Okay, Councilman Khalid.
It came to my attention that there are people who are paying hundreds above what their original ticket is in fines and fees. Is that happening or not happening? People not paying under private probation, like all of these extra
Well, with private probation, you have 30 days to go ahead and pay your citation in full. After that, there is a $49 fee that is assessed to the participant or to the defendant for not paying the fine. I mean, it's a courtesy.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I would say hundreds of dollars over the fine.
Because that was a concern of mine when we went that private probation route, and then so to start hearing about that, that's a concern of mine. My second concern is we have a green team, and I would like to. We have these community events that happen, and I would like to be able to coordinate them to come out and clean up. Like, what's going on with our green team?
I will have to defer, and I know Donald's not here, but it's a city initiative. It's not per se pushed by the courts. We provide the people, but it's a city-driven program. And the last email I got, I don't know if Parks and Rec is still here, but they said they weren't taking any more people from our.
She's still here.
Okay. They weren't taking any more defendants who needed community service, so I reached out to permits to find out who we had, how many 501c3s we have in the city, where some of the defendants who needed community service could divert their service to.
Well, we have a lot of trash, so I don't know why they were telling
And then,
you
I don't
that.
know if Chief Meadows been brought to speak, but I think Officer Jackson did say that they would be willing to work on a Saturday if we had people who had community service to pick up trash on the side of the road. So
they did bring it up, certainly organizing that.
We can try to figure that part out.
Okay, well, we need that. That's important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I want to tell you thank you. You have been doing a good job. We haven't heard really a peep out of court since you've been brought on. And so thank you. I only have one question. When do you recommend that we work with the mayor to get a chief judge appointed? Because right now I know you have a bunch of pro tem judges. And so when do you think that should happen?
I would like to have somebody in place by August, as we have kind of, I guess when I first came on this court 6 days a week, we cut it down to 3 times a week, and it'll be every other week starting in August. So if we can get a judge, hopefully the beginning to mid-August, that would be perfect, because then they can just come into a place that's already operating. They don't really have to do a lot of movement. They can just come into our structure, and then of course set the standard for what they want in courts. But we will definitely have built that infrastructure needed for the courts.
So based on your assessment, do you think things are better now?
50-50.
Okay.
Okay, short question, short
So
answer.
we reduced court from 7 days a week to, 6 days a week to 3, and we're about to go by? Are we?
We don't have.
Or are we
the
getting a
space.
lot of, so it's because we don't have space, or is it because we don't have a lot of?
We just consolidated a lot of the calendars. We pay the pro temp judges by calendar, so I don't understand why there was the segregation of, we have a 9:30 calendar, 1:30 calendar, this special calendar. We could just have everybody set for the same day. The judge is equipped to hear any type of case that's before them. So just trying to be more efficient.
Amazing, wonderful, wonderful.
Councilman Khalid, last question.
So if people, if I get locked up for something, like how many days might I be? What's the most number of days I'll be in jail before I get a first degree?
We have 48 hours. So the Riverside law, if you get arrested without a warrant, it's 48 hours. If you get arrested with a warrant, it's 72 hours. The officers have been instructed from 12 noon on Friday to 12 noon on Saturday.
They have to get a warrant, and then they will be seen on Monday morning. So we no longer have court on Saturday.
We have a cutoff time on.
They have a cutoff time.
To avoid that.
But you have a 48-hour window before you, by law, you have to be seen.
But you said up to 3 days.
Riverside.
Up to
But with
3
the
days.
warrant, we have 72 hours.
And if we go every other week, will that change? Will somebody be in jail
First
for a
appearance,
week?
no, first appearance will always be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But for our clean and random calendars, it will be Monday and Wednesday every other week. Those are when you have to track citations of your accidents, your criminal charges, your shoplifting. Those will be 4 times a week.
Okay, thank you. We have to talk about the money that's supposed to be going other places.
They didn't cut for anyone. Go.
That's because I got out.
Communications.
Good evening, Council. You've already talked about one of the biggest priorities that the Communications Department has, and that's, of course, marketing and branding the city. That would, of course, start with the procurement of an agency who has a really good reputation in helping to brand the city already, somebody who has an experience in doing so. Additionally, branding would include, as you all have already alluded to, is the name of the city is, in fact, residents are going to participate and be engaged in renaming it. And we've already come up with a pretty good slogan that's actually catching on from what I see. I've not done any studies, I've not done any surveys, but I'm hearing people say it, I'm hearing you all say it, and people seem to like it. That's from internally. So I would say you stick with that. City of South Fulton is where you want to be for a variety of reasons. All the things we've already talked about, great parks and rec, economic development, great opportunities because the city is doing. Part of that marketing would include dynamic collateral materials, as you know, great signage, which would include electronic road signage. That's something that we need. We don't have a city gateway, but in fact, if we go ahead and you make that a part of your priorities, that becomes a part of priorities. Then you have a city's electronic sign. We can announce all of those activities that you're going to be planning, advertising costs, billboards, consistent messaging, storytelling, video, electronic media, podcasts, radio shows, and editorial calendars. You also already talked about the importance of each one of you providing the communications department with whatever your key premier activity is, so we can make that a citywide calendar. So that way, every year, residents will look forward to every year, let's say, Councilwoman Willis's, let's say, back to school bash, or Councilman Khalid's electoral college, or Councilman Baker's, let's say he does a huge boxing event for young men in trouble. Because you make these signature events for the city. If you continue to promote these, then the residents will continue to come out and support these, and it'll be something they look forward to. I can say, at the city that I worked for prior to coming here, I will not name the name, but I will say that they had several events, like a run every year. They had 3 runs every year, and it brought in so much extra revenue, and the residents in that particular city look forward to participating in those. So that's a very key thing I wanted to share. Also, the information sharing culture is something that I'm trying to create. So if I get all the information from you, as in how many events you plan on doing every year, and get those early enough so we can properly plan our calendar and properly, spread the word. Additionally, one thing that people don't think about that the communications department does is that we need funding to help us support the departments in the city. We do work for every department in the city: fire, police, code enforcement, community regulatory affairs, you name it, the city manager's office. We do work for everybody. So not only are we provide services externally, we provide services internally. So that means we have to have funds for those educational campaigns like the annex piece that we worked on. So those are things to keep in mind as to why the office needs to increase its budget. And the other key thing that I want to talk about was staffing. A city this size at 100,000 residents typically would have a staff of about 7 or 8 people, as large as 13. There's 3 of us right now. We have, yes, if you count the potential opportunity of having a radio studio, a television studio, which we don't have yet, but that's something that I would like to talk about in the future. But a communications manager, a graphic artist, and an audiovisual technician. That's 3 additional people on the staff. That way, the audiovisual technician can be responsible for all those video projects that we want to do, and then and manage those. The manager will support me in managing the team, the internal piece, external piece, and then a graphic artist, so we don't have to spend a lot of our money, which we do spend a lot of our money out of our professional services line item for graphic artists to work. So those are my key priorities for my budget.
Okay, Councilman Lee.
Real quick note, I've been separating my graphic work, my graphic design under professional services. I think if we added them all up, we could probably afford an in-house graphic designer for all of us, or just for council. It's just something different.
Okay.
Thank you for no question.
Thank you.
No, I got one. It's not a question, but you forgot one biggie that you're gonna have to put in your budget, and that's the 2020 census.
Come in.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry, Councilman. Thank you. I'm so sorry. We met last week, and you're right. That is a huge piece. We've already started planning one huge, and that's just one kickoff we had.
That's fine. If you know it, that's fine, because they're gonna come before us again. Right. She pointed it out,
Okay.
you're good.
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malala.
There is no budget without having revenues and having a balanced budget. 1 minute. Our budget money.
Okay, so good evening, Council. This will be really quick. So we've done some preliminary revenue projections, and we are likely to raise from our general fund about $70 to $75 million in revenue. For fiscal year 2020, everything remains the same, and the millage rate remains the same. We collect all of our CBT revenues, and we get our insurance license revenue. So the projection is about $75 million. That is important because I heard a lot of requests here today. My role is to present to the city manager balanced budget. So and we also talk about setting aside a fund balance. So operation cost at the end of FY 2018 was about $52 million, which is just personal and operations. 5% of that is about $2.6 million. So we can take that off the top. We basically would be left with about $18 million to handle all of these new requests. I cannot present an unbalanced budget or a budget where expenses exceed revenue. So some of the things that you speak of today, you don't see them in the budget because we have to make that budget decision. So it's important. What is important to me to hear these priorities? You might get to accommodate them, but keep in mind that we're basically working with $75 million, and we want to put 2.5 of that aside as our fund balance. And so, just want to do the reality check and say everything we want will not come to you because of funding.
May not come. So you say for last to be the kind of the heartbreaker.
Yes. So our last assignment is to take this, relate to this. So for instance, here, number 2, you have factor association here, which is a, where is it? Number 1. It would be number 3. That's what we need to do. So here we'll get it into details. Here is just a big one. So their appreciation is number 3. What equates with investing in the brand of city name, arts, event? What would it equate with this? Here. Number 4, focus on economic.
Number 5, probably.
Number what?
Fishing community collaboration, because we talked about the board, the polls, the vote for, is that the thing?
I think number 3, number 1 should be number 3. How do you see that?
We going
No,
over
this
there again.
is the last, no, we're not going on, we're prioritizing, this is the last.
No, we're just saying where they.
1 is 3, 2 is 2, 3 is 4.
And number 3? 4. 4. Number 4.
Public safety infrastructure.
5 is 5.
Would be, quality of life.
Yes, that's quality of life, that's 3.
That would be
Public safety is
3.
So 3.
And 5 is 5.
So that Brandon.
So we have 4. Because 3, we tie them together.
5 and 1.
5 is what? 1?
5 is 5 and 1.
Yeah, the 1 needs to be there too.
It's 1, 2 again?
1 and 5.
So we got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
With that developing strong team.
God, hey, listen, this is why we've been here all day. So if this doesn't get right, we're probably gonna be in a world of
We
trouble.
didn't address number 1.
So, well,
It's 5.
no, we did. That's what we're trying to bring
Number
alignment with our goal.
I see.
Because these are the things that we are going to put to give department heads work on.
So y'all,
These will be your 2020 priorities.
how investing in the brand of the city and increasing staff capacity higher than public safety?
Oh,
They're not ranked.
No, they're not
They're
ranked.
just matching.
We're just matching them with the strategic
Y'all gotta
focus.
help me out, I'm sorry.
I know everybody, don't check out yet. We almost there.
So grow infrastructure and solidify finance. Shouldn't grow percentage of revenue from commercial business also be 2?
So you have invest in infrastructure, you can't do that without.
No, the second one, grow percentage of revenue. Shouldn't that also be 2 and 4?
So that should be,
Number 2.
you said that should be 2, right?
2 and 4, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Any observations?
Wait.
Invest in
Invest in public
infrastructure.
safety should probably be 2.
Yes.
No.
It says
That should
infrastructure.
be number 1.
We're not talking about the numbers, we're matching it with the focus. So it says safety infrastructure, goal 2 is grow infrastructure.
But
So it should match those.
I thought
So
you
I-
said that public safety was a
That
part of
needs to be
economic
num-
development.
We're not ranking them, and
We're
we
not
can
ranking
put
them.
more than one, and we can put more than one number by each.
But we already have,
That goes with
excuse me,
goal 4.
but if you look, it says goals, it says grow revenue from commercial businesses. That relates more directly to economic development.
It does.
Right, that's why we're not using it.
So here you have 2,
You see?
you have 2,
There's
you have
a-
1, you have 1.
What's public safety?
So also to invest
because
in
they have to
infrastructure and
go-
recreation parks and rec, wouldn't that also include quality of life? So it would be goal 3 and 2?
3 and 2.
No, the second one,
This one.
3 and
She said it
2.
should be 3, number 3 as well.
Yeah, we can do this whole
Okay,
thing without
if
fighting.
y'all gonna make a motion for something?
Okay.
So then here you have like on number 1 you have 1, 2, 3.
Make a motion.
What she said she wanted.
Okay, wait, no, wait. Go ahead, Frank.
Here you have, if you were to rank them, you have 2 on number 5. You
So-
have 1.
So
you
we
have
ranking
2.
them now?
No, we're not
No.
ranking them. We're not gonna rank them.
Invest in public safety infrastructure, so you have goals.
So
3.
we are not going to rank them, but we'll give them as they are, send them to you. And see them how you see here. If you have 3, then that will be number 1. If you have 4 here, then this will be number 1.
But we're clear.
But as of now, number 1, you have 1, 1, 1.
Okay, so,
Okay,
Who sent them to you?
all right.
okay, Mr. Clerk.
We need to adjourn for executive session.
I entertain a motion, if that's necessary. If not, I entertain a motion to.
No.
She provided you an update about something.
She
No,
provided.
I'll talk to you about that individually.
Okay.
Cause I,
Okay.
well,
You might as well get us on now.
yeah, okay, so you have a personnel item that deals with one of
Make
your
the
budget
motion.
items, and a real estate item that deals with
I'd
one
like
of
to
your
make
budget
a
priorities.
motion for executive session for personnel only or
In real estate.
personnel and real
Is
estate.
there a second?
Hey, can everybody
Second.
else go home and we start breaking down or something?
Okay,
Yeah,
probably
we're
for
not
the
gonna
second
need
in
the
discussion.
department heads for anything additional.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Corey.
we'll take the vote. How many
I was saying-
vote? Because I didn't raise my hand.
What happened?
Thank you all for your hard work today.
Oh, you didn't get a
I
second?
didn't catch the second. I heard someone.
I made the motion.
Yes.
And Did we get a second?
Who seconded the motion?
We need a second for the motion.
You seconded. Good.
Ron? Okay. Entertain a motion to
To close executive.
close session.
I'd like to make a motion that we close executive session.
Second. Following second discussion.
No.
Yeah. Vote. Four? Got four? Ellen?
Oh, yes.
Councilwoman? Okay, all right, were there any actions taken in executive session, Madam?
No.
Okay, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second, following second, discussion. All those in favor? Thank you, guys.
Have a great evening. Thank you.